Last night was an eventful game for the Pistons as they topped the Orlando Magic 105-96 on home court. The game at LCA, the first of an 8 of 10 homestand for the Pistons. Pistons with their win broke last season's win total with their 15th of the year, but speaking of breaks, bad pun intended, perhaps the biggest storyline of the night came when Jaden Ivey went down with an injury early in the fourth quarter. After getting tangled up with Cole Anthony, the 22-year-old Piston went down clutching his leg, screaming in pain. He was then stretchered off of the court. While we don't have any update regarding his condition, judging from the scene, it appears to be a very severe injury that will have him sidelined for the foreseeable future. The college football playoffs resume today with the quarterfinals between Notre Dame and Georgia. That game postponed in New Orleans following the tragic events on Bourbon Street. In other CFP matchups this week, Penn State advanced with a win over Boise State. Texas barely defeats Arizona State in a surprising matchup that sent us to double overtime. And Ohio State blew out Oregon, representing the Big Ten. And finally, the Wings take the ice for the first time in 2025 tonight. They play in Columbus against the Blue Jackets. Detroit looking for their third straight win and third win under head coach Todd McClellan. You can hear the puck drop tonight on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame beginning at 6:45. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
And a happy new year to you. Good morning. Jim Costa, Stoney, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass.
Yeah, almost have the full crew here.
Almost.
Yeah.
John will be back on Monday. Stoney today and tomorrow as we build up anticipation to Lions and Vikings. We've got tickets today.
Oh.
7 a.m. hour. And Stoney, you're just checking prices. We were just talking about it.
There are like upper bowl prices on SeatGeek, including fees for like $700. You were talking about some good lower bowl tickets.
Quote, good deal is $1,000 or more at the 50-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't have to pay anything if you win them with us.
That's true. That's a great point.
Listen later in the show.
Yeah.
How was your New Year's Eve, Stoney?
My New Year's Eve was fine. New Year's Eve was good. Went a friend's house, friend of the station, Harry Glantz, Capital Mortgage Funding.
There you go.
Went to his house for about 5 or 6 other couples. Watched the Penn State game, watched the Wings, had some dinner. Played a little left, right, center, left, center, right. Played at the end, a little gambling there, so that was fun. Watched the ball drop and went home.
So you made it to midnight.
Made it to midnight. Yes, absolutely.
Heather, were you awake?
No, I did not make it till midnight. My New Year's was everything I pictured it would be. Right? We saw some friends and family earlier in the evening. Got home. I think I was asleep by 11, which was late. For me.
Can I ask you a question, Heather? Because you would know a lot more than I would, or probably Jim. Carrie Underwood, did you actually see her perform at all?
I did not. I watched zero.
Okay.
I watched nothing except Wicked.
Carrie Underwood is a good-looking woman, correct?
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
Why does she need, like, she's had work done on the lips and
Well,
the cheekbones. What do you need that for?
She did have an accident of sorts, I remember, when there was all the speculation about her lips, like when she cut herself.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that is the truth or it was more of an excuse. You know what?
I know it's a fashion statement. I just think she doesn't.
No one ever
need
thinks
it.
that except themselves, right?
That's true. Right, I know.
I understand people that get the work done because it makes them feel better. But
Yes.
it's at the core of this, like, we shouldn't be so hard on ourselves.
No, not at
I
all.
must look her up now.
I don't know. I just something we noticed. Of course, all the ladies that were there were saying the same thing.
Oh,
She's so
really?
beautiful, normal. It kind of doesn't make her look as good. Anyway, that was my New Year. Yours. You went to the Red Wings game.
Yeah, Red Wing game. That was a hell of a game to be at.
Yeah.
Fun win. Crowd was active. Sing-alongs, breakaways, Cider playing a little goalie. It was a good night.
Oh man, that
Kick
was,
save. What a beauty.
yeah.
He
it was
was
wonderful.
And they got the win, and it's McClellan's 600th. And the best part is they show, like, hey, 600 wins, and he didn't acknowledge it. He was just walking off. Like, he has work to do.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. And they're picking up the pace a little bit here.
Yeah, it's a little more of an exciting brand of hockey because they are, energized. If they ever go on a losing streak again, like I hope they don't, we'll see how it affects them mentally, like it did under Lalonde. But hey, they're playing good, and there's a lot of good playing in that building right now.
Yeah. Pistons picked up another win. You heard in the update, more wins this season than all of last year.
4 out of 5, and they have Charlotte, I believe, is tomorrow, who has lost 8 in a row. They've always played the Pistons tough. Anyway, but still, they're playing good basketball, and God, Jaden Ivey he's playing really, really good. Best season of his career. I mean, I didn't realize he was shooting close to 41% from 3. The shot doctor, Freddie Vincent. And him and Cade working together. And you look, nobody's talking about them, being a championship contender, but, making the playoffs. They're looking exciting. And this just is a gut punch.
It is, like on a personal level for him, Jaden Ivey, he was having such a nice season.
Yes.
And this is supposed to be the eval year between him and Cade, and can they coexist? And this is like a foundational backcourt. And I think the answer was yes.
Yeah.
But you wanted to see it for, 80 games. And I mean, we don't have a report, but Stoney, I can't imagine he's playing this year.
No, if you saw it, it
Gruesome.
just looked gross. I mean, and you can see Cole Anthony, who he collided with of the Orlando Magic, he was like near tears. I mean,
And they got the stretcher out and paused the game. And
yeah.
what does it do to the momentum of the Pistons here?
Well, the fact of the matter that they, kept it together because it looked like they were going to actually blow the game and fought through down the stretch to beat my Orlando. Granted, a team that has injuries, but I don't want to hear anything about injuries in this town. Okay, so yes, they didn't have Boncaro and both Wagners are hurt, and it hurts more in basketball because you only have 12 or 13 guys. They're playing good. They're playing fun. I mean, it just sucks because he's tough to replace because of the cap and things like that. I don't know what else they can do. Do you try to make a trade that hurts you cap-wise for the future just to make sure you make the playoffs this year?
Well, first of all, I don't even know if they would with him, to be clear.
Right.
So then it's really dicey. He's their number 2 scorer, and they can't replace him with who they have on the roster. Like, they could do it in the aggregate. Like, Malik Beasley, I think, is already giving you everything he's going to give you at the 2 guard.
Right.
It's got to be a little more from Tobias Harris, a little more from Tim Hardaway Jr. It's got to be a little more from Asar Thompson. But
Ron Holland.
Yeah, but
Sasser.
Yeah, but they're going to have to do it in the aggregate. Like, some of those guys are shooters. Some of them are ball handlers. They don't have both in one player like
Correct.
they did in Jaden Ivey.
Yeah. You'll see a little of the Wendell Moore Jr. experience. You'll see a lot of them mixing and matching. And that's the way they're going to have to go through it. And it sucks. And look, Cade knows better than anybody because he's been hurt so many times as well. It's just you thought, and they are, like, their trajectory's good. It's just bad news. It's just a bad luck, basically.
Red Wings have 15 wins. Pistons have 15 wins. Who finishes with more? Who has the better chance to make the playoffs?
Well, before last night, the injury, I would have said the Pistons just because, if you're counting there's 10 that get in as opposed to 8 in the NHL. And I think the competition is tougher for the Red Wings. There's more good teams. There's a lot of bad teams that the Pistons would be battling for, I think, to get in. And I think I would have said the Pistons. But after last night, I would probably say the Wings. Unless they make a trade, the Pistons do and get somebody to replace Ivy for the season.
It's not something we need to plop down and spend an hour on, but guys, let us know.
Yeah.
Pistons have played 4 fewer games, have maybe an easier path in a weak East. Is it the Pistons or the Red Wings? Who finishes with more wins? Who has the better chance to make the playoffs? 248-539-9797.
And to be fair, we have not heard any, definite prognosis on Jaden Ivey, but it just, common sense, it just didn't look good.
It's safe to assume he's going to miss a considerable amount of time.
Right.
And they may take a little bit of a step back here. The season will still be progress, but they'll take a step back. Meanwhile, the Wings might be tapping into something here. To what you said earlier, we'll really learn about them when they backslide.
Yes.
And how they respond. Even McClellan said that to us this week. He goes, we're not going to know whether we built something until we hit that spot where, oh no, we're starting to lose now. Have we actually formed good habits? Are we actually turning the corner as a hockey team? We truly don't know that yet for the Wings, but I felt like they were not playing to their potential.
No.
And if they play to their potential, they could flirt with a playoff spot.
Who actually looked good on New Year's Eve night?
Yeah.
And you saw it in person. And he had jump. Gustafson.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like when they got him, everybody said, hey, he's not very good. He's one of the Rangers' worst defensemen. And he's played like it up until now. I thought he had a little jump to him.
I think you got to look at guys who needed the change of scenery. I think Joe Valeno,
Yes.
Jonathan Berggren, younger players who just for whatever reason weren't clicking and needed a shakeup. Those, and I think Gustafson, not necessarily the same young player, but a guy who could have used a shakeup with the scheme.
Correct.
And hey, they're possessing the puck a little more. It's not dump and chase. I mean,
Right.
how frustrating to be while you're in person or watching on TV to just, all right, dump and chase, dump and chase. They're possessing the puck. They're putting a little traffic in front of the net. They're playing
Right.
with a little more spirit, I think is the word they've used.
Yeah.
So I would answer the Wings today. That's how I would answer it. And I mean, it's
Right,
It's
yeah.
a testament to the Pistons that they're in this conversation. It's a testament to how Cade's played this season that they
Yes,
still may
indeed.
have a shot to
Yeah.
make a little bit of a run.
Now, if Ivy didn't get hurt, what would your answer be?
I think I'd still say the Wings.
Okay.
I would, but I wouldn't fault anybody
No.
for saying the Pistons. So you guys let us know, 248-539-9797, which team finishes the season with more wins / makes the playoffs. We've got those Lions tickets in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll tell you how to win them. We've got the Thursday touchdown coming up at the bottom of the hour. Some big storylines with the college football playoff and the NFL's Week 18 slate. It's all coming up. It's 97.1. Hot off the presses. We don't even have the Pro Bowl roster, but we have an exclusive from Dave Burkett. Kirby Joseph won't be on the Pro Bowl roster. Indeed, Stoney. He leads the NFL in interceptions. He's having a hell of a season. He led the fan vote at the position, but Burkett with the exclusive. When we see the full list later today, Kirby Joseph won't be there. Your reaction?
Look, he should be there. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Now, it says here that he won the fan voting at free safety ahead of 3 other NFC players, Xavier McKinney of Green Bay, Cameron Bynum, who we'll see with the Vikings on Sunday, and Reed Blankenship of the Eagles. Now, it doesn't say that those guys made it. You assume from that type of prose, so to speak, Prose, that's what he was inferring, but I don't know. It's nice that Branch made it, but both of them should have made it.
They're the best safety duo. They both should be there. Yeah, and he does drop that Branch is in. We don't know anybody else, but we know Joseph is not. Yeah, you're right. It's obviously a snub. He should be there.
Yeah. It's a shame. Look.
And I don't know. When did the voting close? Did Monday night not get factored in?
Oh, probably not at all. Because if they're going to announce it this week.
Today.
There's no way that Monday. These votes were done probably 2 weeks ago, probably finished, is my guess. And then the players are the ones. Players and coaches are the votes, a third each, and the fan voting is in the other third.
So this is the players and coaches that kept him out of the Pro Bowl, which is more puzzling.
Yes.
Right, it'd be one thing if the fans had fallen in love with an overhyped player and the coaches and players were like, well, coaches and players should acknowledge what Kirby Joseph's doing more than fans.
Maybe we were just, shooting the breeze. Remember Stafford got all pissed off at Joseph. Maybe people think he hits low and thing. I don't know.
Maybe player
maybe he thinks he's a dirty player.
I think more people think Branch is dirty than Joseph.
Yeah.
But look, he was tied for the lead in interceptions going into Monday night.
I know.
So I'm pretty sure the voting probably wrapped up before they played any NFL games last weekend. That would be my guess, just so that there wasn't unfair judgment to use games again that. And then you didn't use other ones. But, I mean, this is a snubbing. I mean, people should be upset. I think probably Branch hurt. The fact that just having 2 safeties from the same team or so many Pro Bowlers probably that the Lions have, that might have hurt them. But then I also look at it as, you know what? If the Dallas Cowboys interception leader, that person's going to be in the Pro Bowl.
Yep.
And it's just the way it works. The guy that led it last year for him. I can't name off the top of my head. Bland, yeah. And justifiably so. He should make it.
But do you realize what this is saying? If the fans voted him in heavily,
right,
he had to be dramatically deducted by the coaches and players, right?
Yes. So this isn't like this isn't like the whole Cowboys, popularity America's team thing.
The Lions actually got bumps as America's team, right? I think Goff was one of the leading vote getters. Gibbs did very well in the vote. Joseph clearly. I mean, the Lions' popularity is undeniable. Did you see the numbers for Monday night?
Yeah.
It's like the most watched game of the I don't have it in front of me. I think of the year.
Yes.
22 million people for a game that was, quote, meaningless. The Lions are a real buzz draw for the league. The coaches and players said Kirby Joseph's not one of the 3 best safeties in the NFC.
Right.
How? I get it. I didn't play the game. I'm not as smart as these guys. How? Explain it.
I mean, the thing here for value and recognition for Joseph is that is something that you get financial gain out of.
Correct.
With a contract extension. It's something you put on your resume. Come Pro Bowl game, if first off, let's hope it doesn't matter, the event or whatever they do anymore,
right?
That they're playing in the Super Bowl and they're not participating in the whole gimmick that it is. But from a respect and a clout thing around the league, it does matter,
right? And here's the other thing, a more serious deal that the Lions have to figure out: can they pay both of them, both of their safeties?
That's what happens when you win.
Yes,
it's hard to keep everybody. How many guys do you think will make the Pro Bowl? By the way.
From the Lions?
Yeah, later today. I don't know what time it's set to come out, but we know Joseph won't. Branch will. Goff will.
Goff will. St. Brown will. Sewell will. Ragnow should.
Gibbs.
Anybody else on defense? No.
I don't think so.
No.
It's probably the list. Special teams.
Maybe Fogg. No, but
Bates has had a good year.
Yeah. But the kid, it's a different conference. Because I was looking at it and I put in our prep we're not going to get to. ESPN had their top 50 players. And I think Pittsburgh's kicker was the kicker.
Okay. Special teams, maybe Sione Vaki. I don't know. He was getting a lot of votes. I don't know. But they should have a handful. I mean, they should have 5, 6, 7, but not Kirby Joseph.
Right, because they are America's team.
Not going to get an argument out of me.
There's no argument.
Not the Dallas Cowboys.
I wonder what his coach, Dan Campbell, thinks about this, and we will talk to the coach at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, 8:02, we'll talk to Dan. And listen, the Pro Bowl is...
It's not the game, it's the honor.
That's exactly the point. You hope that none of the Lions are playing in the Pro Bowl because they're preparing for the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But we'll see how Dan feels about a player that's had a hell of a season, not getting that recognition that he deserves.
Yeah, and I'd be curious how he look. I assume coaches can't vote for guys on their own team. I assume. I have no idea.
It makes sense.
But I wonder how the process goes. Does he, the whole myth? I don't know if it's a myth. Like when for college football rankings, the coach gets it and gives it to the sports information director, and he votes. I wonder.
That's not a myth. I've heard that is what happens in a lot of cases.
Well, I wonder how serious the coaches are about the Pro Bowl.
I hope they would, because there's money. To Tom's point, there's money on the line with this. Mm-hmm. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We got the Thursday touchdown coming up at 6:35. Some big storylines. We're almost done with this round of the college football playoff. Still have one more game later today, 4 o'clock, Georgia and Notre Dame, plus some NFL storylines. I saw Saquon Barkley not going to go for the record.
Mixed feelings about that, but I understand it completely. And look, he even said it's not even the record. He goes, to him, the record is OJ because the Juice did it in 14 games. So it would have just been nice, dramatically, to have him break the all-time record against his former team with, I believe, Tiki Barber was going to be in the house doing the game, and Tiki Barber said he's dead to us.
From a drama, storyline, all that stuff. But I get it. The Eagles are trying to win a Super Bowl.
Yes.
And you can't put a guy ahead of that. Right. And he said, hey, I would have understood. Mm-hmm. And he does understand why he's not going to play this week for the Eagles. Let's get to Heather with the news. What's going on?
Well, you probably heard as people were celebrating the new year, tragedy struck in New Orleans when a man driving a pickup truck plowed into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street. 15 people were killed. More than 30 others were injured in this attack, which the FBI is investigating as an act of terrorism. So the driver was killed as well in this firefight with police following the attack right around 3:15 a.m. Wednesday. The suspect has been identified as a 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran. The FBI also say there was an ISIS flag found on the truck as well as explosives. Investigators also say they do not believe this driver was solely responsible for the attack, that other people were involved. At this point, the motive is still unknown. Just devastating.
Awful news.
Yes.
Yeah.
And late into the morning,
Mm-hmm.
many people woke up on New Year's Day to see this.
And a lot of people,
Tragic.
I mean, have you been to New Orleans?
Yes.
I mean, it's a popular street. People are out and about. It wasn't just like...
And it's New Year's Eve.
Yes. People are out and having a good time, as they should, and be celebrating, and
I
more
heard
will unfold.
that they had barricades that they weren't using.
They were like, that at this time they were under construction or they were being repaired, so they weren't there. It's sad news for sure. In other news, a minimum wage increase went into effect yesterday here in Michigan. So the standard minimum wage in the state rose to $10.56. This is up from $10.33. And this is the first of 2 scheduled increases that we're going to see this year. So these new rates are only going to be in place for basically a matter of weeks, because starting on February 21st, minimum wage will increase again. So minimum wage on February 21st will be $12.48 per hour, and the tipped minimum wage will be $5.99 per hour. And then by 2029, we're going to see the minimum wage rise to about $15 per hour. And then by 2030, that tipped minimum wage is going to just be gone, eliminated, disappear.
And I'm sure some people are saying, well, the prices of everything else going to go up too. It already is. So for people who are having a hard time making ends meet, they're really looking forward to this.
The Detroit Lions appear to be going back to their black and blue alternate uniforms for their big game against the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday night. So they teased the blackout on social media Tuesday night, but they didn't outright say this is for sure what we're going to wear. So it seems like that's
You would
maybe
think.
what they're opting for.
They're 1-1 with them.
Beat Seattle, lost to Buffalo.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Rubber match.
Selfishly, I'm saying selfishly, from where I sit in the press box, I hate them.
Oh, you
'cause
do?
You can't tell the numbers a lot of times.
I get that. I mean,
I said selfishly. If on TV, they look fine.
I get it. I don't really care what they wear, but talking to Colin at home about this, he was like, he wants to see them in a winning uniform, go for the Blueberries, wear something like that. They're undefeated.
I do like
in
the
those-
helmets that they wear with the black, though.
Of course
They're
you do.
awesome.
I do. Who doesn't?
I mean, of course I do.
Oh, because of your job.
Oh, okay.
But yes, the helmets are great. I think everyone likes those ones. Dry January.
I don't like the Vikings color helmet, by the way, just to make sure.
Okay.
Okay, so Dry January was started back in 2013, and this year we could actually see the most participants ever in Dry January. So last year, about 25% of adults 21 and over participated, and I guess more and more people have been Googling what Dry January is and what it means, and it's estimated that more than 75 million adults will take part in the trend this year.
What do you think of it?
Go for it if you want to. I mean, I participate naturally. It's not something I
You
have
don't
to
drink at all?
I mean, I rarely drink. I rarely have a drink, so it's not something I have to
Her
actively
party
try.
days were left
Long
in East
gone.
Lansing.
Hurricane Heather's not there anymore?
That's something totally different. It doesn't involve alcohol. Yes, those days are. I mean, I'll have a drink, but it's at a.
So
it's
New
gotta be
Year's
a big
Eve, did
event.
you have a drink on New
No,
She was in-
I'm
She
talking to a
asleep.
mom with 2 kids. I'm young
not
kids.
today. Not this time. No. I mean, I don't really care. I don't really like to drink. I don't like. There's no drink I love to have.
Okay.
I just don't like alcohol. I guess.
Moscato.
Oh, it's way too sweet.
So the idea of Dry January is like a detox, right? That's why they
Yes.
do it. To me, though, January is the start of a new year, new resolutions. You should try to build habits that you're going to keep for the year. So, to me, it would be try to start the year in moderation because that's something you can actually sustain through February and March and so
Kind of
on.
goes back to what I was saying before New Year's Eve. When you set these resolutions, start small,
Yeah.
right? So maybe don't cut everything
turkey,
out.
yeah.
Just. I'm only going to have one drink or whatever it is. Cut your drinks
glass
down.
of wine with dinner and then
Exactly.
it's
That's
okay.
it. That's it. Yes.
Has Colin made any Lions resolutions? Maybe I'll cut down to watching the game from 5 times to 3.
He is not. He has not cut out or made any resolutions about the Lions. We did talk about resolutions, which we don't really make. No, he's still all in on the Lions. He's obsessed.
As we all are.
Good.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Thursday touchdown. It's 97.1. As we get closer to the weekend and more big football games, let's go to the Thursday touchdown.
All right, boys. Michigan beat Ohio State and Alabama in its last 2 games without their quarterback throwing for 100 yards. Is Michigan primed to make the college football playoff again as soon as next season?
Primed, no, because of the whole quarterback situation. I don't know if they can go through a season like that, but we're going to have new quarterbacks. Whether it's going to be Bryce Underwood or Mikey Keene or who knows, maybe Jaden Davis actually wins the job if he doesn't go into the portal. But look, there were some things to like what you saw on their last 2 games, obviously. But as far as primed, I would say that's stretching it a little bit.
Look, the 3rd or 4th best Big Ten teams got a real chance to make it. Michigan next year won't play Penn State or Oregon. So the path is there. Now, they're going to have to replace a lot on defense, but sure, in today's college football, where you can get in as the 4th best Big Ten team, yeah, I'll buy it.
Kudos to Sherrone Moore, by the way, for getting this team to play the way it did the last 2 games. But also, I think stock has gone up on Wink Martindale.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Ohio State has outscored the number 1 and number 9 teams 63-38 in the college football playoff. OSU is now a heavy favorite to win the national title at plus 125. Which team left in the CFP has the best chance to upset the Buckeyes?
Well, I'm just going to go down the second best odds, Texas Longhorns. They'll play Ohio State in the state of Texas, and they still have the emergency break glass option with Arch Manning. I've not been impressed with yours, but they have that if they get into a shootout or they need it.
I'm still going to go whoever wins the game today. And Georgia's got a shot because of their defense. I don't know if they have enough offense to, because Ohio State's defense is playing really well.
Yep.
And Notre Dame, they're big, they're tough. I'm not a huge Riley Leonard fan, but you know what? All they have to do is ding up Will Howard a little bit, as Makari Page did, and you can see him go down. So get to Will Howard, and you have a chance.
I mean, Ryan Day really has a chance to win the day because if he can get to the national championship game in Atlanta and play Georgia again after what happened a few years ago, and win the national title, somebody's definitely getting the last laugh, and we'll all hate it, but Michigan still has his number. Yeah. All right, the Sugar Bowl was postponed until 4 p.m. today due to the tragedy in New Orleans. If Georgia wins, we will have an all Big Ten SEC Final Four. How much pressure is on Notre Dame to win this game and carry the flag for, quote, the little teams?
I don't think that factors one iota into Marcus Freeman or any of the players' minds. Maybe the AD, maybe the school president, whatever. But no, I don't. They just want to win the freaking football game. They don't care who they're going to represent.
Does Notre Dame count as a little guy?
Yeah.
Well, they don't play in a conference championship game. They're not in the Big Two conferences. And what you're missing here a little bit, Stoney, and I'll let Jim kind of answer it this way. Maybe I phrased this wrong. The bottom line is everybody's going to say it's all Big Ten, all SEC.
Right.
The narrative is that they're the 2 best conferences, and that they should just, it's going to.
I get what you're saying. For the sake of parity.
The extension, the expansion of the playoff, everything, and it's going to be, me and John doing the SEC Big Ten dance that we told we were doing in August.
Yeah. For that reason, yes. You'd like to see Notre Dame spice it up.
Any other reaction there, Stoney, after maybe changing things?
No, I don't look at them as a little guy, and B, it serves them right for not getting in a damn conference anyway.
But does it hurt future eligibility if they get clocked in this game?
No, because they're still going to have a good schedule.
The whole thing is that the SEC and the Big Ten are the best.
But in a 12-team playoff, if they go undefeated or lose one game, they're going to be in every year.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the Lions are 14-2, exceeding almost everyone's preseason expectations. If the Lions lose to the Vikings, is the regular season a failure considering they didn't win the NFC North?
Yes. That doesn't mean the entire season is a failure, but you ask this very specifically.
Yes.
The regular season, they didn't win the division. That's a failure.
Goal number 1, right?
Yep.
They would come across as not reaching their ultimate goal for the regular season. I grant you that. I don't live in a world where 14-3 is a disappointment. I can't go there. You guys are correct. but I can't go there.
Well, fortunately, yeah, it is a failure for the regular season, but it doesn't cost them their season.
Right.
And wild card teams have gone on to win Super Bowls. I think in the NFC, both the Rams and Bucks back-to-back were 5 seeds that may have won the Super Bowl. I know the Bucks were for sure. Not the Rams, says Greg. All right. So there is hope. The season's not over.
No.
All right. The NFL might have 5 teams with 14 or more wins this season. Oh, wow, that never happens. And either the Lions or Vikings will be the first 14-win wild card team. Meanwhile, there could be as many as, or there could be 11 teams with 12 or more losses. Why is there such an imbalance in NFL standings this year?
I don't know. I think it has a lot to do with coaching. I mean, you look at the teams that are bad and some of the coaching decisions and coaching problems that they had. It's not even, they've been horrible on the teams at the top. They've got pretty good coaches. And I was going to say quarterback play, but Cincinnati still is, involved in the playoffs. But yeah, look at the Jets. Rodgers sucks. The Patriots have a young quarterback. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's weird. Like the sport's designed to push everybody to the middle, and there really isn't anybody in the middle. There's very few in the middle class of the NFL right now. It's coaching and quarterbacks are the stable positions, and I think the teams with the least amount of stability have been pushed to the bottom.
I mean, really, just in the end, I think it's a lack of direction from franchises, too. I mean, look at the Bears. What a lost team. The Jets, what a lost team. Look at the Giants. I mean, there's just no leadership.
Yeah.
All right, Levi Onwuzurike is in his final year of his contract. He really hasn't had much of an impact, especially since all the defensive injuries have piled up. Is Onwuzurike playing his last regular season game as a Detroit Lion?
Is he still on the team? I haven't heard his name. Yeah, he's playing for his spot. I mean, that's what this is, and there's no excuses. They loved him. They raved about him in camp. Let's see it.
Yeah, he's been, obviously, because he's been healthier, he's been better this year. But you have to make decisions, cap decisions. Levi, maybe give a standing ovation if he's introduced, because this is his last regular season game as a Detroit Lion in Ford Field.
I mean, the one guy that got locked up, that's contract, because Holmes was drafted so well, you don't get to fit 5-year contract. So McNeil got locked up. But you still got Joseph coming. We speculated on that earlier because he got snubbed on the Pro Bowl. Branch, Laporta. I mean,
Gibbs down the line, yeah.
That's the thing. When you draft well in later rounds, it hits sooner. Plus, you got to take care of your first rounders.
I say Hutch hasn't gotten his extension yet.
Right.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, finally, the Bengals have slim playoff hopes. They need to beat the Steelers, then have the Dolphins lose to the Jets, and the Broncos lose to the Chiefs. If the Bengals get in, are they a Super Bowl contender or pretender?
They have arguably the best quarterback in the National Football League. They arguably have one of the worst defenses a playoff team could have, even possibly worse than the. But, so if we're going to say the Lions are contenders, even with their defense, are obviously one of the favorites, the Bengals, a pseudo contender with their bad defense.
Is pseudo contender answering the question? Or is
no,
that
it's not. That was the biggest waffle ever.
Okay, well, so they're pretenders.
Okay, I agree, and it's because of that defense, and it's because of their special teams. When they made the Super Bowl last, McPherson was kicking a clutch, and their defense was very good.
Cade York, yes.
It was very short. Yeah.
Like, I really, really want them to make it. I hope they do.
Me too.
Because, first off, that's going to set up Bengals at Bills in the opening round. Think about what the Bills did, and then all of a sudden you got one of the best offenses come in there and a team that beat you 2 years ago in Buffalo in the divisional round.
It just makes for better playoff matchups with the Bengals because they're going to push these great teams. They may upset one of these great teams. And if you're Kansas City, the possibility of a showdown with Burrow or Allen, we want more of those possibilities in the playoffs.
Here's the path.
Yeah.
The path would be for them to go to Buffalo, Kansas City, and Baltimore, who they played so close this year. To me, that would be fun to watch.
Oh, my God.
Great theater.
And look, they don't run the ball. I mean, Chase Brown's good, but now that he's
dinged up a little bit,
too.
too.
Better than good.
Yeah, I know.
He's not as hurt as I think they originally thought when he went down.
Which is very good. Question is, can they get in? They need a lot of help this week.
Who are they? Are they going to pay both of them? They're going to pay T. Higgins?
And Jamar Chase?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I know.
Kind of a lost season.
Have the Chiefs revealed their plan this week? Because they're going to have a super bye if they don't play some of their guys early.
Well, we know Mahomes isn't, but he's dealing with, obviously, an injury.
Right.
I don't know that Reed has revealed, unless I missed it, what their plan is. They got to play some guys.
Yeah.
They kind of control, if they want to, the Bengals not getting in. just so they wouldn't have to face them in the divisional round by laying down against the Broncos.
But you're right. But I don't think they should be afraid of anybody.
No.
I don't think they should make a decision for that reason. And that is the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1. Couple ticket texts after the Thursday touchdown. First says, pot meet kettle. No, because of the defense. Bengals meet Lions. Well, the Lions' offense is better than the Bengals' offense.
Correct.
And the Lions' defense is better than the Bengals' defense.
Yeah.
And their special teams are better than the Bengals' special.
Yeah.
And they may have the 1 seed and a bye and all the home games.
Right.
So to that ticket text, I
No,
say,
I mean, there's similarities. I understand it.
yeah. What if it's an all Big Ten college football final and James Franklin beats Ohio State? Does Ryan Day keep his job, John, in Dearborn Heights? Would hell freeze over if James Franklin won a big game and it was the biggest game? I can't picture James Franklin as the national champ. I know they're in the
No.
Final Four. I can't picture it.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully for them, what's his face? Carter will be able to play.
Yeah, Abdul Carter.
Yeah, he's top 5 pick probably in the draft.
Could be.
Yeah. Yeah. Ryan Day losing to James Franklin would be just so unbelievable.
So I want to ask you, we're not done with this round of the college football
No.
playoff. There's still one more game today at 4. But what have you learned so far? And this is a question for everybody because many of you guys had a chance to watch yesterday, New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. Where are you at with the format, the teams, the sport? What have you learned so far? 248-539-9797.
I think a lot of people jumped the gun on saying how bad it was based upon the first week where you had some mismatches, which, you know what, that happens. That happens in the NFL sometimes, okay, in the first rounds of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody loves the NCAA tournament because there's those first-round Cinderellas, but very rarely, and we've seen, you know, obviously Virginia losing to UMBC, 16 beating the 1. So in football, it's not going to happen because there is a disparity. But I think Arizona State proved yesterday that a champion from that conference, definitely the Big 12, belongs in the playoff.
If they get the targeting call, which I learned I don't know what targeting is, they likely win that game. I know their kicker's not great, but they likely win that game.
Mm-hmm.
And they would not have been in any other iteration of the history of college football, and now they have a chance. There's nothing wrong with playing that game out.
Correct.
Seeing Texas get tested and having the winner advance. Like there's this idea because teams lose, we shouldn't have played the games. No, they didn't deserve to move on, but they
Right.
deserved to be there. And I think Arizona State deserved to be there. I would tell you even the teams that lost ugly deserved to be there. They just didn't deserve to move on.
No, exactly.
That's the point.
Right, there's nothing wrong with that. Like SMU was horrible. Why were they horrible? Because their quarterback sucked.
Yep.
I mean, if their quarterback was average, that becomes a football game. Look, it's probably Penn State's still going to win. Obviously, they're home. But that was the reason they lost that football game. It wasn't that they didn't deserve to be on the field. I mean, look, everybody was crying. Now, I know you don't take everything away from the meaningless bowl games.
Yeah.
Everybody was crying. How does Alabama not be in this? Okay? Now, look, they would have played differently. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Michigan was missing the vast majority of their key players.
I know.
And Alabama was trying to win that game.
Yeah.
And they lost to a mediocre Michigan team. And then South Carolina lost to Illinois.
I know.
The SEC's not great.
No.
There's nothing special about them.
Not this year.
No, not this year.
And even Georgia, even if they win the national championship, which I kind of hope that they do, they're not that good. They're not a great. This is, we've seen so many Georgia teams in the last 5-6 years that are much better than this team.
And
they're playing a backup quarterback.
Yeah, and if they get it done, it doesn't validate the entire conference. It
No.
validates them. That's what this is about, is the individual teams getting a shot. Like, Stoney, I'm sure other people have some takeaways on this, but to me, it shows the format largely works.
Yeah, they need to tweak it.
Yeah, we could talk tweaks, but it largely works. Like, how about this? If they had done an 18 playoff, where you guarantee 5 conference champs and 3 at-larges, you know who's not in that playoff?
Ohio State.
Ohio State, who is now the favorite to win the national title. So, I'd like to see them go head-to-head and play this out.
Playing devil's advocate, see what that does. That actually says, you know what? The regular season does matter. Because if you're Ohio State and you didn't get in on an 18 playoff, but now if there's 12, you can still get in.
It waters it down a little bit, but the trade-off is you get supposedly big matchups. And I get it. Most of these games have been duds, so if you want to attack the format or tweak it, that's fine. I don't have a huge issue. I think reseeding is something that's been largely discussed.
Yes.
You're on board, I'm on board. Sure, reseed it. But we're going to get down to the same best teams anyway.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I feel like the teams that are left standing are the best teams. Does anybody dispute these are the best teams left? No. So then what's the issue?
Right. I mean, look, if Oregon wouldn't have played Ohio State, I think they probably would have beaten Arizona State, or they could have even beaten Texas.
So maybe they advance another round. My point is eventually they'd have to play Ohio State.
Right.
And now we know.
Yes.
We know. I mean, that was definitive. That was, Stoney, I didn't see that coming.
No.
No, and I think you used the word shell-shocked. Oregon was shell-shocked in that game. Yeah.
They just home. Oh, my God. We knew they were good. We almost lost to them at home. Will Howard had a clock management brain in his head. But, yeah.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, so far we've learned that we need more than 4 because Ohio State would not have made it, but we probably don't need 12. See SMU, Tennessee, and Clemson.
Well, it's not that it makes a difference, not to play what if, but suppose that Tennessee was the home team in the Ohio State game. Tennessee I don't think they win the game, but it certainly wouldn't have been like that. I don't think.
You know what? I don't know how you fix this. They got to figure this out. They got the seeding or something here that Oregon had to face Ohio State in the first game. Like, did that hurt them at all to have the break and then have to ramp up to play a team like that? Because the argument against, I think right now the joke is that, and we'll find out. Maybe they'll learn at Penn State is that they played 2 playoff games, and they didn't play another Big Ten or SEC team.
But there's always like wacky draws, like in the NFL, college hoops. Like you can't ever get it perfect, right?
Well, I think
like every time the bracket comes out in college,
the second round though, and maybe that's why the thing should have been reseeded. You'd have a different situation here. I think clearly Oregon's better than Penn State. And that Penn State should have had to face Ohio State before Oregon. There's just something's got to be fixed here in terms of positioning. Oregon shouldn't have to play that game. Ohio State was the national championship favorite going into this thing, weren't they?
Before the season, you're saying?
No, yeah. No, but I think even entering the playoff, I think they still had barely better odds than Oregon. That Oregon has to play them first, just something's out of whack there. I mean, but Oregon had their chance yesterday and they crapped the bed.
That's all I was going to say. And Dan Lanning said he didn't want to make excuses about it. There was the obvious question to him, and he said, "No, we had our chance."
I mean, you had them. The thing was that a great team would have stopped that bleeding sooner and fought back and got in the game. Like I know it's the NFL. I used the comparison before the show with the Lions-Bills game. The Lions got slapped in the face right out of the gate, down 14-0. But a great team responded, and they gave themselves a chance to win. Oregon the bleeding should have stopped way sooner.
Right. They weren't even long drives. They were just quick, huge, long plays.
Explosive plays in the passing game. Look, Ohio State probably woke up. I mean, they are the...
They should thank Michigan.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it kicked them in the ass. And they are the overwhelming favorite. Maybe that's what you learned, that they are the overwhelming favorite. You said after they lost to Michigan, they were going to win it all.
Yes.
It looks like it.
I was convinced it was going to help them, it was going to motivate them, it was going to realize, you know what? We play with what our strengths are and not try to show that we have the bigger balls and we're not soft and all that. That's why they lost to Michigan. I give Michigan credit for what they did. But, man, if they would have just – I know the statistics show they did pass the ball just as much as they ran the ball, but they didn't pass for explosive plays, and they didn't do the right thing.
Well, it was situationally, too, like yards per play, and they're bogged down trying to get the tough yards.
Right.
They didn't play the way they should have played in that game.
Which was free and loose, and they can't do that against Michigan.
No, and that's what it is. Ticket Texter says, I learned that college sports, especially football, sucks. There is only one NFL.
Okay. Well, yes, you're going to... The better players play at a higher level, so I don't dispute
What do you
that.
say? We get blowouts in the NFL too.
Yeah, I know.
We had blowouts in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What do we say?
We used to have. We went through a trend. It was I think it was in the 90s, right, where there was so many blowouts. Every year was a blowout in the Super Bowl. It seemed at one point.
I understand the person who sat down on New Year's Eve and thought, "This isn't great." New Year's Day, more blowouts. How much does the Arizona State-Texas game help save all of the other? Because that was a hell of a football game.
Yeah, it was. There was no doubt that. Well, it was a hell of a second half.
Yeah. Although Arizona State had so many chances right in the red zone, and they didn't convert. And they were moving it all game. They were winning time of possession, the yardage battle. They played spunky, plucky. They had the fake punt. They had the trick pass. Scatterboo throws it down the field. They threw the kitchen sink. Like, that's college football.
Well, that's what they had to do. They realized that they couldn't just play traditional and win that game.
And I think that game, while only one playoff game, shows you why we have this format. You're not guaranteed close games, but the idea that we can let a team like Arizona State compete and be in the game and maybe pull off an upset next year or the year after that, that's good for the sport.
Right. Look, if you're going to go like coaching as far as who's going to win this thing, especially if they would win tonight. I mean, who do you trust? Kirby Smart, James Franklin, Ryan Day, or Sark? I mean, Sark went Sark yesterday where they were passing the ball too much. Where they could have been running the ball a little bit.
Stoney, they get stuck in like neutral.
Yeah.
I don't get, they couldn't run it. That's the other thing. Undersized Arizona State was getting pressure in the backfield,
Yes.
tackles for loss. They couldn't run it. And then, Ewers too. Here's the thing with Ewers. I don't know if he has enough zip on these throws. And it's why I wonder, can they actually finish this with him at quarterback? And will there be a moment where, like Saban went to the backup?
Right.
Will we see in a game where they're down 7 or 10,
Right,
Arch Manning comes in and saves the season?
Right. If he plays as bad as, was Hurts, right? As Hurts played in that game before he put Tua in, maybe he will.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. The biggest thing you learned about the 12-team playoff thus far. It's 97.1.
The big story on the day revolving around the Pistons game last night. While Detroit did win their 15th of the year to surpass last year's total, their victory over the Magic, not really the key storyline. Early in the fourth quarter, Jaden Ivey getting tangled up with Cole Anthony, going down in the process, immediately grabbing his leg. He was screaming, writhing in pain. Kind of an ugly scene with both players or teams on players on both sides, rather, shedding some tears. No update yet given on his condition. We'll continue to check that and keep you posted, but early indications do lead us to believe it is a serious injury that could have him sidelined for the foreseeable future. Behind Cade, he is second in scoring and assists this year on the team. Meanwhile, the Lions prepare for a huge Sunday night football game at Ford Field. It is Lions and Vikings, all the marbles on the line, with the winner claiming victory over the NFC North and getting a 1 seed in the playoffs. The loser at 14-3 gets demoted to a 5 seed. Many fans calling this matchup the biggest regular season game in Lions history. Meanwhile, head coach Dan Campbell perhaps underplaying it a bit, quoted as saying, "I mean, this is exciting, but it's not like the playoffs." For most fans, though, it certainly feels like it is. And speaking of the playoffs, college football playoffs resume today with the quarterfinals between Notre Dame and Georgia. The Sugar Bowl postponed yesterday following that tragic incident on Bourbon Street. In other CFP matchups, Penn State advanced with a win over Boise State on New Year's Eve. New Year's Day, we saw Texas barely defeat Arizona State. That game going to double overtime. Ohio State blowing out Oregon to represent the Big Ten. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
One hour away from Dan Campbell joining us this morning. We're all looking forward to that matchup with the Vikings. You could be there. This hour, we're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Lions play the Vikings. You get passes to the Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market. It's from the Bullseye Group. Here's how you win them. This hour, you'll listen for a drop. John Jansen's reaction to Michigan stopping Alabama on 4th down. Greg notes, is it from Tuesday? Is it from last year? Who's to say?
Oh, good point.
But when you hear a very excited John Jansen, you're going to want to call in to win those tickets. The Lions VIP tailgate is back. The Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat, an open bar 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today.
Those tickets are going to be awesome if you win them, man. And they were going for like $850 right now.
Yeah. I mean, what did you make in the update? It's not a playoff game, but it sure feels like one kind of thing.
Yeah. We actually talked about this the other day. The biggest, it's definitely the biggest regular season game in Lions history. The only thing I can think of in my memory that's close to this would be when they played the Packers at the Silverdome, the last game of the season to win the division. They'd already going to be in the playoffs, and it was figuring out whether they're going to be home or not. And the game, at last second, within the 48-hour blackout period, they sold it out, so the game was on television. Back in those days, you had to have a sellout or close to it before you could show it on TV locally. And they got it done, and they won the game. And then the playoff game, they couldn't get it done. The playoff game was not shown locally. The Sterling Sharp game.
Yeah. I think too, like clearly, and I listened to Campbell yesterday at the podium, the loser's still alive.
Yeah.
So it takes some of the do or die, the stakes.
Right.
But I don't think you can
And
minimize how important this is, though,
Right.
because, Stoney, it's 3 road games to the Super Bowl or 2 home games, and that's a huge deal.
Right. Now, here's the thing. If they lose, okay, that would be 3 losses at home. They're undefeated on the road. And I know you'd rather be home, but, this team can play damn good football on the road.
I saw there are hypothetical spreads out, like matchups for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And there is one, if the Lions were to lose, right now they would travel to Los Angeles, and Detroit would be a 3-point favorite. So the expectation would be, hey, you're still going to be favored on the road. You
Right.
can go on the road. You can win these games. I think the issue becomes, can you win 3 straight shootouts all on the road en route to a Super Bowl? The history says very few teams have won 3 straight road games and gone to the Super Bowl.
Right. Do they have the line if it's at Tampa?
I did not see that.
Okay.
It's probably similar.
Yeah.
I bet they'd be favored.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
Although Tampa plays them, Tampa beat them.
Beat them this season
That's right.
at Ford Field.
Tampa beat them at Ford Field. So it would be awesome. There's so many other reasons besides just winning the game and all, getting the bye. It's because when you get that bye, you have to win 2 home games to go to the Super Bowl as opposed to 3 games, and that is just huge.
It's massive. Some ticket text on the college football playoff. What have you learned so far? We still got one more game later today. By the way, you agreed with the decision to move the game to 4 o'clock today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Had to, right? Security
Yes.
reasons. Yeah.
Selfishly too, but yes, they had them. Selfishly, I'm glad it's at 4 o'clock, not at 8 o'clock again tonight.
I tend to fall in the camp of don't let terrorists win. Life goes on. Play the game. Sports can unify. But
Too many questions.
But too many questions in too tight of a turnaround. And safety has to be the biggest concern when something like that's happening. So 4 o'clock today. But so far, what have you learned? Ticket Texter says, what I've learned is getting a bye is actually detrimental to your team. There's too much time between conference championship games and those winning teams' next games. Signed, Rick. Another person pointing out all the bye teams have lost just like baseball.
That's true, right?
So,
Well, Georgia hasn't lost yet.
no, but so far.
Right.
So what do you do about it? You know what I'd like to see them do? As we're talking about reseeding, and maybe that changes some of this. I don't like how if you're one of the 4 best teams, you don't get a home game. Is there a way to have the first 2 rounds be home sites?
Too much money involved. I don't think they would ever do that. But
Because for
you never
Oregon,
know.
if they get to host that game, right? If Boise got to host that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Arizona State, activate the Valley. I don't know. Maybe it makes a difference. And those teams are the best 4 according to the committee, and they didn't get a home game.
Correct.
Maybe that helps outweigh some of the bye rust.
How about this? Everybody, sometimes you like the bye, you don't like the bye. How about you have those 4 teams, the 4 seeds, whatever, who get the bye, give them a choice whether you want the bye or not.
And if you don't, it just bumps someone else up into it.
Right. I'll take the home game and no rust, with the possibility that I get upset.
But it's what we just talked about. If you're the Lions, you don't want to play. You want to have 1 fewer game you have to play. If you're
Right.
Oregon, if you're Arizona State,
And
Boise,
there's an injury factor as well.
of course, especially if you're banged up, in the case of the Lions. Texter says, am I the only one who thinks Arizona State got shafted at the end of regulation? How is that not targeting?
It's incredible.
Says clear as day, hit with the crown, head first, NCAA's a joke, Stephen at work.
I watched that play 5-6 times. I mean, how can it not be targeting?
I don't know that they love the rule, but if you have the rule, you have to call it.
Yeah.
Have to.
Was it done intentionally, maliciously? No.
That he led with the helmet, made contact.
First I thought, well, maybe there's a rule that I didn't know about. If the ball's tipped, that it's different. But no, he was a defenseless receiver at that point, right?
Yeah, and I do have sympathy for Arizona State because of the fight. They're likable. I don't know that their kicker makes it. I know it's more of a gimme with the 15 yards
Yes.
tacked on, but their kicker, it's been an adventure all season for them. And then I do come back to 4th and 13 in overtime. Get off the field.
I know.
Get off the field and you win the game. Go home, you win.
I read Dillingham said he audibled at the line because he saw what kind of coverage they were in. And he made a smart play.
To get beat deep on 4th and 13.
I know.
To win a playoff game. Yeah, that's so I have sympathy. The targeting thing was a big miss, but they still had their chance to win that football game.
Yeah, well, thanks to the Texas kicker, too.
Am I crazy? Last year, this
Brett Auburn.
he was great. This year, I feel like every time I watch, he misses 2 field goals.
Yeah.
He missed the doink at the end, and he missed the one prior in the fourth quarter.
He missed one early in the Michigan game, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, he did, right? Because it was the first drive.
Right.
And yeah, I think you're right.
And more importantly, he cost me the under bet yesterday.
More important.
He makes that field goal at the end of the game. It's 51, right? Or
you had 51 and a half.
And I had 51 and a half. I took the under.
Well,
I was looking so good after 3 quarters.
Right, it's like 17-5
8 or something.
Yeah, and then they tack on the field goal 8. That's a bad beat.
Yeah.
That's just a bad beat.
Hey, it happens. Somebody had the over. They had a good beat. A good win.
One more text. Ohio State, how do they react, or how does Michigan react if the Buckeyes win it all? Is OSU satisfied? They better be.
Well, if they're not, which proves Nick Saban correct. If they win this whole thing, which I think they will, and if there's an Ohio State human being that would have rather than beaten Michigan and not won the national championship, then they need a lobotomy. It's that simple.
How do you react as a Michigan fan, Stoney, if Ohio State wins it all?
I don't want them to win it all. But you know what? I'll say, hey, the rivalry has won 2 straight national championships.
True. Wait, what? No. Here.
No.
What do you mean, Greg? Well, Michigan and Ohio State.
Not true. You're saying the rivalry would have won the national championship? No, because Michigan still beat Ohio State this year.
No.
He's not saying the rivalry winner has won the national title. He's saying
no,
the rivalry
has produced back-to-back national championships. Michigan's last year and Ohio State's this year. I'm not saying that it's something that I would be proud of.
Just like the Florida LSU rivalry did back in the mid-aughts.
That's not a rivalry.
Tom, what was your point?
Well, no, you totally threw me sideways there. It's that, Stoney, the rivalry didn't win 2 straight. The rivalry has nothing to do. It's 2 Big Ten teams, okay? That's how you say it.
Okay, whatever, semantically.
But what I want to ask is, we have Ohio State fans in our audience, okay?
Yeah.
And I want to ask them, if you win the national championship, is there a but at the end of it? Meaning, but we lost to Michigan. That's how you ask it. There shouldn't be.
Of course there shouldn't be. You won the freaking national championship.
And I do think that's, if you answer yes, that there is a but, then you are unhealthy, obsessed with Michigan.
Yes.
Because that's what this sport's become now. The rivalries have slowly faded. It's all about winning the national championship. And it's like, who cares? That's another NFL element. Who cares if you lose your rival in the regular season if you win the Super Bowl?
You want to get the last laugh. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's been a long time since the Big 2, Little 8, and you had to win that game to have any chance of winning a national title. Those days are long gone. You could lose that game and still win a national title, and Ohio State could prove that point this season. 248-539-9797. We have Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02. 7:35, a question for Lions fans as we get closer to the Vikings game. It's 97-1.
All right, time for your New Year's resolutions. That's right, and that means going to Planet Fitness and getting in shape. I wore that cool Planet Fitness hat on New Year's Eve, if you've seen me post it on social media. Same one you saw at Times Square, because I love my Planet Fitness. Go to the one in West Bloomfield. I was there yesterday, actually, watching one of the games and having a great time because I love being on the recumbent bike. But if you like weights, they got that there too. Here's what they also have at Planet Fitness. They have free personal training, and they have great deals right now. $15 a month membership. Planet Fitness has over 2,600 clubs nationwide with over 50 in Detroit. And they have some new equipment in all the ones around, too. Brand new plate-loaded machines like the Hack Squat and the supine benches. Get the Black Card membership, where you can bring a guest free anytime. You have all the cool things like the Hydro Massage. Love my Planet Fitness. You know, it feels great, not just physically, mentally. You feel good about yourself. And now's a great time to start if you haven't done it. Planet Fitness, it's a judgment-free zone. Find your nearest club and join today, in club, online, or at the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness. Hours, amenities, and others vary by club. Check out planetfitness.com or stop by your local club for more information.
Ticket text, phone calls. We've got a question for Lions fans, 735, about your feelings with the Vikings in town on Sunday. Dan Campbell, 802. Jim Costa with Stoney, Heather, Gov, and Greg. John will be back next week. We were asking you about the college football playoff, the biggest things you've learned so far. Got phone calls and ticket texts. Let's get to Kent in Blissfield. Kent, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, this is pretty ironic because I actually stopped listening to you guys for a while after the Ohio State-Michigan game because I just couldn't take listening to the garbage. And Blissfield is in Michigan, so I got to deal with my friends. And Michigan fans are horrible. I'm telling you, they're horrible. And there's this narrative that Ohio State couldn't play like this against Michigan, that Michigan's defense is so good that they stopped us from doing this. When all Ohio State fans know, no, it was the play calling. And for some reason, they has it up his head to run the ball.
Well, Kent, first of all, Kent, let's correct things. Maybe it's the group of Michigan fans you hang out with, but a lot of Michigan fans, while yes, we're praising their defense, also believe that Michigan is just so in Ryan Day's head that they did stupid things by trying to prove how tough they were because they couldn't. The previous years, Michigan beat them at the line of scrimmage, and this year, even though Michigan stunk, basically, they wanted to still prove that they were tough, and that's why they lost the game. So I think most Michigan fans know what happened.
Maybe they do deep down inside, but dude, you don't listen to this station because the callers act like they're tougher and better. And I mean, tell you, dude, the whole Southern Michigan. They act like that. The dudes I work with is horrible.
Yeah.
And I just wanted Ohio State to change that narrative, to just beat them into the dust so that they can't say anything. We want to go scorched earth on them. Now, with that said, we win the national championship. You know, hey, man, dude, that's number one. And then we can change the narrative and say Michigan's small potatoes. We don't even have to worry about them. We can win our national championships. And until we play in the playoffs against each other, then we'll see what time it is. But, I mean, they have to stop with this when it comes to Michigan. But
yes, exactly. So do you agree that Ohio State fans, your ilk, especially the ones that live down there, are myopic and, as Nick Saban said, psychotic?
Well, we're almost psychotic. I ain't going to lie, dude. Now, don't get me wrong. We're going to love this national championship if we win it. We have to finish this. But right now, everybody can see that we are clearly the best team in college football.
I agree, and I hate Ohio State. But would you're not one of these people that would rather beat Michigan and not win the national championship, right?
No, I wouldn't rather beat Michigan than to win a national championship. But I would rather do both.
Well, of course. Yes.
Of course.
I know, but we haven't, dude. Do you guys understand?
I know.
No, I understand.
Yes. And Ryan Day's done neither, by the way. Hasn't won a national title or beat Michigan. And I think there was the angst when they lost to Michigan that neither was going to happen. Everybody knew they had a chance, but they hadn't done it yet. And I think maybe that's where a lot of that piling on came from is dude's got to show up. They got to win the big games, plural.
Yeah,
they still got to win. I mean, if they get bounced in the next game, you're going to look at the season and go, they failed.
Yeah. I know, but so people, if they lose to Texas, I think people want Ryan Day's head again.
And the whole cycle starts over again. Mm-hmm. Ticket Texter says, what I've learned, we don't need 12 teams. 8 is sufficient.
It is sufficient, but 12 wasn't horrible.
So, again, if you did an 8-team playoff and you want 5 conference champs, that means Ohio State would have been the 9th team.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't be in.
Correct.
The answer is 8 is probably just a little light, and 12 is probably a little too much. Is the answer 10? You're not going to go backwards, though. I think you just have to live with 1 or 2 teams that don't belong.
You know it's going to be 16 eventually. You know it is.
I know, but I don't want to see it go too far.
I know. I agree with you.
Some may say 12 has already gone too far. My point is we may let in 1 or 2 teams that shouldn't be there, but they'll get weeded out in the first round anyway. It's like the NFL playoffs. There's some frauds that are going to make it. Mm-hmm. They'll get bounced immediately. The cream will rise to the top, and I think that's what we're seeing right now in college. Like the 5 teams left standing, no one has an issue with these being the last 5.
No.
I mean, you could say maybe Penn State had a favorable draw, whatever. Then they'll get weeded out the next round.
Yeah.
We'll get the 2 best teams at the end, but we won't have to do it hypothetically anymore.
Right. Penn State's pretty good. I mean, they played Ohio State tough, even and then they blew the game
at the goal line.
Yeah,
they may get a rematch. All Big Ten final.
Oh,
you know what my favorite sitcom growing up was?
What?
8 is sufficient.
OSU fan here on the ticket text. We've moved past the Michigan game. We'll get back to worrying about that next season.
Okay. Okay, good.
Texter says, I personally wouldn't care, but every Michigan fan says it's tainted, and yet they celebrate a split national championship and cheated, signed Jarrett.
They said Michigan fans think if Ohio State wins the national championship, it's tainted. I don't think any Michigan fan would say that.
Nate says, Nate in a truck, diehard Buckeye fan and an alum, when all is said and done, it'll be bittersweet to win the national title without beating Michigan, and you'll still have donors who will bitch.
Well, that's their problem.
Michigan fans are the only ones thinking about the rivalry. OSU is worried about a championship, not Michigan. I haven't thought about Michigan once since the rivalry game. Cry more.
Good for you.
Yeah,
good for you. You're one of the few.
But you can't have it both ways. You can't say it's the greatest rivalry in all of sports, and we got to beat these guys and obsess about it and make it your personality, and then lose and go, it didn't matter anyway.
Right.
It did matter.
It did matter.
It did bother you. You can't go, oh, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It's like when you lose a recruit and you go, we didn't want him anyway.
Yeah.
We don't care about the game anyway. You care a lot about the game, and it does make a difference in your happiness in the season.
Right. Watching, there was before the Tennessee game, Marty Smith of ESPN did a piece where he was at a Columbus bar, and there were actual living human beings saying, even if we win the national championship, I would have rather beaten Michigan and not won the national championship. It's like, I'm telling you, lobotomy.
Keep listening for your chance to win those Lions tickets. We have a question about this week's matchup and Dan Campbell at 8:02. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, at least 15 people are dead and dozens of others are injured after a man drove a truck into this crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans on New Year's Day. So it happened around 3:15 a.m. towards the end of all the New Year's Eve celebrations, right? And the suspect, who did die in a shootout with police, has been identified as a 42-year-old man, U.S. Army veteran from Texas. The FBI say that the truck he was driving had this ISIS flag. It was also found with explosives, guns inside the vehicle. And investigators say that they don't believe the driver was solely responsible for the attack. Now, there had been some video being investigated about other people around the city planting explosives as well. It sounds like those 4 individuals have been cleared as suspects in this particular attack.
But it's confusing, right?
It is, because you would think,
was this an unrelated? Like, they were explosives.
which is also terrifying,
Yeah.
right? It sounds, yes, the way it's saying that they're cleared as suspects in this case, to me, would sound like there was something else going on as well this evening. Who knows? But anyway, they're not yet ready to say he acted alone. They do believe that others were involved.
And the one in Las Vegas, right?
With the
Cybertruck.
which
Right.
is crazy that they were both rented from the same
company. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
So
Toro.
that truck, and the what's it called? The Cybertruck,
Yes.
were both rented from Turo.
Yes.
But it sounds like they were not in on any of this, that the
Correct.
company was not involved.
No.
They are working completely with the FBI, with investigators.
And for those of you who don't know, Turo's like an Airbnb for cars.
Yeah, you can rent people's vehicles, which is actually kind of cool. We've looked into doing it before when we've traveled, never actually
Cindy
have
did it
followed
once.
through. Has she?
Yeah, she will never do it again.
Oh, really?
Because she had to wait for the guy and all that kind of.
And
Oh,
yeah.
that's a shame
Yeah,
that
But
it
you-
kind of
but
didn't
you
go
get
well.
Really cool cars that are much cheaper than you can
Yeah.
through the rental car companies.
Yeah. So terrible tragedy. Very, very sad. On New Year's Eve, there was also more drama that unfolded. I don't know if you guys have been following the Blake Lively drama and her co-star and director on It Ends With Us, Justin Baldoni. She has sued him
Right.
for sexual harassment. Now, 2 new lawsuits were filed on New Year's Eve. Blake Lively officially sued Justin again for emotional distress, mental anguish, loss of wages, things like that. And along with that lawsuit, he has also filed his own lawsuit, not against her, but against the New York Times for $250 million.
Whoa.
So the New York Times released this article about his alleged smear campaign against Lively. And he claims that this article was just filled with inaccuracies, misrepresentations, omissions. Basically, he says they didn't do their research. They only relied on her opinion and created this article when, in fact, there's a lot more to come out of all of this. And I didn't go through the whole lawsuit. It was pages and pages and pages. He had text messages as well. So does her. It's just a lot going on with these two.
So he has a right to defend himself. Where does $250 million come from?
I have no idea.
It just seems
Well,
like
it's any of these lawsuits.
Yeah, I
they
know.
just
They
come
always
up with
shoot for the
some
moon.
ridiculous
Yeah.
money.
It's interesting. I'm guessing eventually he will most likely
Settle.
file this. Well, no, I imagine he'd file a lawsuit against her as well.
it'll just-
That it's all like this is very strategic, right? Like the timing of each lawsuit, and I'm guessing there's more to come.
It'll get messy.
It already sounds messy, to be honest. Yeah. A knife wielding man is now facing multiple felonies after being tased and arrested at a Warren 7-Eleven. So it happened just before midnight back on Friday, December 27th. This man drove his car into the building, then got out and began to threaten employees who actually locked themselves in a back room, right? Very terrifying situation. Police arrived at the scene, found this guy armed with 2 knives, and he was obviously ignoring police commands. And there was a brief standoff. He was then tased and arrested. And police say this guy has a long history of a violent past mental illness and was on parole. They also say alcohol was involved in this incident as well. So now he's facing multiple felony charges that could land him in prison forever, for life. So scary for sure. Now that we have moved into 2025, Lake Superior State has revealed its annual list of words that should not be used, should be banned in this new year. This is a tradition for them. It goes back to 1976. They've been releasing lists of words that are just, we're done with. Don't ever use them again. So let's go through some of them. We need to say goodbye to cringe.
Why?
That's so cringe. It's been overused.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
No, me neither.
I don't mind any of these. Game changer.
Oh, we got to keep game changer.
Yeah.
That's like big in sports.
That's
Yeah,
right.
they're saying get rid of it. Era. Taylor Swift. But everyone
we're in
now.
our blank era.
Yes,
yeah, that
we're
does
in
get
our.
over. Yeah,
It's just, let's get over that. Dropped. They're saying everything's being dropped these days instead of just saying like it's being released, it's being introduced, it's being offered. Just get rid of the term dropped.
it's become
For
like
your podcast.
yeah,
Yeah.
the new episode dropping.
Yeah. IYKYK. If you know, you know. I get it. I guess
I didn't know that one.
No?
No.
If you know, you know, Stoney.
Well, now you know.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
FOMO, I know.
Sorry, not sorry.
Oh yeah, we can get rid of that. That's played out.
Skippity.
Skibbity. Oh, that's like
Yeah.
the Gen Alpha kids.
Yes.
And
yeah.
it's like, they're just
Well,
saying
that
like,
was, I remember I was on the, I brought it up because my
Yes.
kids were like,
and I never heard of it when you
Yes.
brought it up. And
Yeah.
that's what they're saying. They're like, nobody really even knows what it is. It's annoying. Stop using it.
You just sound
Yeah.
dumb.
100% utilized and period. All done. Be done with this year.
hey, they're anti punctuation. Huh?
Well,
You can still
they
say
want you to
exclamation
use
mark.
the punctuation,
Oh,
but they're
okay.
saying you don't need to say, hey, this is that period. Like, we know there's a period there, so just don't say the word period.
To emphasize things.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. We have our winner for Lions tickets, a pair of tickets for this Sunday's mega matchup with the Vikings. Congrats to Jane and Allen Park. She's got tickets, Lions VIP tailgate at Eastern Market as well. Go to the bullseyeeventgroup.com for tailgate tickets today.
Way to go, Jane.
Sweet.
It's 97.1. We want to take the temperature of Lions fans. Counting down the days till Sunday. Sunday Night Football. You know what's at stake. Do you feel better or worse about their chances after that 49ers game? That's the question, Stoney. Because you illustrated this week how beat up that Niners offense is. No CMC, no Brandon Ayuk, and the offensive line had practice squad players.
Right.
And they had nearly 500 yards of offense. They marched up and down the field.
Kind of remind you of like the Nick Mullins game last year.
Right. Did it make you feel better or worse? Because they ultimately won the game. The offense did the job. Nobody got injured. Did you feel better or worse about this week having watched that game?
Made me feel a little better, believe it or not.
Okay.
And the reason is we know that the defense is, in my opinion, really, really bad.
Mm-hmm. They're in bad shape.
We know the offense is pretty damn good. And it just gives me the hope, and maybe it's stupid fan hope, that no matter how bad the defense is, the offense will always be just a little bit better than they have to be or have been just to win the game by, as Dan Campbell would say, I don't care if we win by 1 point.
Yeah, and his moldy bread rant, he talked about, hey, if we give up 700 yards but win by 1, that's
Right,
all that
exactly.
matters. And 700 yards, defense is broken. Find a way to win.
Yeah.
They needed takeaways. They got them. A little nervous about relying on turnovers.
Right.
But I also was slightly encouraged
Yeah.
as opposed to discouraged.
Correct.
Minnesota's got a better offense than,
Yes.
than San Francisco.
Yes,
They're
absolutely.
going to challenge this defense in
Look,
ways
you can sit there and say their receivers. Whose receivers would you rather have, the Lions or the Vikings? And it's pretty damn close.
it probably is the Vikings. No slight to the Lions, who I think are the better team. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, they're going to challenge them, right? Terrion Arnold, CB1. That's nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
And he's been known to draw a penalty or two.
Yes.
Guess what team has drawn the most pass interference calls? Minnesota.
Yes.
So, I mean, there are some scenarios in this game. Like, look, it's not that Minnesota's coming in here as some big underdog. They're very capable.
Right.
And it is a nerve-wracking in a good way.
Mm-hmm.
Big game for the Lions. I just, again, no injuries. Offense is revved up. They're not limping in offensively. We
No.
go, boy, they got to have the game of their life. They've been putting up 30 points every single week. They're going to have to do it again this week, and I think they're more than capable. Brian Flores, really good DC. Jared Goff and Ben Johnson have had his number.
Yeah.
You go back last year, earlier this year, for as good as that defense is, for as many ways as they keep you on their toes and they send creative blitzes and they try to force you into some tough stuff, Goff distributes the ball, yards after the catch, downfield. J-Mo being maybe hitting the stride is
Yes.
also a big part of this, and he had a big day against the Niners. So I'm feeling better, even though the defense wasn't very good. Because to your point, the alarm bells had already been sounded.
Oh, yes.
We already did the doom and gloom routine,
Right.
and this defense isn't very good. That was not illuminating to me. I didn't learn that
No.
the defense was bad or struggling or in a bad spot.
No.
I knew that.
Right.
And they found a way to win.
And I give them some credit for they're trying to bring in guys, and if they don't work, they get rid of them. I mean, Jamal Adams is gone already.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some of that might be Iffy Melifonwu sliding in there.
yes.
He played better against the Bears.
This is a game coming up, and the next game after that, and the next game hopefully after that, and whatever down the road. This is why they needed to get somebody when Hutch got hurt, and that's what they got. That's what they got Zadarius Smith for, and he has, lately not been great.
Which
to be
is
polite.
Which is why I thought maybe you'd say, or maybe someone would say, that they were more discouraged, or
Right.
they feel worse because he hasn't turned the corner as you get into the month of December and January.
I
here.
just have a feeling that on Sunday night, because it's an ex team that he played for, he's going to bring it a little bit more.
Rev it up. 248-539-9797. We're also waiting to get info on Alex Anzalone. I think that may tip the scale for people too.
Yes. But should they?
Should they?
I mean, should they be that fired up to have him back? Because you don't know the whole, Russ thing.
Yeah. I get that. But I want to play the best guys I can play.
Yeah.
I know this was talked about a little bit yesterday. Justin Rogers, I think, was on yesterday with Mark Ryan. Do we have the clip talking about the injuries and kind of the double-edged sword of, hey, we want these big-name guys back, ... But if you throw them into the fire, can we play some of that for people? Yeah, let's play it. So it's kind of an injury update. But then he did go on to elaborate a little more about the challenges of integrating guys back into the fire in big games and big matchups.
It's Justin Rogers, Detroit Football Network podcast, by the way. You should download it and listen.
So you're on that deal, huh?
Yeah, after the games. Although I missed Monday's game because I worked with you on Tuesday.
So kind of what you were alluding to with the debate about, because in my mind, like Alex Anzalone should be playing. It's a forearm. If he's back at practice,
right.
He knows the defense. It's a big game. Get him out there. The argument is, well, Jalen Reeves-Maybin took a game to get acclimated. Do you throw a guy into the fire? But my point is, you're going to have to play him in a pivotal game at some point.
Right, because if you lose, yes. So an extra week of practice, it's still going to be rusty.
Correct.
Your first game back is going to be some rust.
And the argument would be, if he's going to be rusty, would you rather him be rusty in a game that you can lose and your season stays alive, or a game you can't lose and your season's over? So we'll see. We'll get an update on Anzalone later. Got Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02. Question to Lions fans. After the Niners game, you feeling better or worse about the Vikings? It's 97-1. We got Stoney in this week, and we are previewing this Lions-Vikings game all week long. Mega matchup. Question was, after watching that Niners game on Monday night, did you feel better or worse heading into Sunday? Because I know a lot of you saw that defense and thought, oh no, not like this. We're going to have a great season and end up in the 5 seed. Really? I didn't see it that way, and I know you didn't either, Stoney.
No, I saw it that, okay, they know what they are, and now the offense just has to do better. And they did.
And to me, they've embraced that. Like, look at the way they've played as they've gotten progressively injured and the defense has gone south. The offense has stepped up. I think they know what they have to do. They know they got to go for it on 4th down. They know they may have to throw in an onside kick. It doesn't always work, but that's going to be the way they have to win.
Yeah.
And the offense has been lethal. I mean, with 40 points, they've had all these 40-point games without turnovers. Like, they are humming offensively, and they have to be. And then they need the turnovers, which they got. And that's what Ticket Texter said. It says once they got those 2 interceptions, that was the key. That's Brian. Ticket Texter says, unless they're able to get multiple turnovers or multiple sacks, we'll see you all in Tampa next weekend.
Well, maybe. We'll see. They can still outscore them, though. That's the thing. Now, look, the Vikings defense is better than the Lions defense, but it's not great, is it?
So I looked back the last 3 meetings. It may even be 4. The Lions have scored 30 or more against Minnesota. They're going to have to, but they've done it. I mean, it's not like we're asking this team to do something that they're not capable of.
Correct.
The Lions need to be able to stop the quarterback from running up the middle, says the Ticket Texter. Look at the last 3 games. Quarterbacks get flushed. They go up right the middle for 10 yards. That's the problem. Sam Darnold's been shockingly mobile in the pocket this season.
Yeah. And he's had a little more evade, even like when teams get close to him, to step away and, plant his feet and make a good throw.
Like, who is this guy? I know he's a first-round pick, and I think clearly he was buried too soon, kind of like Goff. But I never thought he could be this guy, right? Because it is pocket mobile, like savvy, confident. He doesn't look like a guy that was being run out of the league.
Yeah, but I think, look, he was in a bad situation, obviously, with the Jets. Carolina, he beat the Lions in a game that he had to, right? And he ran a lot, too, believe it or not. He played pretty well with San Francisco. It was just the Jets thing, and people can't get over that. Sometimes it takes a while. And look, you have a brilliant offensive head coach, and you have great wide receivers, and a pretty good, not as good as the Lions, offensive line. If you have any type of talent, you're going to thrive in those situations.
Yeah, it's a lot of, not to hash old bits, but when Stafford was here, the debate was chicken or the egg. Is he not good enough or is the support not good enough?
Right.
And the answer may have been a little bit of both, but clearly support goes a long way. He goes to L.A., there's more support, he delivers, he wins the Super Bowl. Jared Goff, he needed a reset. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell have provided a culture, support, talent around him, and look at him. He's thriving. The support matters, and that's the argument for Sam Darnold, is the support has let him thrive.
Right.
And just a quick note on Darnold. He himself has credited his year in San Francisco, backing up Brock Purdy, working under Kyle Shanahan, of his growth and development as a quarterback in terms of like the preparation of watching film and really studying how to watch film and how to prepare in that year in San Francisco, which has helped him now as a starter with Kevin O'Connell, another fine play caller. And you're seeing how he's progressed out of that.
I think there might be something here, too, where I don't know if college is preparing all these quarterbacks, right? It's like grip it and rip it, install and go. And the NFL is just more nuanced. It's more complicated. You're getting drafted into bad situations. And you see guys that just, they flounder initially,
right,
that end up settling in later. Like Baker Mayfield's a great example of another one of these guys.
Right. Like, look, Jaden Daniels looks really good, obviously. And Caleb, I think if they had a decent coaching situation, would be better too. And Drake Mays looked pretty good. So
Bo Nix, though, a great example of Sean Payton, good coach, support, defense. They've set him up for success, and he had a hell of a season.
By the way, on the Vikings defense, they've lost 2 games. Those were the only 2 games that they gave up 30 or more points. They lost back-to-back to the Lions and the Rams. 31 to the Lions they gave up and 30 to the Rams. Other than that, they have not given up more than, like 27 points the rest of the way.
Another note about them that's interesting, I don't want to hold it against them. They haven't trailed very much this season. They're able to play this advantage position football. I mean, you earn that. You have to build the lead.
Correct.
Then you can run it and play action and throw down the field and punish safeties in the box. You can unleash more of these blitz packages because the other team, they're throwing, and you can create havoc. Even the Lions got down 10-0 against them. The difference is the Lions are one of those offenses that can diagnose and dissect and break apart that defense. But Minnesota has not trailed very much this season. If they come into Ford Field and they get down, that's a spot you'd love to be in.
Yeah. I mean, and Cam Akers was a really good acquisition for them.
Yeah,
because
underrated.
Aaron Jones is good, but he needs a breather now and then, and he gets it. And the other thing on defense, and we saw it against Green Bay, it always seems there's one play where they go to Ham,
The fullback,
and nobody can defend him. It's weird.
Even the last drive against Green Bay, they did a little bootleg and found the fullback and helped move the sticks.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to be...
It's Greg's Packers' fault.
It is Greg's Packers' fault.
All they had to do was beat the Vikings. We'd all be sitting a little
I
easier
know.
here.
I
They'd be
know.
resting a little some players.
But as Dan said, they like it hard. Like they want to play it this way. That was his quote.
I know.
And we'll talk to him coming up in a couple minutes here. But like this is everything that you want, right? I mean, ideally you've already wrapped it up, but like
Right.
you want to have your team playing big games.
Yeah.
you
And
want to
look,
see them play the best.
You give them credit too. I mean, the week before, I remember we were discussing. I didn't think this game was going to mean anything because I thought that they were going to lose one of those two games, whether at Seattle or the Green Bay game. And when they were at Seattle and they came back and they took Seattle came back, took the lead, and Darnold marched them back down the field and threw the touchdown to Jefferson. It was like, really? Wow.
What sense do you get from people leading? Like, I think people are confident going into this game. I don't think they're overconfident.
No.
I think if you get the Alex Anzalone notification, or if I don't know if Dan will have a great update today. He said they want to see it practice, but
Right.
we'll ask about it.
Yeah.
I think if you got like a green light later today or tomorrow, I think, let's say you're 60% confident, people bump up 65, 70%.
Right.
I mean, they've really missed him.
Yes.
I don't want to overstate what one linebacker will do because you got to have 11 guys in tandem, but that's a leader. You don't want any breakdowns.
Well, it also puts Campbell in a different slot,
Yes.
and makes him where he's probably better. That he doesn't have to worry about all the other stuff.
But Buffalo, the linebackers got killed against San Francisco with the play action. I thought the linebackers were getting
Oh, my
killed.
God. I'm sure they're told, but just don't react to the play action. That's what they're going to do. That's their bread and butter. And I'm sure Minnesota's going to do the same thing. Look, when the Lions beat them the last time, they didn't have TJ Hawkinson. And Hawkinson is playing some really good football. And ask Dan Campbell about that. I mean, look, Kittle was great on Monday night. They can't give up the same type of game to Kittle for Hawkinson. Although they did win, but yes, you know what I'm saying.
I get what you're. I get that's why we asked the question, is because it was good enough to beat San Francisco, not necessarily good enough to beat the Vikings. They're a better offense. They're going to challenge you. They may score 35 and push you up into. They may score 40. I mean, it could be one of those games.
And the Vikings kicker might not suck like, unfortunately, Jake Moody has.
You say unfortunate because local guy.
Yes.
Man, they are in a tough spot with him.
I know.
Because they drafted him.
Well,
so high.
that's, I have never, the Lions should have drafted Jake Moody. No, you don't draft kickers in the third round. You don't. Minnesota drafted their kicker. It was the sixth round from Alabama.
He's a good kicker.
Yeah.
Very.
But sixth round is a perfect place if you're going to draft a kicker. That's where you
day
draft
3, end of the draft.
them. There are some exceptions. Jason Hansen was it's like a second round pick. Janikowski, a first round pick, but whatever.
Crazy to use a kicker
Yes.
on a first round pick.
I know.
Yeah. Anyway, we got Lions head coach Dan Campbell joining us to kick off the 8 o'clock hour. We'll also have the Thursday touchdown. Big stories for the college football playoff games and the NFL weekend ahead. Much, much more coming up. It's 97.1.
We continue to await an update regarding Jaden Ivey. Last night in the Pistons' win over the Magic, he went down with what appeared to be a very nasty injury. Tangled up with Cole Anthony, he went down immediately grabbing his ankle and leg area. He did have to be stretchered off the court, so while we do not have an update on his condition, sports medicine doctor Brian Suterer said from what he viewed in video footage, he believes this is a season-ending injury. Again, worth noting, this is not a take. This is just an opinion. He has no official treatment of Ivey or have seen him in person. This is just off video footage. Meanwhile, Lions prepare for a huge Sunday night football game at Ford Field. It's Lions and Vikings for all the marbles. 1 seed on the line in the playoffs as well as the NFC North. Many fans calling it the biggest regular season game in Lions history, but Coach Dan Campbell downplaying it a bit, quoted as saying it's an exciting matchup, but not like it's a playoff game. He also went on to say Alex Anzalone is very close to nearing a return to the field. We'll hear more from him here on The Ticket in just a few. And finally, the college football playoffs resume today. It's the Sugar Bowl between Georgia and Notre Dame, already advancing to the semifinals. Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. Red Wings also taking the ice in Columbus. That game can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket with a pregame at 6:45. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Stoney, terrible news with Jaden Ivey.
Oh, God, he was playing so well. They'd won 4 out of 5, and he was shooting almost 41% from 3.
Shout out Fred Vinson.
17 points a game.
His second leading scorer.
Looking like him and Cade meshing together. People starting to, talk about this backcourt and talk about this team. And right now, what are they? I think 8th or 9th in the playoff seedings for the play-in game and all that stuff.
15 wins, already more than last year.
Yeah. I mean, they've look, obviously last year sucked, but it's not that big of a deal to get 15 wins. But, yeah, things are really stepping up for this team. And, look, if anybody knows about injuries in this town, it's us. You know what I mean? Because of what's going on with the Lions. And we'll hear from Dan Campbell shortly.
Yeah, it's just a pain because clearly he was meshing with Cade. You're trying to build a foundation, get those two to play as many minutes as they can. Mm-hmm. And Ivy, just personally, this is going to be a road to recovery. We don't know the severity, but it didn't look good. It was gruesome. And if he's done for the season, I mean, does it throw off what was already a really nice season, turning a corner, a developmental year for him that just kind of gets thrown away?
Hopefully not personally for him. As far as the team goes, look, it'll obviously be much more difficult to, make the playoffs. But, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe they do something at the deadline. I think they're looking more long-term anyway, so I wouldn't anticipate any kind of a big name type of thing either.
All right, coming up at 8:35, we'll get to the Thursday touchdown, but we are ready for Dan Campbell. Joined by the Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Morning. Happy New Year.
Thank you. What was New Year's Eve like in the Campbell household, considering you got home so late on New Year's Eve day?
Yeah, it's really been spent up here. So, and as a matter of fact, somebody said Happy New Year yesterday, and I didn't even realize it. So it's been, we've been going, man. I mean, really since we landed, got home, and I went home for 3 hours, 4 hours, and then been back up here ever since. I did go home last night, so that was good. But we're going, man. We're grinding.
So you slept at the office. You didn't watch the ball drop or any of that stuff, right?
No.
So I'm guessing.
I watched the ball drop with Minnesota. That's about it.
So then, are you a New Year's resolution guy? Do you have any resolutions for the year?
Yeah, win.
It's a good one.
Just win.
So let's talk about the showdown with the Vikings then. So what is the mindset going into this game?
Yeah, the mindset is, you're preparing like the next game. And we got a real good opponent coming in here. They got a lot of firepower. They're well coached. And it's a great matchup, and it's one of these that, I mentioned this before, but, man, this is why you love this profession. This is why you're in it, to play these type of games, man. These meaningful games. Here we are in January to be a part of this and, man, to put your name on greatness. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than this. So we embrace this stuff. We've been playing big games all year. This is another big game, and it's a chance for us to notch off what we set out to do, part of our goals this year.
Chances are to win this game, you're going to have to outscore them just like you did against San Francisco Monday night. Defensively, going up against them, is it like pick your poison because of their really good receivers? Darnold's playing well. And the first time you played them, I don't think Hawkinson played, and he's playing really well right now.
Yeah, look, they got a number of weapons. It starts with Jefferson, obviously, man. What a receiver he is, what a playmaker, football player. I mean,
He does it all. He can run the route tree, run after catch radius. He's tough. I mean, you name it. So starts with him, and then Addison has really come on, getting Hawk back. They've used him, and he's making plays for them. Naylor made some plays. We talked about Jones out of the backfield. He's been a productive player, run and pass game. So they got plenty of weapons. The quarterback's playing well, and so I think it always starts with Jefferson. I mean, you can't if you just let him run wild. I mean, it's hard enough when you double him, but you got to make sure he's a point of emphasis, and then you got to be able to match up from there.
I think it's someone like Terrion Arnold. You guys have coached him up. He's been in a lot of tough situations this year. Vikings lead the league in yards off of pass interference. You guys play aggressive. I don't imagine that's going to change, but is that something you have to be extra aware of with this week?
You're talking about
DPI,
Minnesota. What did you just give me?
They lead the league in yards off of defensive pass interference, like 300 plus yards. Yeah.
No, we're not worried about that. I mean, we've got to play our style of football. All right, we're going to have to challenge when the time is right, and our guys are looking forward to this, man. Our DBs are looking for this. They know this is a hell of a matchup, but we know that we're gonna rely on them a lot this game, man. They're going to have to be able to do what they do. We're going to have to be disruptive at times. We're going to have to play some man. We're going to have to play some zone, as we do every game. But this is a challenge. I mean, this is not something our guys are going to back down from. We're looking forward to it.
Defensively for them, they seem Flores. You guys have had success against them, but they have some really good players on that team. Guys that I look at, I say, man, that's a Dan Campbell player. Like guys like Metellus, Van Ginkel, even Harrison Smith. Even though I think he's a little dirty, Grenard. They have some really good players. Guys that would fit your mold. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah. Listen, really. That personnel over there are some really good football players, and really top to bottom, this roster is talented. And but to your point, man, this defense has got some guys that they're smart guys. They run and hit, and they allow what Flores does over there. They allow them to do a lot of different things in their scheme, and Flores has done a hell of a job. Over a 2-year period, just bringing in his system, how he wants to handle it, changing some looks up, got those guys playing, cutting it loose, playing aggressive. But they do, man. Grenard, off the edge. And look, and I appreciate the fact he and Van Ginkel both, they play the pass game, they can rush, they can drop, but they play the run too, and so that's what they bring to that. To that defense, the linebackers, of course, I think a lot of Metellus, man, I just think he's so versatile, man. And, you got to start on special teams. He's a damn good special teams player. And then you see what he's able to do on defense, playing multiple roles from the safety to the nickel to inside linebacker to, so they've got plenty over there. They're playing at a high level. But these are the type of games, man, we love this, like offensively, because there's a chess match to this, and plus the personnel. So there's a physical, there's a mental, there's a psychological, and we really embrace this type of matchup, man. This is fun.
We're checking in with Lions head coach Dan Campbell. I'm sure everybody's waiting for us to ask about Alex Anzalone. I know you said today's going to be a big day. What are the hurdles that he has to clear to play this week?
Well, he's got to be able to do a handstand. He's got to be able to do a handstand press up, and then really a version of a jumping jack on his hands. And if he can do that, we're going to play that guy.
Is that the way you think it's leaning?
I hope so. He was at walkthrough yesterday. He's going to practice today, and we're hopeful,
Sounds encouraging. I know you can't say right now, but that's a good thing. I wanted to ask you about Kirby Joseph. We believe has not made the Pro Bowl. And first of all, he was number one in the fan voting, I believe. So it's the players and the coaches that kept him off. Can you go through, first of all, what did you think about that snub, so to speak? And since you guys vote as coaches, can you tell us, our listeners, how you go through that process when you vote?
Yeah, well, first of all, here's what I'll say. Kirby Joseph is improved. He's a player here that you could argue is one of the most improved players from the time that he set foot to where we're at now. I think he's an outstanding safety, and he's just grown and gotten better and better. And it's not just what you see in the pass game, the interceptions, like the run game. There's so many different things that he does for us. And so it doesn't matter what I think. Here's what I do know. Is he worthy of that? Absolutely, he's worthy, and he should be. But that's not what this is about, Mm-hmm. And I would tell you this from a voting standpoint. Like for me personally, most of the time I'm gonna tilt towards guys that we have faced. That I have firsthand account. We have played against, we prepared for, or there's a ton of crossover tape that I've seen throughout the year. Those are the guys that I vote for. I don't just look at stats and say, well, I'm going to vote for that guy, and it's like, to me, you need to be a complete player, and at your position, those are the guys I vote for.
Dan,
me personally.
Wrap with this, the 1 seed. Just how important is it? Because some people will say, you guys haven't lost on the road all year. I mean, you'd be fine if you didn't get it, but just how big a deal? Clearly, that's what's at stake this week. How important is the 1 seed?
Well, it's important because it's one less game. That's one less game to get to the Super Bowl. And that's the biggest part of this. Now it only takes you 2 wins to get to the dance. So that's why you want it. Obviously there's a ton at stake because of, the division, the 1 seed here, home games, that whole thing. But probably that's the biggest one. Is it just means if you don't, you're going to have to go one more game to get there. So it's big, and look, we've been playing big games around here now for 3 years. I mean, we really have, and this is the next big game, and I'm telling you what, we love this stuff. We really do, man. Our team embraces this. We love the challenge of it. We love the chess match of it, and we eat this stuff up, man. We're looking forward to it.
Final thing, have you seen the Jake Bates video from the game when he was lying on his side and how it's become a viral sensation? And Troy Aikman, I never heard him laugh like that. Have you seen that yet?
No, I haven't. I heard about it. I have not seen the clip. But, I mean, it's like any athlete does. They're trying to loosen up their body, get the knots out, get ready to perform. And unfortunately, everybody in America gets to see one thing here or there or a facial expression, and then everybody jumps on it. So it's all good. We got a damn good kicker. And I don't care how many faces he makes while he rolls out a muscle. He keeps kicking the way he is. We're going to be just fine.
Damn right. Dan, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Happy New Year, and good luck on Sunday.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Coach. It's Dan Campbell,
Right.
97.1. It just doesn't sit right with me. Kirby Joseph being snubbed.
I know. What can you do? I mean, it's weird, though, because usually if you worry about Detroit being disrespected, it's usually by the fans, you know? But the fans voted him in. It was the damn coaches and players disrespected him.
Which is shocking to me because I would think they would appreciate the season he's having most.
Correct.
Players, his fellow players and coaches who have to play against him. Like, I thought that was very enlightening from Campbell. He skews towards guys that he's had to game plan for, that he's gone head-to-head with, that he has. Anybody that's played Kirby Joseph, do they walk away going, yeah, that guy's no good? No, they go, he's a problem.
Right.
And you didn't vote for him to go to the Pro Bowl? I mean, that's...
I didn't ask him if you could vote for your own guys. I assume you can't.
Probably can't.
Yeah. But, they didn't play the Eagles this year, so I don't think he was voting for Reed Blankenship if he's the one who got in.
Yeah, we'll find out. I think today the official announcement comes out, but I know Lions were well supported by the fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Goff and Gibbs and those guys, and we imagine St. Brown will be in the Pro Bowl.
Montgomery was like top 5 running backs as well.
For Joseph, who leads the league in interceptions, who I've seen people saying he has a case for Defensive Player of the Year, for him to not even be a Pro Bowl. Like, there's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
And I don't fully understand why. He doesn't have a bad reputation. I know, Stafford wanted to do the "you're a dirty player" routine.
Right.
If either of the safety has a bit of a reputation to be Branch,
right,
and the understanding is, according to Dave Burkett, he will be in the Pro Bowl. Brian Branch is in, but Kirby Joseph isn't.
Yeah.
I'm sure this gets people riled up. I know the Pro Bowl is...
It's not the game. Nobody cares about the game.
And you hope to have nobody. And you hope to have nobody even there that week anyway, because you're in the Super Bowl. But it's the recognition, right? It's stuff that matters for his resume, his accolades, things he's earned, that now he'll be snubbed.
Well, maybe he just isn't good at flag football because he hits so hard. So, we're only picking the... No, it's the stupidest thing in the world.
Here's what you got to do. And maybe it's a chip on his shoulder now going down the stretch. Oh, I'm not good enough? All right.
Yeah. I love the fact that he was doing the Merton Hanks on Monday night, by the way. Or at least it appeared that he was doing.
The what?
Merton Hanks, who used to play for the 49ers. He did the little neck thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was, I don't know if it was, I think it was an homage to Merton Hanks in San Francisco. Because then they showed the video during the broadcast.
He's got a personality.
Yeah.
And I think all great defensive players have some kind of personality to them.
Yeah.
Josh in Wyandotte, you got a thought on him not making it? You're on 97.1.
Hey, yeah, I think the number one reason he got snubbed by the players and coaches is because there's that one clip of him, Matt Stafford, calling him a dirty player. He gets in, smokes him. Stafford gets up, says, hell of a hit. He goes, but you're dirty AF. We've seen you on tape. And Kirby says something to him, and he goes, yeah, man, the whole league's got you on tape. It's like, you can Google it. You can YouTube it.
I know, but and I'm trying to take the Honolulu Blue goggles off or the Lion fandom out of it. He goes low to take big people down, which is what you have to do. You can't go high, and if you're going to get them down, you got to go low, right? Sure. I mean, I don't think that's dirty.
I was just saying, that's why I think he got
I agree.
Is because,
But then, Josh, do you agree that Branch almost has a worse reputation, and apparently he's going to be in?
Yeah, that makes absolute. Maybe they're more afraid of Branch because he's bigger. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think Branch is more versatile, and Branch's gets like late hits, but they're not as dirty as going for somebody's knees, and that's the
that's the thing.
That's the reputation Joseph has.
He's got to because he's a smaller safety.
I was going to say, I can't blame him. I know Harrison Smith, who they're going to play this week, does the same thing.
Yeah, he's dirty as hell.
I'm not going to call either of them dirty. If you got to tackle tight ends, right? Some 6'4", 6'5", 240 pounds, and I'm a safety who's giving 30 or 40 pounds or more. I'm supposed to run at their chest. I'm supposed to hit them in, I'm going to lose that matchup. I'm going to get flatlined. I even coming in with a head of steam, you got to go low. I don't think he's trying to injure people. But that's the when they say dirty, isn't that not the connotation?
Yeah.
Is that not what Stafford was saying? Oh, you're trying to, and Higbee did. Higbee, tore his ACL, I think, right? He had the knee injury. I don't think that's the intent. It's a violent game. Coaches will tell you that. You got to get the player down, and the most effective way to get a big guy down is to go low.
Look, if they want to avoid the Stafford rematch with Higbee and Joseph, just win the damn game on Sunday.
That's what it comes down to.
Because it looks like if Jimmy G can't pull out a victory for the Rams, because Tampa's going to win, you assume. And the Lions might be going to L.A. if they lose.
Ticket texters. Kirby isn't a Pro Bowler. He's a beneficiary of Branch. No. In fact, I think he's helped Branch out. There have been some times where Branch makes a mistake in the very next play. Kirby's jumping a route or he's making a play down the field. No, they complement each other. I don't think one
Branch
Branch
is a better player. There's no doubt about it.
More versatile.
Yes.
It says, there's a trend online by players and fans saying Kirby is dirty. LA and Minnesota have both said it. Chris in Louisville. Maybe because they call him dirty. That's Chad. Coaches and players don't like that he goes low. So that is the consensus.
Yes.
All right, we got the Thursday touchdown, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, loved ones have now started to identify some of the 15 people who were killed when that man drove a truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans on New Year's Day. So law enforcement hasn't yet publicly identified any of those victims, but like I said, friends and family are sharing their condolences, sharing who they have lost, and they've been identified as a 28-year-old former Princeton football player among the victims, an 18-year-old who recently graduated from high school, a 37-year-old father of two, and a 27-year-old mother. Obviously, there's way more information on all these victims, but you can go online and read it. It's so tragic. You know, I was reading about the young girl, the 18-year-old, right? Recently graduated from high school, was going to go to nursing school. The mom was talking, though, how she didn't know her daughter was going to be there, right? Snuck out with her cousin or a friend. And I mean, to think like you wake up to this news, which is so tragic, but you normally aren't thinking like, oh, my family's affected. And then to not realize your daughter actually went there and is a victim. It's so incredibly sad. About 30 others were also injured in the attack.
Yeah, it's evil.
If you don't have a star on your driver's license, you might want to make sure you have one by May of this year. So on May 7th of 2025, Michigan residents will need to have a real ID compliant document in order to fly domestically. So you can tell if you have one. Up in the corner of your license, there's either going to be a circle with a star, that's like the older version, or the newer version is a star within like the map of Michigan. That's how you know if you have one, or you have an enhanced license. That's a real ID as well.
Can you get it? Can you get the new ones online, or you have to go to the Secretary of State?
Well, you might be able to do it online through the Secretary of State. It's free if you're doing it while you're renewing or replacing your license. If you just want to upgrade to a real ID, it's about $9. Okay. So it's not very expensive. Now, if you don't have one and you are going to fly, a passport is going to be okay too. So if you have a passport, you need to bring that with you.
But that's for even domestic flights.
That's for domestic flights.
Starting in May.
May 7th. So just,
I feel like this has been on the horizon for a while. It just keeps getting pushed back.
It did. I think it got pushed back and got pushed back and got. So go do it.
What if we call their bluff and they push it back again?
They just very well might. But still, go do it.
Yeah, don't have your travel plans get ruined.
Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, that would be awful. You show up, you're like, yeah, here I go. Going to Florida. Nope. No, you're not. No, you're not. Some more sad news. A Fenton woman was killed and 5 others were seriously injured in a 3-vehicle crash in Oakland County on New Year's Day. Police say the crash occurred in Lyon Township when a Ford Explorer rear-ended this Chevy Trax. This Trax, though, was stopped in the second lane of I-96 with its hazard lights on. So just sitting there. So the Explorer slammed into that, kind of spun out, and then another vehicle hit the Explorer head on. The woman killed was a backseat passenger in that Explorer, and then everyone else involved was also pretty seriously injured, all hospitalized in either critical, serious, or stable condition. Obviously, investigation is underway to figure out exactly why that vehicle was stopped and whether alcohol or not played a factor. Minimum wage is increasing. It went into effect yesterday. The standard minimum wage in Michigan is now $10.56. That's up from $10.33. But this is just the first increase. There's another one coming just a few weeks away in February 21st. The minimum wage is going to increase again. It's going to be $12.48 per hour. The tipped minimum wage will be $5.99. So going way up. It was $3.93.
Oh, nice.
So will be much higher. I think, it's interesting because not having a tipped job, I think there is some servers, bartenders are a little concerned. I think that this is going to affect how much money they make and how much tips they get.
Will people tip less is the fear,
I don't
right?
think so. Are you going to tip less because your server's making $2 more an hour than he did?
It's a great question because I don't think you tip less at a nice restaurant as opposed to like more casual. You're going to tip the percentage regardless,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I would think.
I think so too, but
Although, by the way, that is odd. I didn't catch that. 1 month in, it's going to jump.
yes, it is going to jump again.
What? Anyway,
Yeah.
that's
So
silly.
just-
It's government.
Yes, bloated. Yeah.
That's the news for now.
All
Got
right.
more coming later.
Perfect. We'll look forward to it. Coming up next, Thursday Touchdown 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's those fake missed delivery texts, I get those all the time, or an urgent bank alert, these scams are just looking more convincing than ever. But I've got good news. You can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. And worry-free means you just don't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats are going to pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can go ahead and manage your finances. You can shop online without fear. That's because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Happy New Year. We got Stoney in studio today and tomorrow to round out the week.
Yep.
Big game for the Lions. Stoney, college football playoff continues tonight.
Actually, this afternoon.
It'll conclude at night.
Yes. 4 o'clock.
What have you learned so far? And this is an open question for everybody, but what have you learned so far?
Aside from seeding, I think it's a good thing. I think it's worked. But basically, the best teams are still alive.
Yeah.
You could say Oregon isn't, but whatever. They certainly didn't prove that they didn't look like one of the best teams anyway. And what I did learn was once in a while, of course, I'm going to this is going to prove wrong now, but after the Michigan-Ohio State game, I said, you watch. Ohio State's going to win the national championship, and they definitely reaffirmed it for me after the Tennessee game and after yesterday. I mean, I don't think there's anybody – I don't think they're going to continue to blow out people. I don't think anybody's close to them.
But they got a wake-up call, and they were the most loaded roster before the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe you learned that they're the national title team.
Yep.
I learned that I don't know what targeting is anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's for damn sure.
I mean, I don't love the rule, but if it's the rule, you got to call it there. It's game-altering with Arizona State and Texas. Texas overrated? Did we learn that? I know they won, but I've not been impressed with them in either of their playoff games.
No, I don't know why, because their defense has been pretty good all season. They're big up front, and they just haven't been as dominant at the line of scrimmage as you thought.
And I thought the broadcast did a great job pointing it out. At one point, they had allowed 7 tackles for loss. They have NFL tackles, the senior center, and they're getting this undersized front.
Yeah, by Arizona State.
Is given, little old Arizona State, who, by the way, looked like they belonged.
Yes.
And they would never have had a chance in the old system.
Mm-hmm.
And they very much had a chance. They can get off the field on 4th and 13 in overtime. They're advancing. And they were not a team that we would have thought could have a chance to play with the best of the best, right? Texas was the SEC, the best team all season up until the conference title game, and Arizona State was going toe-to-toe with them, which is why we have the system.
Right.
And if people are going to freak out about a blowout, and we've had a few of them, we say SMU didn't deserve to be there. Is anybody saying Oregon didn't deserve to be there? No, that's ridiculous.
No.
They deserve to be there, and they don't deserve to move on. That's
Correct.
why they play.
Exactly.
And I think we can tinker, right? The reseeding, I think there's an argument. Maybe you want to extend home games a second round. But largely, I think the format works.
Yeah.
The 12-team playoff works.
Absolutely.
If some people have said 8. If you had done 8 with 5 conference champs, that would have been, with 3 at-larges, the at-large teams would have been Texas, Penn State, and Notre Dame. Ohio State would not have been in an 8-team playoff. And we just got done saying they are the best team in college football.
Correct.
So maybe 10 is the right number. Maybe we're taking 1 or 2 too many. But it all gets weeded out anyway.
I'd like to see a weird thing where a team would have a choice, whether they want to accept a bye or not.
So if Oregon had said we don't want the bye.
Right. We want to have a home game. That way we won't be as rusty.
They would they'd be the 5 seed in that scenario?
Well, yeah.
And then 2 becomes 1 and 3 becomes 2. Yeah. Okay. It's creative.
Right. Or you wouldn't even have to care about seedings, what their numbers are, because you would hopefully reseed after every. That's the other thing.
Yeah, people have said.
I think they should reseed. And now I understand why they probably don't, although they won't say it. I think deep down inside, eventually they want, because everybody with NCAA stuff fills out brackets and things like that. You want a bracket that you don't have to maneuver.
Yeah, that's true. I've seen people say you just can't give the auto buys. Like Arizona State and Boise shouldn't have been given buys. They could be in, kind of like college basketball. You win the SoCon.
Right.
You're not guaranteed a seed. You're just guaranteed a spot.
Correct.
And that could be a tweak. The NFL, though, does reseed.
Yes.
And that would be the argument for college to reseed, too, is it works just fine at that level.
Right.
What are you guys learning about all this as we kind of embark in this journey together, the new 12-team playoff, with some hiccups along the way? What have you learned?
248-539-9797. Learning that Herb Street's second dog is pretty good, too.
Peter?
Yeah, Peter.
Have you been following the Herb Street stuff online?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, he lashed out and said everyone going at him is pushing false narratives.
Yeah.
Herb Street was the one that came out and condemned Indiana for their poor performance. Remember, they didn't deserve to be there.
But he never said Alabama should be in.
Well, but who should be then? South Carolina, who also lost?
Maybe
Alabama
maybe
who
Ole Miss,
lost.
I don't know.
He wanted to have his cake and eat it too. If you want to tell me Indiana shouldn't be there, but not tell me who should be there,
Right.
You're walking a fine line. Even Paul Feinbaum came out and was like, "Hey, I tried to stick up for Bama."
Yeah,
he waved.
that was good.
Like a hotel towel is a white flag.
Yes.
And why can't Herbie do the same? Just go, hey, you know what? Those teams on the outside weren't good enough.
By the way, not has nothing to do with really the playoff per se. Kalen DeBoer might be a little pressure on him for next year.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you never want to follow the legend. You want to follow the guy who follows the legend. But man, oh man, I know it's a meaningless bowl game. They had more of their regular players than Michigan did, and they looked horrible.
What happens with Milroe now?
He comes back if they want him.
Is that a good thing?
I don't know.
DeBoer, it always felt like an odd fit. Like DeBoer, I feel like wants a quarterback who's more of a downfield, intermediate, deep shot
like
quarterback.
Penix was.
Sure. Milroe's a terrific athlete, and you try to make it work, and it's clear it just hasn't worked. But he's so talented, like you're not going to kick him out of the door, but he's not going pro, right? He hasn't decided, but I can't imagine he is.
No, he doesn't look like he is an NFL quarterback. Does he? Do you?
No, and I know John alluded to this in the picks last week. The Ewers thing is fascinating, too, because if he's not going to be a high draft pick, and Texas wants to go to Arch next year.
And there's a rumor that there's somebody, they don't say what schools, offers him like $6 million to go in the portal.
He could end up on a different playoff team next year, like, I don't know, Oregon, Ohio State.
Go back to Ohio State.
Notre Dame.
Finish where he started.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, so most think Underwood's not starting next year. Why not on either of these guys if they don't turn pro?
I agree with you.
Why not?
Mikey Keene's the third string.
Yeah.
I mean, you should
Michigan
swing for the
fans,
fences.
would you want Ewers or Milroe for 1 year?
Absolutely, you would.
Yeah.
I think so. We just talked about it in the Thursday Touchdown, the idea that you can flip this year over year. That
right.
The 12-team playoff keeps the door open, and if Michigan's defense is building something with Wink and they can reload, yeah, they could be in the mix. And if you have a game changer at quarterback, you can make some noise.
Yeah, Wink kind of saved himself to a certain extent the last two games, right?
It was getting kind of tense.
Yeah.
Remember, he was kind of lashing out, said, "Don't compare me to Don Brown," and do I blitz too much now? I think he said to Angelique the other day, like he getting kind of surly, you know. But to his credit, they did turn the corner defensively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what did you guys learn? You watched a little Michigan on New Year's Day. You watched some college football playoff games. We've seen basically 2 rounds now, and the field is largely the best teams indisputably, which is the whole point of this format.
Exactly.
I mean, maybe you want to trim to 8. Let us know. I think 12's fine.
Yeah.
I have no major complaints at this point.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe Claphan's Tom Allen is doing a really good job with the defense at Penn State. He's their defensive coordinator, the old Indiana head coach.
Am I bad if I still don't take them seriously as a national title team?
No.
I know they're in the Final Four. I still don't. I can't picture James Franklin beating either Notre Dame or Georgia, and then either Ohio State or Texas.
The one thing I'll give James Franklin some credit for right now is it appears to me that he should have done this earlier, has been more of a caretaker, so to speak, as opposed to a guy who's actually, calling plays and things like that. I mean, the new coordinator that they got,
Kotelnicki,
has been much better. Obviously, Tom Allen, we mentioned, he's had decent, he had Manny Diaz before.
Yep.
So he's had good coordinators. But I think he's being more of a, the CEO. And if the CEO recruits and takes care of the other stuff and during the games, does what he's supposed to do, they're better off.
248-539-9797. What have you learned about the college football playoff so far? We'll take some phone calls. We'll take some ticket text. 9 o'clock hour, you'll hear from Lions head coach Dan Campbell. And we have a question, an either-or Detroit sports question. It's 97.1.
Well, we all have New Year's resolutions. Lions head coach Dan Campbell is no different. His resolution? Win. You'll like to hear that as Lions approach their NFC North title game with Minnesota on Sunday. Winner not just receiving the division title, but also the 1 seed in the playoffs. Coach Campbell spoke with us here on 97.1 The Ticket about the importance on Sunday's game. You can catch that audio again here at 9:30. Definitely a big kickoff from Ford Field on Sunday night. Meanwhile, we continue to await updates on Jaden Ivey, who suffered what appeared to be a really nasty injury in last night's win over the Magic. He went to the floor following an unintentional tangle with Cole Anthony, immediately grabbing his leg and ankle. Members of both teams visibly shook up and crying. LCA, it did ring out with Ivey chants as he was carted off the courts. That audio courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network. You can hear the concern in Greg Kelser's voice. Now, we don't have an official update, but renowned sports medicine doctor Brian Suterer did review the footage and says he does expect it to be a season-ending injury. Again, just opinion. Suterer has not treated or seen Ivey since the incident. Finally, it's the last day of the quarterfinals in the college football playoffs today. The Sugar Bowl being made up following yesterday's tragic events on Bourbon Street. Notre Dame and Georgia kick off at 4 p.m., already advancing to the semifinals. Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
The Jaden Ivey injuries, it's gruesome.
Such a shame, man. Good kid, playing his best basketball of his career, shooting over 40% from the three. And the Pistons have won 4 out of 5. Things are going smoothly well. If that's a really word, smoothingly. Is that a word? Is that a word, Mr. No. Webster? Greg
no.
Shakes his head. No. See, God, I only have one more day to sit in with this wordsmith.
We are going to ask a Detroit either or, pinning the Pistons and Red Wings head-to-head. I just want to get some ticket texts and what people are taking out of the college football playoff. Texter says, Oregon runs the table. They're the only undefeated team. They beat 3 playoff teams this season. They win the Big Ten, arguably the best conference. They don't get a home game. They get 3 weeks off. They play the best team in round 1, garbage seeding.
Ohio State, that's their own fault, though.
What do you mean?
Because if Ohio State takes care of business and beats Michigan, and they go to the Big Ten championship game, and let's say they lose, they wouldn't be an 8 seed.
I see a lot of this argument online. I don't think it holds much water. If Oregon's going to win the national title, they had to beat Ohio State at some point.
Right.
They lost, and they weren't competitive. Like, it's one thing if nail biter at the very end and a rusty. They got their ass kicked.
Right.
So I don't have any. Come on, you had your chance. Goodbye. Your season's over.
Look, I think Ohio State's going to win it all. However, the one way Texas can beat them, or whoever they play, if they play the national championship, just get off to a decent start, because that's when, Ryan, that's when they shrink up a little bit, because in the 2 playoff games so far that they've participated in, first quarter, they've scored 35 points, allowed none. They've gained 438 yards and allowed 53 in 2 first quarters against Tennessee and Oregon. Both considered pretty damn good football teams.
Ohio State's wide awake.
Yeah.
Texter says, Cookies, I personally think there may have been a good game or 2 so far. They have to do something.
Why? Some years there are bad games in the NFL playoffs early. Sometimes, not all the time, obviously, there are no really great classic games.
Remember when the Super Bowl was a blowout forever and ever and ever?
Yes.
What were they supposed to do? Tell the other team to play better? I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do here, guys.
Well, bracket it up. Don't have the NFC play the NFC with San Francisco and Dallas. They were just killing teams.
You can't make games blowout proof.
No.
You can't. There's a lot in college football. And we saw it in the 14 playoff. We're going to see it in the 12-team playoff. If you're mad at anything, be mad at the teams who didn't put up a fight. But it's not the system's fault.
No.
Another one says college football is an utter disaster, and the fact that you guys try to sugarcoat this turd and feed it to us, it's sickening. Address the fact that it sucks. I think college football right now is the ultimate bitch fest. The coaches who don't get in don't have a gripe.
Right.
The fans who aren't happy. What do you want?
Yeah. Explain, what do you want? Are the games, for the most part, it's college football this season, were the games good? Or were they different than any other year? No, I don't think so. I thought once, toe meets leather, the game was fine. Do I like what's going on with the portaling transfer 8 times and, pay guys before they even get there? No, I don't like it. But it doesn't, in my opinion, affect the actual product of the game.
I think that was extreme, that text, okay? I am lukewarm on college football right now. I really am. I just don't think the product is as good as it used to be. I think continuity in football is bigger than any other sport. And you have Wild West player movement. I think that's very unhealthy for the sport going forward. I think you can already start seeing it a little bit. I think it's going to be worse for the sport going forward, and I think it may ultimately affect the NFL. When you have guys that you just talked about last segment, quarterbacks, Quinn Ewers and Milroe, not going pro, when in the past guys jump at the opportunity and go boom. It's like there's – I think there's going to be a long-term quarterback problem that comes out of this for the NFL.
Well, maybe, though, that these guys are realizing, all right, I can get – decent NIL money if I stay in school and maybe actually be better in the NFL if I go back and play another year in college.
1 more year you think is going to make Jalen Milroe a professional quarterback?
I don't know.
I just think everybody complains about college football. Yes. We complained when we didn't have the BCS because it was all, on paper.
Right.
Then we complained that the BCS was a computer and there was only 2 and sometimes there was a third team with a case. Then we went to 4 and, 4 is not a true playoff and we're leaving out undefeated teams, so we'll expand. Then we expand. Oh, we expanded too far. And we've always had teams that don't make it and they complain and then fans. What did you actually want? Can someone who's not happy with the sport right now tell me the perfect system that you're missing? Or can you be brutally honest that you are going to bitch no matter what? That is what this sport is. It is a vessel for you to complain. Because that's what it's always been.
Yes.
And if anything, I heard, we have the same teams that win it every single year, and if we open up the possibility for an Arizona State, who, by the way, was very close to pulling off an upset, that's good for the sport. Right? Give it a couple years to let these programs have access to the playoff, recruit off of it, build off of it, try to get a little continuity. Isn't that better for the sport to have more parity? Isn't that what we said we wanted? Instead of the same old teams, now more spots, more competition? No, I'm happy with it. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I don't get why everybody hates it.
See, I don't hate it. I just think I think the playoff needs to be tweaked. I do think 12 was too much. I think some sort of 8 system should have been figured out. I do think it'll go to 16 actually, and everybody will play a home game at least, or maybe 2. But I think long term, the ramifications of the portal and player movement is really going to damage the sport, because players, until there's some sort of regulation restriction, they're just going to jump. So that you've got 19-year-olds and then one coach, and then a 20-year-old having another coach, and maybe if you jump again in 2 years, I think. These are kids when they come in. They're high school kids. That to go to 3 different places almost is just. It's like with Ewers. If Ewers changes, it will be his 3rd college football program.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't the writing on the wall that you're just mediocre at best?
Maybe
because they keep you around. Are you just becoming JT Daniels all over again? I mean, that was a hyped guy, right? Very similar.
Yeah, but like Rice, right? He was at USC,
yes.
Maybe Pitt or
something.
He went
to Georgia at one point.
Yeah, at one point, Georgia.
Yeah.
And if you're having doubts about your NFL stock, why not go grab a couple quick million for another year? That's what I think is really going to have a big impact long term.
Well, look, I wish, and forgetting about, saying that it's great and all that. I think the one rule that they should change, that they won't, if you transfer one free transfer, that's it. And then after that,
but the coaches could do.
Well, that's actually what I would say. I'd say you get one free.
Yeah.
And if your coach leaves, I think you get another one.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. But other than that,
I think that's more than fair to everybody.
Yes, absolutely.
You get one, no questions asked. Then the second one, if your coach leaves, you're not going to have to stay and commit to something that you didn't originally agree to.
All right, we have the official Pro Bowl list here.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Yeah.
NFC quarterbacks: Jaden Daniels, Sam Darnold, Jared Goff.
Good.
Wide receivers: Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Terry McLaurin, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
2 for 2. Good.
Running backs: Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Great.
Fullback: Kyle Juszczyk, San Francisco. Okay. Tight ends: George Kittle, Trey McBride.
I'm fine with that.
Tackles: Lane Johnson, Tristan Wirfs, Penei Sewell.
Mm-hmm.
Guards: Landon Dickerson, Chris Lindstrom, Tyler Smith. Centers: Cam Jurgens, Frank Ragnow. Let's go to defense.
That was 5 on offense, if I counted correctly.
Yeah, Ragnow,
Sewell,
Gibbs, St. Brown, and Goff.
Okay.
Defense. Defensive ends. Nick Bosa, Rashawn Gary, Micah Parsons, even with the injuries. Interior linemen. Jalen Carter, Dexter Lawrence, Vita Vea. Outside linebackers. Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, and Jared Verse.
2 Vikings.
Middle linebackers and inside Zach Bond from Philly and Fred Warner, San Francisco. Cornerbacks, J.C. Horn, Jalen Johnson, Byron Murphy, Devon Witherspoon. Free safety, only one, Xavier McKinney, Green Bay.
Only 1 free safety?
Strong safeties, Buda Baker, and Brian Branch.
They only took 3 total safeties on the Pro Bowl? That can't be right. I'm not calling you out.
I'm reading it from Ian Rappaport.
You got to take 2 safeties.
Specialists, special teamer, former Lion, actually, Kadarius Hodge from the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Return specialist, Cavante Turpin, Dallas. Long snapper, Andre DePola, Minnesota. Place kicker, Brandon Aubrey, Dallas. And punter, Jack Fox. There we go. So we have that's 7? 7 Pro Bowlers. That's fair. Right? We thought Joseph could have made it, but nobody else, right?
I think they should have Joseph, but I think it perfectly illustrates this football team. Offense heavy with 5 of the 7 on offense, and it should be 5 of the 8 because Joseph should be there too. But
right.
Offense heavy, couple guys on defense, and they're going to have to win shootouts.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any notable snub. I mean, if McNeil had stayed healthy, maybe there's a case. If Carlton Davis had stayed healthy, maybe on the outside, but maybe there's a case. I don't know that there's, other than Joseph, any other glaring omission. I mean, maybe Bates. I'd want to see his stats side by side with Aubrey. Bates has had a great year.
Right. The Vikings had 6, counting because they have a long snapper.
So Lions had 7, Vikings had 6. Did anybody have more than the Lions? I don't know if you don't have to count them all, but did someone else?
You want to hear the AFC, by the way?
Sure, Stoney.
Okay, here we go. Quarterbacks. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson.
No Mahomes.
No Mahomes. Well, he didn't deserve it.
I'm not saying he did.
Yeah. Wide receivers, Jamar Chase, Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, Jerry Jeudy. Running backs, Derrick Henry, Joe Mixon, Jonathan Taylor, Patrick Ricard at fullback. Brock Bowers and Travis Kelce are your tight ends. Your tackles, Deion Dawkins, Rashawn Slater, and Laramie Tunsil. Your guards, Quentin Nilsson, Trey Smith, Joe Tooney. Centers, Creed Humphrey, Tyler Linderbaum. Defense, defensive ends, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, and Trey Hendrickson. What do those 3 have in common? When Hutchinson got hurt, the Lions should trade for one. Of course, yeah, because they're really good.
All really good players.
Interior lineman, Cameron Hayward. God, he's still doing it at his age. It's great. Chris Jones and Nnamdi Madubuike
Baltimore.
From Baltimore, yes. Outside linebackers, Nick Benito from Denver.
Great year.
Khalil Mack, TJ Watt. Inside middle linebackers, Zaire Franklin, Roquan Smith. Cornerbacks, Marlon Humphrey, Derek Stingley Jr., Patrick Surtain II, and Denzel Ward. Free safety, there's only one free safety in the AFC either. Minka Fitzpatrick. Strong safeties, Kyle Hamilton and Derwin James. Your specialist, Logan Cook, the punter from Jacksonville. Place kicker, Chris Boswell from Pittsburgh. Ross Matzik, the long snapper from Jacksonville. And Marvin Mims as your return specialist, special teamer. Brendan Schooler from New England, the only New England Patriot to make the Super Bowl. The Pro Bowl, excuse me.
There you have it, your Pro Bowl rosters. 5 Lions on offense, 7 total. Kirby Joseph, the notable snub. You guys got reactions to it. Great, we'll collect them. Also want to get to that either or. Piston, Red Wing. Both teams have 15 wins right now.
Yeah.
Wings have played 4 more games. Throw in the Ivy injury. Head-to-head, who has the better year? It's next, 97.1.
By the way, we do have our Pro Bowl alternates for the Lions.
Oh, well, lay it on us.
A lot of them. Kelly Freeman, Sam Laporta, Jake Bates, Kirby Joseph, Kevin Zeitler, Aleem McNeil, David Montgomery, Taylor Decker, Glenn Glasgow, Jack Campbell, and DJ Reader. They're your alternates.
Stoney?
Yeah.
I don't want you to waffle on this.
Okay.
I need you to dial in
Okay.
and give me a direct answer.
Okay.
The Detroit Red Wings have won 15 hockey games this season.
Mm-hmm.
The Detroit Pistons have won 15 basketball games this season. Wings have played 4 more games, so I'd give the edge right now to the Pistons. Who will finish with more wins? Who will have a better season? Maybe those are different answers.
Yeah.
But you tell me, bet on one of these horses for the rest of the way.
Well, if you would have asked me this question 24 hours ago, I would have definitely said the Pistons.
The Ivy injury, though?
The Ivy injury changes everything in my mind, so I'll say Red Wings.
Doesn't sound like a ringing endorsement for them turning the corner here.
No, it's not. But I don't think the Pistons, even though there's, the other reason I was going to take the Pistons because 10 get in as opposed to 8 in the NHL.
And the East is harder in hockey than it is in basketball.
Correct. Although some of those Eastern teams are better than we used to think, like Atlanta. I'll still go Wings, barely.
You're not confident in them doing much of anything in the second half here? You're not buying this
the Wings?
real culture change. Todd McClellan.
No, I think
he's got the boys buzzing.
I think they'll be a little better, but I mean, there's other teams you have to worry about. I mean, like Ottawa is better than them now.
Maybe.
I think they are because they have a better goalie.
How'd they get that goalie?
Well, they made a trade.
Was that allowed for Steve, who said, hey, if you guys got ideas?
Well, I think, isn't he a free agent at the end of the year? Or?
It was a risk, and I think they extended him, and again, you got to have enough cap space. Why don't the Wings have more cap space?
Well,
maybe they signed a couple bad contracts.
Yes, Cop and Comfort.
Stoney, if you have ideas, let Steve know.
Yeah.
I say that, and he did not have a great offseason.
No.
And we were the bad guys when we brought it up at the time. They lost a couple puck-moving defensemen. They lost some secondary scoring.
Right.
They still don't have a goaltender. And predictably, they got off to a slow start. Do I think they're better than their record? I do.
Yeah.
And that's why the coaching change was made. And I do think they're playing better hockey right now. The real question will be when the honeymoon is over. They've gotten the message. They're possessing the puck. They're traffic in front of the net. They're doing all the things they need to do. When that wears off, where do they settle in? I think it'll settle better than the Pistons will. So I'll answer the Wings too.
Yeah. Would you have answered the Wings before yesterday's trade?
I think I still would.
Injury?
I still would. I think they have more talent than the Pistons, but I think the Pistons are a pleasant surprise. Kate Cunningham is an all-star, right? There was a real debate last summer. Are they obligated to pay him? Should you pay him? I was supportive of paying him, but you needed to see this.
Right.
I mean, he's among the league leaders in assists. He's knocking down threes. He's got to get the line a little more. Some of that's the way he's officiated, but he's blossoming before our eyes. And it's unfortunate because I like to see him with Ivy. I'd like to see foundationally if that's something. Mm-hmm. And I think we were seeing it was something. Now it puts more pressure. They can't replace Jaden Ivey. They have to do it kind of in the aggregate now, right?
Right.
They have some shooters, Tobias Harris, Malik Beasley, Tim Hardaway Jr., but they don't have like guys who can break down a defense off the dribble. That's going to be more of a playmaking role. They're going to have to do it in pieces.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it clearly takes some wind out of the Pistons' sail. I would say Red Wings. You guys can let us know. We'll collect a couple ticket texts. We'll play Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35, 248-539-9797.
So I would have said the Pistons before yesterday, too. And I think it's TBA on them. How do they try to address this? Do they try to address it at all? That's definitely something. But if they do, I did see a report late last week. Bobby Marks said that they expect the Pistons to be active in the market.
Yeah.
That they're going to pick up expiring contracts.
They'll be the facilitator.
Right. But what if there's an expiring contract out there that can kind of help fill the void here a little bit? I thought one of the intriguing things about them is that, like, first off, they've won more games than they did last year already. That's not saying much, but they did. So congratulations for at least for doing that. I thought they were rising here a little bit, and maybe we're going to flirt with potentially getting to 500. I really did. I felt that way, that they could get to 37 or maybe more wins there. The reason I didn't think they were going to hit the wall, because these guys have been around a few years now. It's not like Ivy. Like, usually when a team starts to play well together in the NBA and gel, they can really accelerate up the standings. And I thought that they would get into the bottom. Maybe it was the playing round. And is that technically a playoff game or not? It's not.
No.
So, that would have been convoluted a little bit too. But the Red Wings, the thing is nobody's probably pulling away unless Ottawa does. But then I still think Tampa will be lurking down there around 90 points. I think the thing that we're seeing again in the NHL East this year is that it may only take 90, 91. You just do the math right now, unless Ottawa takes off. But then that's assuming Tampa stays where they are too. And
Rangers have been a big disappointment.
Well, the Rangers are so far down now. I know people still think it's early. Having 33 points and you've played 36, 37 games.
It's not early.
You got to get a lot of points to get to 90. Okay?
Right. And don't forget, we knew going into this season, New Jersey, because of injuries, was an abomination last year. We knew they were going to get in this year.
Right. So I want to do this like we did it with the Tigers, although we're way farther out with the Red Wings. The thing we did on our show is we circled a number, and it was 86 wins. We trusted it against history, and I think you can start right now in the NHL East. I think 92 gets it done. I really do if you start doing the math. So can the Red Wings get the 92 points? Right now they have 34.
It's a steep climb.
That's
so
why
how many games they have left?
When people say they're only 6 or points back, guess what? That's a lot already, because if you got to go to the number, the target number, just like in the wild card, the Tigers, 86 is usually the bottom wild card, roughly, if you want it on an average basis. That makes it awfully daunting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The question will be, too, how these teams, how do they approach the deadline? Like you mentioned, the Pistons getting involved as a facilitator. Well, don't they have to consider trading someone like Malik Beasley to a contender at the deadline?
Possibly.
And that lowers.
It depends how much they value making the playoffs.
Or play in, depending on where they're at.
Right.
And the Wings, I wonder, like Steve said at his press conference, he does want to expedite this without doing anything reckless. He wants to expedite this.
Yeah.
Like, are they in a position where if McClellan can get them going a little bit, where he could justify a shake-up trade to make them better? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if it means that much, where without sacrificing his long-term goal, whether we agree with it or not, that's what he's going to do. And you mentioned Ullmark, that he got extended. Yeah, he did get extended to the 28-29 season. But I don't know if the Red Wings wanted to get a goalie to extend, because you're looking at Kosa and the way Augustine's been playing at State and in the World Juniors. They have two goalies that, if all goes well, are going to be for the next decade.
And I see it, and I read this stuff, and I understand
the argument.
You
have to see it in the NHL.
But that's what I was going to say, is very quickly this becomes like a baseball prospect game where you go, just wait, and it's your 6 years the GM, and before you know it, it's 7, it's 8, it's 9. 27 teams have made the playoffs since Steve Yzerman took over. 27 different NHL teams. He knows it, which is why he said we got to expedite this a little bit. You're not going to mortgage 2 or 3 elite players to make a trade right now, but you do need to do something.
Yeah, but as far as the goalie thing, if they would have decided, you know what, we'll make the Ullmark trade, but we're just going to have him for the 1 year, they wouldn't have done that, because they had to give up.
Yes.
Buffalo gave up, or Boston, Ottawa gave up to Boston a number 1 pick and another player.
It's just a question of how badly did you want to compete this season?
Right. Look, they were criticized for keeping the playoff streak alive. How important is it getting to the playoffs, even if you know you can't do anything? How important is it for the Red Wings to get to the playoffs, even though you really can't do anything? I think it's completely different.
I was just going to say that. And I know Steve, he often references, I don't want to just get in, I'm building a cup contender, and that's the method behind all the madness. And I think he's right, but you can't make the comparison of keeping the streak alive with the old guard.
Right.
These young players would benefit from getting in the playoffs.
That's why I said it's different.
Momentum and trajectory and all this other stuff. So it's a good conversation. You guys can weigh in on the ticket text or the phone calls. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, authorities believe multiple people were involved in the New Orleans New Year's Day attack that killed 15 and left at least 30 others injured. The driver of that pickup truck that just plowed into a crowd of people was identified as a 42-year-old U.S. Army veteran from Texas who was killed in a shootout with police. You know, what's interesting is I did see an article that said at least 4 other people who were captured on surveillance cameras, like hiding other explosives throughout the city, were not suspects in this attack.
They have to clarify what that means then, because does that mean this was an uncoordinated second
attack?
Which is equally, maybe more so terrifying, which doesn't make anybody feel any easier about it.
President Biden says that the attacks were inspired by ISIS and that there was an ISIS flag on this rented truck that was used in the attack. Now, the identities of the victims are now still being established, but we're learning a little bit more through friends and family. They include a former Princeton University football player, also an 18-year-old who recently graduated from high school, a 37-year-old father of 2, and a 27-year-old mother. I'm sure we'll learn more about the victims as the day unfolds. It's so tragic.
And it's for families. You start the new year. Everybody wants a clean start, and you lose loved ones. It's tragic, and it is what people have said. It's a terrorist attack.
Yep.
It's awful.
And police are still investigating whether the attack is related to that explosion of that Cybertruck that took place outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. That happened just hours later. They're so far saying that there's no connection between the two as of yet. They have not found a link between, except for the company that both cars were rented from. But it sounds like that company, Turo, had no involvement. It just happened to be the same company where those vehicles were rented. Let's talk about some lighter news, all right? So if you've been to McDonald's lately and noticed that your drink tasted a little different, it might have something to do with their straws. So they've switched their straws and have changed to a more sustainable, I guess you could say also cheaper straw. That's different. These straws are breaking, they're not holding up, and they're not quite as big as the other straws were. They're narrower, it sounds like. Oh, well, I didn't say that, but that would maybe make your drink taste a little different. But I guess that's what people are saying, is that because you're not getting as much of the Coke or whatever drink you ordered.
Well, if you've ever had those like eco-friendly straws, they just
the paper ones
dissolve. And
I hate the paper straws, but the turtles. That's what.
How big a difference does it make?
The taste of the drink?
No, are the straws?
I'm
really
guessing these
bad?
straws are not making a huge difference if they're still made of plastic. They're more flimsy. They're just cheaper. I don't know. Sorry, guys. If you go to McDonald's for a drink, it's going to taste a little different. Lake Superior State University just dropped their annual list of words that should be banned in 2025, and I just said one of them. So these words or phrases are things that are overused or misused or just simply unnecessary and annoying, according to them. Cringe is the number one word on the list.
But what would you say about something that is cringy? What's like a replacement word? I think we need to keep cringe.
Yeah, it's better than the icky.
Ick,
Or something
yeah.
The ick.
Yeah.
I think cringe is fine.
Yeah.
But, they don't. Game changer, number 2. Era, number 3, followed by dropped. IYKYK, if you know, you know. Sorry, not sorry. How do you say this one? Oh, skibbity, whatever it is. See, whatever it even means. 100% utilized and period. Those are the words. Get rid of them in 2025.
How do you guys feel about you do you?
You do you, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm cool with it.
I'm not.
You don't like it?
It's
I
over.
think it's
It's
it is what
overdone.
it is.
Well then, Tom, you do you. All right, Heather.
I don't mind it.
We'll hear from Lions head coach Dan Campbell next. What does he think of Kirby Joseph? Not in the Pro Bowl? What? It's 97.1. Got Carson Anderson coming up in 10 minutes. Doug and Gator?
Yes.
Reunited.
Yes. We were talking about, the Pro Bowl. Hey, it's a nice honor, but, no game, who cares? And what it means is money to a lot of these people. I mean, Jack Fox gets a $150,000 bonus. Zach Bond, linebacker, made the Pro Bowl. Philly, $500,000 bonus for making the Pro Bowl.
Okay.
And he's an unrestricted free agent.
Keep an eye out. It's part of why we're offended on behalf of Kirby Joseph.
Yes.
And not that we need to see him play some flag football nonsense.
No.
He shouldn't even be there because the Lions will be preparing for the Super Bowl.
True.
But it is the recognition, and he deserves it. Leads the league in interceptions. There's some people who think there's a case he could be the defensive player of the year, yet he's not even in the Pro Bowl. After you read it, though, it is odd to me that they only took one free safety in the NFC and one free safety in the AFC. They're taking at least 2 at every other position, and sometimes 3.
So they got 3 safeties total, but only 2.
Which is odd to me, but he should have been the one.
Yes.
Xavier McKinney's having a good year. Just having a better year.
Absolutely.
And the theory on the ticket text is he's a dirty player in the eyes of many in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, despite the fact that he was the player who received the most votes from the fans, he still didn't get in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Is he a dirty player, though?
Say that again?
Is he a dirty player, though?
Yeah, to a certain extent.
You think Kirby is?
He borderline, yeah.
What do you define a dirty player? Like you Harrison Smith, the guys who go low.
Yeah. If you go low, you're a dirty player.
So what's the answer? How do you be a clean player? You get steamrolled by tight ends? That makes you a clean football player?
No, you can still tackle without going completely low.
What's the best way to tackle Brock Bowers, Travis Kelce? What's the best way to tackle TJ Hawkinson? Low.
Yeah, but there's a way of doing it without going with your helmet into the guy's knees. That's the point.
Dirty player's like so offended right now. For me, dirty player is a guy that gets multiple late hits, is known like for that, known to be a headhunter.
Well, Branch was getting a bit of that reputation.
Right. It's just so quick, though. It's like, to me, there's not enough. It hasn't happened enough times to get that label. Like, everybody wants to overreact to everything right now in our society.
Of course.
And they put a label on somebody after one time. I mean, the dirty players that you're describing now compared to what dirty players that I
Chuck
know, and
Cecil.
I know the game's different, okay? You can't be back there and launching like he did. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was still fun to watch, but it was unsafe for the game.
Yeah.
But
I'm just saying, if you
targeting,
told me
who's targeting? Like, those are dirty players.
If you told me one of the Lions safeties was the dirty player, wouldn't Branch be the answer? And I'm not willing to label him a dirty player either, but he's the guy that's been ejected from games for headhunting, right?
I think
and that's the guy who went to the Pro Bowl over Kirby Joseph. I guess instead of Kirby Joseph.
Well,
they only took 3 safeties.
No, but he's a
strong safety. I know.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm saying if having the reputation of being a dirty player gets you excluded, Brian Branch making it kind of flies in the face of that argument.
Well, what's interesting is the fact that it's the players and the coaches.
They feel that way.
Yeah. So they play the game. So they would know a little bit.
So what Stafford said last year, it's on tape, everybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
This supports that.
Maybe. Maybe they'll play again in the playoffs.
If the Lions lose, they are most likely going to go to Los Angeles in the first round, right?
Unless the Rams win, right?
And they're starting Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
There are hypothetical spreads out for some of these playoff games, and if you bet them and the game doesn't happen, you just get refunded. The spread right now, if the Lions went out to Los Angeles, Lions by 3.
Okay. Is there a hypothetical spread on Lions-Chiefs Super Bowl, by the way?
I didn't see it. It's like first-round matchups.
Oh, okay.
What do you think that would be? Lions by... They'd be favored, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah, the Niners were favored last year against the Chiefs. Doesn't mean you're going to win it, but I think better roster, they'd be favored.
Obviously, when the game takes place, everything depends on how the teams look in the playoffs and health and all that.
But they're the 2 teams with the best odds to win it. Chiefs have the best odds to win the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah.
I don't know, Lions by 2.5?
Yeah.
That sounds right. Lions by 2.5 this week.
Yes. And so maybe it'll be less than that because it's at Ford Field and the Super Bowl's at the Superdome.
Lions by a point and a half.
Yeah.
The road to the Super Bowl is so much nicer if they just win this week.
Oh, when it goes through Detroit.
Yep.
Obviously, it'd be so much nicer.
Yeah. And Campbell talked about that. The idea that, hey, it's just one less game. It's not even so much it matters that you're playing in front of your fans, but it's just one less game was the thing he really hit on.
Yeah, especially for a team that certainly had a lot of bad luck about injuries.
Speaking of injuries, do we see a handstand today from Alex Anzalone?
Maybe.
Upside down jumping jacks.
You
or whatever he
might
said.
just because it's gone viral already, as far as at least on Twitter, what he said on our show. And so Anzalone, who's got a good sense of humor, probably knows about it. So maybe we'll do it.
I like the sense of humor. I mean, I wasn't asking for anything overly in depth. The guy's got a busted forearm. Just what do you need to see in practice? Does it need to be full contact? I can't imagine a forearm is going to keep him out if he's medically cleared, right? Is it just about getting back up to game speed? Like, what does he actually have to do?
It's got to be, because if he can still tackle, then what's the difference?
And he probably has to attempt to tackle today at practice. Yeah. In addition to his handstands and cartwheels, if he can wrap up and form tackle. And I don't know. My gut says he's going to play. I don't have any insight.
No, my gut says he's going to play too. What I didn't ask him is, I think we asked TJ the other day, was if they introduce the defense, is he the last one they introduced just to get the amazing ovation at the end?
Who makes that call?
I don't know.
Okay,
I can't imagine Dan even has, like, why would there'd be like one more thing he'd have to sign off on? I'm sure someone else does.
Who makes the call on what uniforms they're going to wear either?
Well, so he had said, and I'd read, like, they do this before the season. They decide what the uniform is. I don't know if they can change it midstream, but people believe they're going to wear the black jerseys.
Yeah.
So they, under Campbell, they've been doing a rotation, offense, defense with the introducing. This is where you make the exception, though. Like, you want a Ford Field to go to one next level. Anzalone's the last guy you introduce.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just if he plays, that's the right thing to do. Because, look, whatever impact he has, the bottom line is it'll fire that place up. It'll take it to another level.
I don't doubt it.
I would definitely do that. I'd lobby for that. Because I don't think there is a rule that you have to alternate either. I think it's up
whatever
to
you
the
want to
team.
do.
Maybe for the last one, they'll be introduced as a team.
No.
I hated that.
That is. I actually missed the player introduction.
Yes. That was the one thing Belichick really, I wish would have done differently. That's kind of screwed it up.
I thought it was cool for the moment, but the fact that everybody copied it, they
Yeah.
should have just stayed the Patriots thing that time when they did it.
Right.
It fit after 9/11 and the type of team they had. Nobody saw them going to the Super Bowl that year. They were 14-point underdog in the game, so I didn't have a problem with that. But the fact that it's gotten copied, I love, like, I thought with baseball, when the Tigers made the playoffs, it brought that back. The player introductions,
that was always the highlight of the baseball All-Star game. The player introductions. It's basketball the same way. Although in college basketball, when they do them alternating, I hate that. I'd rather, introduce one team
I agree with you.
than the other team.
Well, I think when we think of introductions, going to work Pistons. They have the best introductions.
Oh, they were awesome. Absolutely.
The best part, the underrated thing about the player introductions was that especially for the Super Bowl, that the TV announcer would do it. So they would go into echoing stadium voice. So they'd be like when Jim Nantz would do it, it'd be like echoing throughout the stadium. It's great.
I know. That's
We're
another
such
thing.
nerds.
That's another thing about hockey. They don't. I mean, for the finals, I think they do introduce them, but they don't come out. They're already just standing on the blue line. Boring. Don't even bother.
Would love to see Alex Anzalone, whether he's the first or the last guy introduced.
Yes.
We'll get more of an update, I'm sure, later today after practice. We got Gator in studio.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
How are you?
Happy New Year.
I'm okay. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Yes.
I heard Heather's list of the words or phrases that are on the outs. I don't think that's fair. I think that the reason some of those are on there is because it's offensive to those people that are offended by it. What's wrong with if you know, you know? The problem is the people that don't know, they don't like it.
They don't know.
They don't know.
And if the people that don't like sorry, not sorry, you know who was aggrieved by that? The person who was expecting an apology.
It's true.
That's a good point.
I don't understand this. Why are we getting rid of that stuff? Because some people are offended by it?
But
Come on.
How do we get rid of all words?
Are we getting this soft? Are we still going on the soft road? The hell?
But we don't need skibbity, right? We can get rid of skibbity.
I never heard that in my life.
Yeah,
so
get
I
rid
don't
of that
know what
one.
means. Doug will tell me what that means.
Doug, do your kids say skibbity?
They do not.
Okay. Too old for that.
Or not.
Down with that.
What's the game plan today?
Well, we got a lot of football to talk about.
Yeah.
Happened the last couple days in college football. And a large game looming on Sunday, one might say.
Yes, indeed. And, hopefully, not that it's good, but we'll get an update on Jaden Ivey's situation sometime.
Yeah.
During your show. God, that just sucks.
Yep.
And it's weird because watching the replay, I mean, you know that there's something to the leg, but it looked like, was it the knee? I mean, the ankle gets rolled up a little bit, but the way they reacted with towels and stuff, it's like it was a gruesome.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was one angle that was bad because it bent a lot. And the fact that Cole Anthony of Orlando was like tearing.
Oh, I mean, yeah, all these players were, that's what I'm saying. The angles I saw, I couldn't really tell what it was, but obviously it was something severe, which is really unfortunate because he was having a really nice season and proving people wrong to say that he and Cade can't coexist, and there they are on the floor winning games together.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Pro Bowl teams in the NFL have been announced, and the Lions riddled all throughout the NFC roster. Makes sense since they have been skibbity all year. I think that's what the kids say. Jared Goff having a career year. He makes the cut, as well as Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Frank Ragnow. One surprise, though, not making the team for the Lions, Kirby Joseph, the NFL's leader in picks. But with 5 players, the Lions have more players being represented than any other team in the NFC. Just a preview of how good the matchup may be on Sunday. Minnesota, they have wide receiver Justin Jefferson and quarterback Sam Darnold making the cut. Notable names making it for the AFC include Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and Jamar Chase. Meanwhile, it was a rough scene at LCA last night. Off a Pistons win against the Magic, Jaden Ivey went down with what appeared to be a nasty injury. Visibly, players on both teams shook up and in tears before Ivey was carted off on a stretcher. Ivey clearly in severe pain, clutching his leg and his ankle. Sports medicine doctor Brian Suterer with his take on the injury. It should be noted that in Suterer's opinion, he has not treated or seen Ivey since the incidents. Finally, the Red Wings hunt for their 3rd consecutive win tonight. They take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. We'll have all the action for you right here on the tickets, including your pregame at 6:45. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to Odyssey.com.
Well, hello and Happy New Year, Scott Anderson.
Hello, Doug.
How are you?
Well, I'm glad you finally came to your senses and apologized for what you did.
Yeah, that was way out of line. Huh?
Yeah, and now we're able to work together again.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it just cracks me. It just heads up. So just so everybody knows, next December
there'll be some time off.
There's going to be a bunch of time off. It is not some great Carson Anderson fight. Nobody got fired. It is always the case in December that we have to use vacation time before EOY, end of year, or you lose it. So
yep. If you had to use 2025 yet in terms of writing or typing?
Yeah, I did it today. I got it right. I was happy.
I did today too.
Yeah.
I'm 1 for 1.
Very, very proud of that. One of the great.
It's a win.
It is a small win. It is the first time you have to write down the date. Do you get it right? Do you get the year right?
I had to write a check the other day, and just easy enough. And I'm like, the next time I have to write a check, I'm gonna have to stop and think.
I was thinking about this though. If you think about our life timeline, and you think about going into the year 2025, it has a great chance to be the year that it happened, that nobody thought would ever happen. This is a great chance to be the calendar year, a great chance that the Lions actually do this thing.
I mean, yes, the way you phrased
Great
it,
chance.
you phrased it well.
Yep.
There's a great chance.
Yep.
Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Just there's a great chance.
Yeah, and it's not it. It's nothing is written in stone. It's an incredibly difficult thing to do, to maneuver and work your way through the NFL playoffs. But this team is poised, and I'm ready for this game. I'm excited for this game. All kinds of preview stuff on this game that we're going to do today and tomorrow. But this could be 2025. It could be the year that we see the it happen that nobody thought would happen. But we'll see. Still work to be done. And we'll talk a lot about Lions and Vikings. So college football the last couple days. Ohio State looked good.
Yeah, they looked that was definitely the team that I think a lot of people were saying, well, where was that at the end of the season? Mm-hmm. Hey, who knew if you threw to the best receiver in college football that good things could happen? And they threw him early and often, and it was a hell of a first half for the Buckeyes with the 34 points. They gave up 8. They get the touchdown, the 2-point conversion late, and then second half starts, and Oregon decides that they're going to try to make this a game, and look out. And then Ohio says, yeah, all right, slow down, calm down, boom, another touchdown, and it just never really got competitive. And it was impressive work by the Buckeyes. They've got a high-powered offense when they want to. It seems like the run, the pass for them is what should set up the run, even though they've got 2 really good running backs. Their offensive line doesn't appear to be elite. So for them, passing first is probably a better way to go.
That first game yesterday, and we'll talk about them both more in depth, but that first game yesterday was damn entertaining.
The Arizona State game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be. And then all of a sudden things start to get going there. And
it was weird because it felt
what he is.
Yeah, it felt like Arizona State was in many ways the better team. They were just trailing most of the game because of red zone screw-ups. Texas really did nothing. I mean, they scored an early touchdown quickly. Then they got the punt return for a touchdown, and then they did nothing.
Texas is not overly impressive, are they?
I mean,
they're good.
Obviously,
they're good enough to win games, but they don't do it with style points. They make you go, wow, that team, whoo,
yeah,
that's vintage Texas, or this is a team to be reckoned with. It's a good football team. Like I said, it's just enough to win good enough just to win games. And Arizona State's okay. Look, they've got Scatterbo or Boo or what. First, how do you pronounce it? Because
Scatterboo seemed to be what most people go with.
But they kept changing it last night.
Yeah, I know there was some Scatterbo as well.
I know there's a B-O at the end of it, but it's, what are we going with? But either way, the guy's really good. He had, 250 yards in offense. I mean, threw a duck, but it went for a touchdown, and he was all they had, really, offensively. That and, the quarterback, Levitt, was able to make some plays and extend some plays, but in the end, he cost him. But, yes, as you said, a very entertaining football game and an interesting anomaly going right now with those first 3 games. And that is the so far, 3 teams that got the bye lost.
Yep.
So I think it's if you were to go and rank the teams without having to use the formula of being a conference champion, getting the top 4 or whatever and all that, I don't think you would have put Arizona State and Boise State in the top 4. And yet that's where they were. And they get exposed for what people thought.
I mean, I think exposed is a bit strong.
Well,
really
I guess in a Texas game, it's strong. It's strong to say that. But I'm just saying that clearly Penn State's a better team than Boise, right?
I think so, yeah.
And I mean, Texas showed it, and then it was a flurry at the end for Arizona State.
I will go back to this. I like the conference championships matter, but here is the system to me. I'm not into changing anything minus one thing. I think we got to let it breathe before we decide.
Yep.
Because over the next couple of years, things could even out where we're like, actually, the system's pretty good. The problem is there's no perfect system, no matter what system we go to, because every year is different. There might be occasionally a year where it feels like it worked out perfectly, but if you're going to have a predetermined system and then you're going to have a season that's played with literally thousands upon thousands of potential outcomes, you can't just plug in the teams every year and go, this is perfect. And if you're really thinking that there's a better system, the only thing I would change is I would scrap the bowl games for the round that's being played right now. Arizona State would have been hosting Texas. Boise State would have been hosting Penn State. You know, I mean, that to me is the thing. On-campus venues are fantastic.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Yeah, because in that first round, and all the teams that played a home won, right?
Yeah, and that would be the true advantage. And those teams that got the buys didn't get that advantage. I am obviously back from Tampa, where Michigan beat Alabama. We will get to that coming up today at 10:16. We'll get to some Lions stuff a little bit later. It is Carson Anderson as 2025. We are back and underway in the new year, and hope everybody had a great New Year's Eve, great holiday season, and 2025 we're off. We are off. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, those red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere and for good reason. They're out there to help you. The new year is here, and your resolution is to find a team to help you get that plumbing problem fixed. Call the expert technicians over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and they'll get your 2025 started with some peace of mind. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of those 5-star ratings they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, whatever the problem is, and I've already heard from people, they've got lots of problems going into the new year. Now the new year is here. Schedule that appointment, get it fixed. Schedule it online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get some Lions stuff coming up. I'm fresh back from a trip to Tampa. Scott, it was a quick in and out. We had a flight on December 30th. It got delayed a couple hours, and I'm pretty good with flying now. I used to hate flying. I used to be scared of flying, but I got pretty good with flying. One of the things about flying is when they say, "Yeah, we're delayed maintenance." Like, maintenance, huh?
What do you got to maintain here? What didn't you do?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, cool. There's nothing wrong with the plane, right? Like we got it all sorted out. We got it all sorted out, right?
You got brake pads?
Yeah. you check the Fetzer valve?
Yeah.
It's all ball bearings these days.
Hey.
So anyway, but we had a relatively safe flight when it was all said and done, but 2.5 hour delay, rolling to Tampa. The cool thing about it was the Lions Monday night game was on. And so we went from the idea of landing in the early third quarter to being and having to get to the hotel and watching on your phone and the Uber and all that. We went from that to the getting to watch the entire game on the flight. And I'm sure not everybody heard your New Year's Eve show, although maybe they did. You asked me about what the flight with the game on was like, and I said at one point I stood up and looked down because we were in the last row. And I looked down the plane. I'd say 19 out of 20 TVs on a flight from Detroit to Tampa had the Monday Night Football game on. What was interesting, and this is not really all that particularly relevant, but the game was on ESPN and ABC. And on Delta, you can watch both ESPN and ABC. The ABC feed was about 3 plays ahead of the ESPN feed on the plane for some reason. I have no idea why. But I'm looking, and there's people in the same row watching the play. And if you're sitting next to someone, you
change it.
Yeah, you're 3 plays behind on the aisle seat, and the middle seat is, I don't know, you'd be distracted. Maybe they never figured it out. They just thought it was their particular seat. But anyway, yeah. And I also, I mean, it made the flight fly by. It was because you're just so into the game.
Yeah. Not that it's a long flight, but
no,
it's
2
hours.
2.5 hours. But anyway, get to the land. Game ends. I'm watching the post game stuff on the NFL Network. By the time we hit the gate, get to the hotel. It's 12:30. Up early the next day. Off to the stadium, and then watched that stunning turn of events. There's a few things about this Michigan team. All right, they are what they are. Okay, I think probably fans get frustrated watching the offense and God, you got to throw the ball. And then they throw it and they throw a pick. Like after all games saying, if you are playing Michigan and I guess it's not relevant because this team won't play again. The only chance Michigan really had was to get an early lead. If they ever have to come from behind, and there were games this year where they had to try and come from behind, they kind of stood no chance. And while Ohio State led the Michigan game 3-0, Michigan made it 10-3 and then could hand off, punt, and play defense. But winning the game was cool and it was fun. And I kept saying it pregame, and I still think it holds. It was all about the guys that are playing in that game, whether it be the young defensive lineman or the running back Jordan Marshall or the tight end Hogan Hansen or the young safety Brandon Hillman, that were going to get way more snaps because of the opt-outs. And Michigan had 13 starters who opted out, either portaled or going to the league. It was, are they going to be better on August 30th against New Mexico because they got to play in this game? That was the most tangible thing to come out of it because they have a lot to replace. The early returns on the defensive line and what it might look like, pretty encouraging. Derek Moore and TJ Guy up front were very good. And then you mix in Cam Brandt and Rayshawn Benny and Trey Pierce and Eno Etta, and you're like, okay, maybe this group up front will be able to get it done. The secondary will return enough, especially if Rod Moore comes back. And Jordan Marshall got into a rhythm as that game went on. And I mean, it might have taken a little bit of an act of God because when the skies opened up, Alabama, I mean, talk about a wicked witch. Don't get them wet. I mean, honestly, they completely folded in the rain.
I mean, it was incredible. It's like the rain starts and like, oh, well, it's a little wet out there. And then they go to commercial break and they come back. And obviously you're there the whole time. Mm-hmm. But when they came back for the commercial break, it was like Noah's Ark out there. It had totally changed. And Alabama, you're right. They turned like the Wicked Witch. They had no answer for the rain. And they turned it over like it was their job to turn it over. Michigan ends up with 16 points in the first quarter. And it's like, okay, now what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is just frankly, one of the most boring games you'll watch. Michigan had less than 200 yards in offense. Alabama had, I think, 300 yards in offense, but they couldn't do anything. And I give credit to Michigan's defense because despite the fact that they had 3 of those guys in the defensive line, there'll be a couple first-round picks and maybe a second-day pick. Despite not having that, other guys that have gotten a lot of play this year stepped up their game, and they looked good defensively. And Bama had Jalen Milroe. Bama had Jam Miller. Bama had their top 2 receivers that were out there, and they could do nothing. I don't know what was up with the offensive line, if they were missing guys there or not.
They weren't. They got their tackle back for that game, in fact.
They just did not look good. And, I wonder if Alabama fans are looking at this era right now. Here they are with the Kalen DeBoer era, and they're probably not thrilled with the Kalen DeBoer era.
No.
And are they looking at this and saying, is this our Rich Rod, Brady Hoke era? The expectation, of course, is to win national championships. Here you are. You're not winning a national championship, and you're playing in a bowl game. You've got most of your guys there, and you did nothing against a, slightly better than average Michigan team.
The thing about the finish this season, like last year, Michigan played Bama in the Rose Bowl, and they had all those guys, and they had 6 sacks of Jalen Milroe. This year, they had none of those guys. They had 5. Like Michigan's last 2 games, they were a combined 36-point underdog, and they won, scoring 32 points. They won both games. And the Ohio State game is one that, is kind of become – the end of this Michigan season was a great end to an otherwise not great year, but a great end. And I'm happy for the kids that were involved because you get to know them. And I'm going to be consistent on that too because there's other people that may surprise you I'm happy for today. But at the end of the day, they can carry some of that momentum into the offseason, and we'll see if it amounts what it amounts to. But I saw Kalen DeBoer in the tunnels after the game, and you can see stress on coaches' faces. I did not see stress on his face. If I were an Alabama fan, I'd say, okay, this coach is still feeling confident, and it's not like I know him, but I've seen enough of him in press conferences dating back to last year's national championship game.
Bama teams don't lose 4 games in a year.
No, they don't, and that's not going to sit well with the Bama fans. It didn't sit well with the Bama fans that they were in Tampa to begin with, whether it was because they thought that they were robbed or they thought that they were
they weren't robbed.
Well, it was hard.
They were not robbed.
Remember we talked, you asked me the question about Bama's motivation to prove that they belong in the college football playoff, and I said, yeah, that can maybe carry you so far. I've been around Michigan teams that went to bowl games and wanted to quote unquote prove something and didn't. But you're right. The Michigan defense, look, Sharon Moore and their game plan was if they obviously got a lead and then said, yeah, well, we're cool handing it off and punting and playing defense. And it's a formula that worked. Was it boring? I think probably a lot of fans would say, yeah, it was boring. But in the end, when you win the game, who really cares? They kind of MacGyvered back-to-back wins over 2 teams that
you know what it looked like? It kind of looked like a vintage Notre Dame team.
I thought it was Michigan. Iowa. I was going to go with Iowa. That was that Iowa formula, right? We're gonna have 5 first downs the whole game and still beat you.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of what it was, but it was the stunning thing is it was good enough to beat Alabama, and SEC licking their wounds again, taking another L to the Big Ten.
And I mean, when Illinois beat South Carolina, these games are exhibitions.
And Bielema starts taunting.
Wow. These games are exhibitions. We know it. And so the bowl records, but I mean the Big Ten sweeping the SEC that day.
Yeah, it's
if Arizona State had beaten Texas, another SEC team, I mean it just would have, because the SEC was loud when the brackets came out.
Yeah, they were. And look, Big Ten country here, don't want to thump our chest too much because it is the portal era, and we know that there are tons of players that choose not to play now. It's funny. What was it, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever it was that one of the bosses decided not to play for Ohio State the rest of the way?
Yeah.
And we were very critical of that.
Yep.
It's just the norm now.
It is. That team had playoff aspirations.
Which makes it a little bit different.
Yeah. But bottom line here is a nice springboard for Michigan into next year. And, that was a pretty surprising result. But so was the Ohio State game.
But if it's a springboard, I mean, Davis Warren's not coming back to play quarterback.
He probably will not be playing next year, given that who they brought in. He might be on the team. He might stay.
And Alex Orji's not going to be playing quarterback for him next year.
No, he is not.
So, I mean, at least from that, it'll be a totally different team.
Well, the defense is what really gets a springboard.
The defense should get that. Yeah, I would say that those guys
offensively, it might be a total overhaul. As the way the offense performed, it probably should be. But this is the overhaul era, right? I mean, you can totally change things. All right, Lions. Here we go, man.
Ready, set, puke.
I mean, right?
I've been vomiting for 3 days.
This is it. This is, let's face it. Not long ago, we'd pray to be in a game like this. And now we're like, how did it all come down to this?
How do you win 14 games and you got basically it's a play-in for the number 1 seed?
We will get to that coming up today at 10:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Two final thoughts. One is I give Wink Martindale a lot of credit, Michigan defensive coordinator. And the other unsung hero is Hudson Hollenbach, who was the punter, but also maybe more importantly, he was the holder on field goals as every point mattered. And 2 of those field goal attempts were in pouring rain. He hadn't played. And he, because Tommy Doman sat the game out, he made his debut having to hold on field goal attempts in a monsoon. And unsung hero in that game. But all right, so Lions and Vikings. I'm thinking today about what's on the line here. Home field versus having to go on the road. Getting a bye versus not getting a bye. The bye is way more important to me than the home field. And it's because this Lions team got their bye so early in the year, and because the laundry list, the long list of injuries and trying to get guys back. It's funny because the Lions are well positioned to make a Super Bowl run, and yet the roster tells you they need to buy more than anyone.
They have an entire defense that has not played because of injury. Currently not playing because of injury. The exception is the safety position. Knock on wood that those guys stay healthy. But they've got, I think, 3 or 4 cornerbacks that are hurt right now. Now, good news coming, perhaps, because it looks like Manuel Mosley, who we thought was going to play, apparently was dealing with an illness, so he hasn't gotten healthy enough to play, but maybe he'll play this week. Ennis Rakestraw, I saw there was some progress there, that maybe he can be back for the playoffs. Be nice to get some guys back, but obviously we know the injuries. You got 3 linebackers that are out. You've got an entire defensive line with Pro Bowl caliber players and all pro caliber players like Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson that have been out, and Marcus Davenport and Kaminsky, and we know the whole thing, right? It's amazing how many guys are out, and yet they just keep going. They just keep winning games. That, to me, when you start talking about like Coach of the Year stuff, and it's, people will look at the Lions, oh, their offense is so good. I mean, 14 wins. Yeah, I mean, that's just where it's progression where they were last year. And I don't know if nationally it's getting enough publicity about what they're doing defensively. Like, okay, they go against San Francisco. It looks shaky to start because San Fran's able to come right down the field and score. But what the Lions did was come up with monster plays on the defensive side of the ball to get it back to their high-powered offense, and thank goodness the offense does what they do, but the defense, give them credit when Kirby Joseph comes up with a couple of picks to help secure a win, and now you got a double-digit lead with a few minutes to go, and you're fine. Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, and the crew have gotten that defense fired up. Next man mentality, it can be a mantra. You can say it as often as you like, but it doesn't matter unless the next guy up actually performs well. Right. And the next guy up has performed extraordinarily well all season long on a team that this is not the starting defense you would expect.
So getting guys back is huge, and this game is important. But listening to some of the talk, and I want to make an argument here against something that isn't true, but when I hear some people talk about how important this is, I pause a little bit, because I don't know that there's a team that's more equipped to go on the road and win in the postseason than this team. I really truly believe that. Obviously, they swept their road games, and they beat 3 playoff teams on the road. And if you have to go on the road, who's more prepared to do it than the Lions? And I'm not going to go to full capitulation mode if they lose this game. And I think it is important. I don't want this to turn. It's not important to win the game, because it is important to win the game. It's very important to win the game. But I also if this team has to go on the road in the postseason, there's only one scenario. It's if they lose to Minnesota, where they're guaranteed to go on the road for at least, would it be at least 2 rounds, right? I mean, they can't host in the. I guess if 7 and 6 win, yeah, they could host if they're the 5 seed. And what also is very strange about this is right now it feels like the most likely outcome is that this game between Detroit and Minnesota is simply being played to determine who hosts a game in 2 weeks between Detroit and Minnesota. And because they'll be on the same, basically, a collision course in the postseason, again, barring upsets, the 5 seed will probably be favored, because it's either going to be Detroit or Minnesota, probably be favored over the 4 seed. And if they win, barring upsets, guess what? We get game 3 between Detroit and Minnesota. And, the fact of the matter is we've seen this before. We've seen this before. Back in 1993, when I had just started in the media, the Lions played Green Bay in the season finale for the division. And the Lions won it. And because they won it, they hosted Green Bay the next week in the first round of the playoffs. And what happened? In the second game, Green Bay came to Detroit and beat the Lions in the Silverdome after losing the first game to the Lions in the Silverdome a week prior. So we've seen this before in terms of just because you win this game and get to play them again in your home field doesn't mean you're going to beat them.
No, but the difference, as you point out, is that this year, if they win this game, they get the bye.
The bye is way more important to me than home field.
Yeah.
And
fortunately, home field comes with it.
Yep.
So you get a twofer. But yes, I agree with you that the bye is way more important at this point to get healthy, and as healthy as you can. Just to get a week off would be great for this team.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, have they been proven on the road? Yeah, 8-0 on the road. It's fantastic. But you feel like, and I feel like this team can beat anybody anywhere, and that's what they've proven. But to add another game on it because you don't have the bye, that's just, you're asking for, the NFL gods to keep smiling on you, even though they haven't smiled a ton with all the injuries. You're asking for them, hey, please, football gods, don't let us deal with another catastrophic injury to this team by having us play another playoff game, despite having a 14-win season at this point.
And then there's this other thing. Is in some strange way, with some teams, a late season loss can have you be able to find authentically another gear. Everybody talks about playing their best football in the postseason, but a late season loss, you can authentically go find a place inside that takes you to the next level. And I want to win the game, and don't get me wrong. But if they lose the game, maybe that brings that out in the Lions. Just ask Ohio State. You can lose a game late in the year, and it goes, okay, we thought we were doing everything we can. We thought we were as prepared as we could be. We thought we were as motivated as we could be. But when you lose a game, you start getting like insecurities that you're trying to account for.
Which I look at this game on Sunday night, and it's not a playoff game. It's not.
Nope.
Playoff game means if you lose, it's the end of the world.
Yep.
And I'm not setting myself up to accept that, they're going to lose this game. Not at all. I think the Lions win this game. However, if they don't, if that scenario exists, they just have to go out the next week and win because the season isn't over. So it's got the playoff feel to it without it being a playoff game. It just means there's a reward to this game if you win it.
Yep.
That's why it's a playoff feel.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Al in Pontiac. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Al.
We need to buy because, you know what, in NFL now, there's a lot of injuries. And it's getting to the point now, by the time you get down to near the Super Bowl, it's the most healthiest team. I mean, there's so many injuries throughout the league. Another situation is, the NFL now, it's almost like the WWE. They change times, shorter times you play. And a lot of people don't realize also, and I'm not trying to get corny, but in high school, the unsung heroes in the NFL are your center, tackles, and your guards. Those guys play hurt all the time. I want Hutch to come back, but I don't want him to get in there too soon. And this Minnesota Vikings game, it's the game of the year. I mean, everyone's talking about it.
No, it's literally the last game of the regular season at the last possible time because they got flexed. And yeah, it's a massive game. It means the first overall seed in the NFC. It's big.
I want to go back to what you said though at the beginning and see how much you mean it. You said they need the bye. Does that mean in your mind, if they don't win this game, they are not going to the Super Bowl?
No, I got I got Lions, definitely. Okay, I
don't know if you answered the question. You got the Lions to win this game?
if they lose this game, the Lions are still going to the Super Bowl. But with a bye, they get rest.
Yeah, I mean, right, got it. We're familiar with the format. But when you say they need this game, what if they lose? They're still going to the Super Bowl.
Then they don't need the game.
I mean, you'd still prefer to have the bye because it helps you health up for the Super Bowl. It's an extra 60 minutes of NFL football you don't have to play.
Right.
But that's why I'm testing the boundaries of how much they need it. If you think they're going to not go to the Super Bowl because they lose this game, that is the definition of needing the game. You know?
Yeah, I don't say they need the game. Obviously, it helps. It certainly helps, and I'd like to have the bye week just for this team to heal up. His comment about Hutchinson and any other players going to come back from injury.
Yeah,
they're not going to come back to risk themselves. If they're not ready to come back, I can't see that. Like if Hutchinson's ready to come back physically, and the only limitations on him are, he hasn't had a whole lot of practice and he doesn't have his wind underneath him just yet, but that he's not going to put himself at more risk, like the bone hasn't healed completely or something like that, right? He's not pushing it in that respect. He's pushing it because he hopes he can be back to play if they make it to the Super Bowl.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, look, we're kind of talking about the importance of this game, and really the question is, if the Lions don't win this game, do they not get to the Super Bowl? Because if you believe that, if you believe that they lose this game, they're not going to the Super Bowl, then they are playing a must-win game. And I don't feel that way. I think if any team can go on the road 3 times and win, it's a Detroit team that's already gone on the road 3 times and beaten playoff teams. Now, to be fair, they beat everybody on the road, but 3 of those road games were against playoff teams. And against 2 teams that they might have to beat to on the road. Well, not Green Bay, but Minnesota. They'd have to, if they lose this game, their likely path to the Super Bowl would go through Minnesota, because the 4-5 game funnels to the 1 seed. If there are upsets, then everything changes. But, I'm certainly not arguing that the game is not important, and I'm certainly not arguing that I don't care if they win or lose it. I am arguing that I think this Lions team could still go to the Super Bowl with a loss. Definitely a harder road, and they probably need to buy more than they need the home field. I believe that, but they're both important, but they're not requirements, I guess is my point.
Yeah. It's also interesting because when you say that and then you go back and look at the way they approached the San Francisco game, they clearly thought it was more important to win that San Francisco game than it was to get the rest. And I was thinking about this the next day in that, okay, they did win, and it was a nice win for them. Had they not played starters, had Jared Goff gotten the day off or St. Brown gotten the day off,
right?
A couple guys on defense don't play. Because San Francisco was hell-bent on trying to beat the Lions, that game could have been an ugly game where San Francisco wins it, 45-10 if the Lions had rested players. And I was thinking about, had the Lions gotten smoked like that, what would that do to the feeling of that team going into San Francisco with a chance to go ahead and beat the team that knocked you out of the playoffs last year, but you're not going there with your best team,
right? And
you get beat. Like, it would be demoralizing. You'd be pissed, and there might be some guys that are pissed because they wanted to play the game. Like, I really wanted to play. Now we got to get. Oh, now we can get up for this game this week. Looking back at it retrospectively, I think it was important that they did play their guys on Monday night, and that they kept that feeling of winning. That they still know that nothing's handed to you. San Francisco beaten up, the Lions are beaten up. You were trailing in that game. You got to get after it, and then they did, and they were able to push past it. And like many of the games this year, you come out of that game going, nice win, but so much could be better. There's so much more to work on, so much more areas where they can improve on. And this has been their season. Every win there are very few wins. There are a couple wins where we're just laughers. But for the most part, they came out of games this year where we're like, they look really good. However, this needs to improve, and this needs to improve.
And I go back to something I said to you on the show on Tuesday morning. When you asked me about the game, it's really cool that they won the game. It's nice, but it's way more important that they appear to have come out of that without significant injury. And so they didn't gear down. Like, the worst way to find your season come to an end is if you took the foot off the pedal at some point and it had a lasting impact on your team. You'd be like, what did we do? But they kept the pedal down. They stayed healthy. And now they're playing an extremely important game, but I'm shy of calling it a must-win, because I think if any team that can do it, it's this team. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up? Welcome back, man. The Lions, they worked extremely hard this season. They don't need the bye to get to the Super Bowl, but it would be nice to have, right? Like, you don't need to date a supermodel, but it'd be nice. They need some rest, right? These guys have worked hard, even minor injuries. They just need some rest.
It would be so helpful. I mean, when you talk about when the Lions bye came, how many weeks in a row they've had to play, the story of the Lions injuries, that's not a local story. That's a national story. Everybody looks at it and goes, wow. And so if it means getting 1 or 2 guys back or closer to 100%, They become that much tougher. I'll tell you what, nobody in the NFC wants the Lions to win this game.
And then,
nobody wants the
I know
Lions to win
Kenny-
this game.
I know Kenny's. I didn't hear Kenny on the screener, but I'm here in New Orleans for work. I'll be going to the Georgia game, so I'll root for the Bulldogs for Kenny. I'm safe, with all the craziness that happened.
Yeah. Were you there?
My hotel was like a block away from where it happened. So I was on Bourbon Street till about 1:30, and when you have that gut feeling, my gut told me just go back to my room because I could feel like something was going to go wrong. I didn't know how bad, but I left, and then I got to the hotel like 3:30, heard everything that went on. Then the FBI came to the hotel, evacuated all of us because they said that they found IED devices in the truck. So we had to leave. Everyone had to leave the hotel. I didn't get back to my hotel room till like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Wow. I'm
Yeah.
glad
It
you're
was
safe.
crazy.
Could
you.
Could you hear like police and commotion and gunshots?
Oh yeah, I heard the gunshots and the police. I didn't hear it didn't sound like the truck crashed. It just sounded like a loud explosion, I guess, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I heard the gunshots, and I immediately got on the floor because I live in Detroit, so I know how to protect myself.
Wow.
This is really unfortunate. It was really, sets the year off in a horrible way, and obviously they're delaying the game. The game gets played this afternoon, and hopefully they've got things. It sounds like they got things under control. They've got a timeline set up, and now they're looking for other people in this endeavor.
Yeah, they said 3 guys and another woman. They said there's going to be like 1,000 officers surrounding the Superdome, in and out. So I'll be safe.
Matt, glad you're okay. Thanks for sharing. And it is, we know what's important. We don't need reminders. We know what's important. And that casts a pall over, really the start of the year. I felt a little guilty enjoying the football yesterday and knowing that the Sugar Bowl, and I was sitting there going, they're going to postpone this thing.
It's so New Year's Eve, I'm at friend's house, and we're talking about the game and saying, well, the Georgia game doesn't start till like 8:30, 8:45 at night. That Sugar Bowl, it's going to be a late start. It's going to end at way late, and kind of people we're all kind of commiserating about it, maybe a little bit of complaining, like it's late for a football game,
Mm-hmm.
and then go to bed and wake up the next day and you find out what happened, and it just puts everything back in perspective. No, it's play whenever you can.
Yep. Let's move on. We go to Mel in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Mel.
Hey, how you guys doing? Happy New Year.
You too.
I think it's extremely important we win Sunday, because if we lose, what's going to happen is what I already feared even before the injuries. I always fear I don't want to run into Stafford in the playoffs. I always saw a scenario where he comes here, the Rams get hot, he comes here, and I could just see that him preventing us going to the Super Bowl, because we already beat him twice. He's due to beat us. Our secondary isn't good. He loves to air it out. I just rather for them to go ahead and win Sunday and try to avoid. Because I think we played them. If we lose, we have played them in the first round, right? The Rams?
Potentially. That's still up in the air to see if it'd be the Rams, Atlanta, or Tampa Bay.
Tampa, now, Tampa's the 4th seed.
Okay, well, that's even before the injuries, the middle of the season, I said it's one team, one scenario I fear is if we have to play the Rams. Even if they have to come here, I just something in my gut just saying I don't want that to happen.
No, if they have to play the Rams, and I can't, I'm Google search trying to figure out if the Rams
home game for the Lions if they played on the road. Wouldn't we welcome that?
They would. There'd be a lot of Lions fans there.
I just say if they somehow, if the scenario fail where the Rams come here for like the NFC Championship game, I just could see Stafford coming here and ruin our Super Bowl. I could just see that. I don't even think I can watch that game.
Well, you're gonna watch the game.
Yeah, I'm I'm gonna watch, but if it's a game and it's tight in the fourth quarter, I'd just be like, oh, here we go.
Well, look,
here we go.
If you're talking about like the worst case scenario, okay, the worst case scenario, if you ever find yourself in the position of being a Detroit sports talk radio host, you do not want to be doing a show after the Rams eliminated the Lions and Matt Stafford ended the Lions season. This is not a show I ever want to do.
No.
Could it align that way that we will be looking at that as a possibility? I just don't. I don't want to do that show.
I don't want to do that show either, but at the same time, I don't think it matters. I mean, what matters is that, okay, if they lost the game, that you get pissed they lost the game. I don't think it matters anymore about who it is. With that quarterback on the West Coast, doesn't matter. He's got his Super Bowl. We're happy with how things have happened here. We were able to build the foundation of this team because of that trade. So it's worked out, okay? We've experienced things we've never experienced before in our lifetime as being Lions fans. Unless you go back to 1957, you never came close to this stuff. So I'm fine. I can move on from it. Do I want to do that show if it happens? Absolutely not.
That to me is the nightmare show. But the Rams, if the Rams lose and the Buccaneers win, Tampa's the 3 seed, the Rams are the 4 seed. So the Rams right now are hanging on to the 3 seed. So our guy Mel had just called and said, I do not want to go to LA and play the Rams. If the Rams win or the Buccaneers lose, the Rams will be the 3 seed and the Lions will not be doing that if they lose to Minnesota. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of Lions talk. Gator, I did something. I started the new year yesterday doing something I had never done before. I heard many people talk about it, and I'm like, I'm going to give it a shot. I don't know if I will ever do it again.
It's a one-time thing. It's not something you have to do in a series. It's just one.
It was a one-and-doner. It can be a one-and-doner. I can choose to keep going if I decide.
All right.
We will get to that today at 11:05. And you can feel free to, if you want to guess.
I will try.
Yeah. We'll take texts and posters on Twitch and YouTube if you want to guess. I got to decide if I'm going to do it again. But we'll get to that at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Last night, the Pistons win at home against the Orlando Magic. That, unfortunately, not the story of the game. The story, that would be the injury to Jaden Ivey, who was having a career year this season, being second on the team in assists and points per game behind Cade Cunningham. Last night, he unintentionally got tangled up with Cole Anthony and went flying to the court, instantly screaming in pain, grabbing his leg. It was an ugly scene that saw members of both teams crying and visibly shook up before Ivey was carted off the court. Little Caesars Arena expressing their supports. Audio courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network. You can hear the concern in Greg Kelser's voice. Maybe worth noting, sports medicine doctor Brian Suterer says based off of what he saw on film, he expects this to be a season-ending injury. Granted, that is just opinion. He has not seen or treated Ivey since the incident. Shifting gears to the Lions, they continue their prep for what many are calling the biggest regular season game in Lions history. It's going to be Lions and Vikings at Ford Field for all the marbles. Winner getting the NFC North and the 1 seed in the playoffs. The loser gets dropped to the 5 seed. One thing Detroit does have going for them, 5 bowl players in the Pro Bowl. Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Frank Ragnow all making the cut. Oddly missing that list, Kirby Joseph, the NFL's leader in picks. And finally, the college football playoffs resume today with the wrap-up of the quarterfinals at 4 p.m. It's Georgia and Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl. Already advancing to the semifinals, Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Talking a lot about the Lions. We opened the show with some Michigan discussion, college football discussion, and there's a lot to still unpack on those games. But obviously, we have a huge football game coming up on Sunday. The Lions taking on the Minnesota Vikings, and you know the psychology of Lions fans has always been an intriguing story because, quite frankly, what the team put the fan base through for 50 years, or I guess it depends on how old you are, but put most of us through for most of our lives has got us in a weird place. And then the way the team has been playing also has, got us in an unfamiliar spot. But Gator, some guesses have come in. I said before the break, I did something yesterday I've never done before, heard about it. It was like, all right, I'll give it a shot. And I'm going to decide if I'm going to do it again. But do you have a guess?
It has to be something with a health regimen. Did you try coconut water or something? I don't know.
See, you're on the right lines. Yeah. You're on the right path. Some of the guesses have come in. I know Doug did that. I know what Doug did that he's done doing already. Eat a double bacon cheeseburger. That's
that definitely did not happen.
Did Doug do something he'd never done before, like bet more than $1 on a game?
He's done that.
Doug's one and done was riding his bike without a helmet.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, Doug's not going to start off the new year like that. Not up in here.
Unnamed texter says, guess, cold shower.
Did you do cold plunge?
Yep.
Did you?
Okay, sort of. All I've heard is how great the ice bath can be.
Therapeutic.
Yeah.
Recovery time.
Yeah, so yesterday morning, wife and I got up. We ended up going on a 6-mile walk. Okay. And, you get a little bit sore, not a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we watched the first game, the Arizona State, Texas game. And, there wasn't much time. In fact, there was no time in between because the first game went to overtime. But I was planning on it. I was like, all right, I got to shower. It's been a long day and I haven't showered yet. I'm like, I'm going to try this ice bath thing. So I filled the tub with cold water and poured ice cubes in it. Have you ever tried this?
I have not. I tried something, years and years ago. It was an incredibly hot day, and I had walked back from a friend's house, and it was like back then, it was like a 3-mile walk, so it seemed like it was forever. And I was a teenager, and I was so hot that I did that. I actually did it before it was something, and then did not last long. And I'm like, oh, that's cold.
So my wife had talked about trying it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to do this. It is excruciating, and it is so mentally challenging to physically submerge yourself. I basically was up to the waist.
Oh, you can't.
I know,
gotta
right?
go, man.
I know, right?
You lose all the benefits.
Well, not to my legs, but I did it, and my son, both of my sons have done it, and they said, just play a song and sing the song, and he go, I bet you start singing it really loud. Because you're just trying to kill time.
Right.
You're trying to be distracted.
So how much ice did you use?
We had 3 trays and a bag full of ice. And we actually tested the water, and it came in, I think my wife said 45 degrees.
That's pretty cold.
It was really, really cold. My wife did it for 10 minutes in kind of stages. Like she did the same thing I did, up to the waist, and then she had problems with her shoulder, so she rolled over to the other side. And I think I'm going to try it again. I want to do the full body submerge. It's kind of hard to do in a tub. Like the ice baths where they're kind of taller and rounder and you can fully plunge in.
I would not be able to do that in my house.
In a tub?
Yeah, there's one of the bathrooms has a tub in it, but it's just not, that would not be terribly conducive.
I'm looking here at Twitch. Kitech says, I tried an ice bath. Couldn't last 20 seconds. Pointman29 says, yeah, I lasted about 20 seconds. Never again. From Settle Down Beavis, water that cold classifies as sharp. Yeah.
I'm not against it.
You know what's crazy is I get out of and my son tells me, you're going to start to get this weird, fuzzy, warm feeling after you do it. And he was right. It was a great description. After I did it, I'm standing there. My legs, like I got out, my legs are shaking, and it was 3 minutes, and then I got where he was coming from. I'm like, yeah, that's true. But you got to wait your body come back to core temperature. That's, I guess, the real benefit of it. And before you do something like get in a hot shower, and I needed to shower anyway, so I had to stand there for like 15 minutes before I hopped in the shower. But I might try the full body thing eventually. And I encourage you to do so as well.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Because it'd be damn entertaining to hear you tell the story.
Look, once you're in there long enough that you start to lose feeling, it's not that bad.
You've done it, Bobby?
Yeah, I've done it several times, especially like after a really hard workout. I mean, I used to play football, so we took ice baths after games all the time.
Yep.
It's not that bad. So, I mean, I've stayed in an ice bath probably too long. My athletic trainer told me to get out.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to be more than 10, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I lost feeling to my feet and my legs, so once I got out, those weren't sore anymore.
Well,
they weren't anything.
Yeah. I want to try it again. I think the tub is a hard place to do it because you can't really submerge. You have to kind of lay down.
No, it's almost like you need to.
Nobody wants this visual, do they?
Oh, no, but you have to like buy the actual cold plunge tub.
Yep.
I mean, it's not like, oh yeah, I have a tub shower installed.
Yeah,
here,
and that's a financial commitment I'm not sure I'm ready to make.
Right.
Even though you can get those things, they're not particularly expensive just to get one of those, off the internet. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to do it again, Gator. Not sure if I'm going to do it.
I could see you doing it again because you did it ish.
I did it ish. I that's how I credit myself as ish.
And the real cold plunge things you get into, it seems, I mean, they have the technology to get the water cold without having to throw ice cubes in there. It's so it just seems like if you did it the way it's supposed to be done, I think you'd want to do that. You want that. You're up for a challenge.
I'm up for a challenge, and I'm up for
that isn't something like eating red meat. I mean, you're up for that.
That's not the challenge I'm up for. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to the Lions and Vikings. I understand the importance of this game this coming Sunday. Gator, you understand the importance. But if you ask yourself this following question, if the Lions lose, are you in complete capitulation mode? 0% chance to get to the Super Bowl. And I would argue that it's not even close to 0%. I think this team can go on the road and win 3 games. I believe that. They've already won 3 games on the road against playoff teams. It's harder to do back-to-back-to-back weeks. I would also argue they need to buy more than they need home field. But unfortunately, the way it's set up, they come together. You don't get one or the other. You get them both or you get nothing. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, the ticket to playoffs. Well, they're here. And you can get in on the action of FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up the W. Not only can you bet on who will win the game, but FanDuel also has bets on which players will score touchdowns, how many points each team will score, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That way, you'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. Final game of the regular season and the postseason right around the corner. It's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance at $250 in bonus bets. FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, feedback coming in. I just told a story. I did the ice bath thing for the first time ever that people recommend. David in Trenton says, taking an ice bath after an intense workout feels so refreshing. It's amazing. You shut off your brain and just relax. Next.
If you have to get to that point, though.
Shutting off your
the
brain
brain's
isn't-
not shutting down right away. You gotta. It's like anything. Like if you think about if you ice an ankle, if you sprain your ankle,
yeah.
If you've got if you've done it correctly, it's painful. It's pain, and
If you correctly sprained your ankle.
I'm saying with the ice on top of it, it's painful to get through that point where you battle through mentally, where the pain of the ice on the leg subsides, and now it's just numb, and you gotten over it, and you ice it for 20 minutes or whatever. But the first 8 minutes are incredible pain. Imagine doing that with your entire body.
Yeah, it's. Next text. I bought a full body ice bath on Amazon last summer for $45. I used it once. I lasted maybe 4 minutes max. I felt great afterwards, but not sure I can bring myself to do it again.
$45?
Yeah, I mean, some of them are just like plastic tubs.
Unnamed
texter.
Great idea, just to have a little plunge pool.
The dopamine release and how much better I feel before versus after is incredible. It definitely gets easier the more you do it. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I can bring myself to keep doing it. But all right. So we were talking about the Lions a little bit. Obviously, it's a huge game coming up on Sunday. And Gator, I think one of the reasons there's incredible nervousness about this is because while Detroit is confident in the football team, we aren't as confident. In the middle of this season, they were winning tough road games, and they were blowing out overmatched teams. And quite frankly, confidence was at an all-time high. And the one thing that we kept saying is, hey, seasons are long and lots can change. And what's really changed, just from a tangible standpoint, clearly is the injuries that have mounted. But there's what we have to keep in mind is we have plenty of reason to still be confident. Just because we aren't as confident as we were shouldn't mean we shouldn't be confident in this team. Like, they are so consistently good offensively. That it's like a reminder every Sunday. They go out and they just keep moving the football and making plays. And Jared Goff, it's like, okay, here's how the play is designed to run. And then they go out and run it exactly the way it's designed to run. And it's not a lot of improvisation. It's just, they're that good.
It's gotten to the point where they don't have to rep it a million times in practice. I think J-Mo and St. Brown were asked about the hook and lateral again. They did it again this time. How many times they work it in practice? And they said 2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. Yeah, we got it. They got it down. They know. And it felt like the game against San Francisco, that play, part evidence. But how many times did you see Penei Sewell shifting over to the left side of the offensive line to be at the end of that line? And there was one play, it looked like it was going to go to him, but Goff handed it off to the running back instead. It was like his own read, what he could do. And, they passed on giving it to Sewell.
Sewell reported as eligible for those plays?
I don't know, but just I see him shift. I'm like, well, that's interesting. But I feel like they're doing that just because they're bored. I mean, it's like that's how good the offense has been.
Can we also do this?
Yeah, let's make it interesting to entertain ourselves during the game. We'll score eventually, and they did. And they scored early and often in the game. It didn't, really wasn't that much of concern with their offense and what they were going to do. 3rd down long, don't care, we'll get it. 4th down, need a touchdown, got it. It's not that easy. But because they work so hard to practice at it, that this stuff becomes second nature to them, so that you can run a hook and lateral. Hook and lateral is like you do that once a season, and maybe once every couple seasons. I think this is the 3rd time we've seen them do it this year. At least 3 times we've seen them do it this year.
Yep.
So it's, they rep this. They know this. They know what they're doing. And I was asking myself after the game, are they revealing too much in the San Francisco game? Are they going to the trick bag too many times? And then I tell myself no, because really what it is, it's just more reps of doing the plays that work. And okay, it's on film. Yeah, no kidding. It's on film. And guess what? They'll call it at any time. So it's so hard to prepare for the Lions offense if you're a defensive coordinator.
There's 2 things about that. One is Ben Johnson was asked about that, and he goes, guys, the well's deep.
Yeah.
We got a lot of trick plays. And you're sort of, it's the only limitations are really your creativity. That doesn't mean they're all going to be effective. The other thing is, and I've been told this by coaches, and I think the element of surprise is way overrated by fans. I think people thinking that, hey, we got to surprise people with what we're doing. Most people know what everybody's going to do, and it's very rare that there is a true element of surprise.
Well, I think most teams are aware of what the other team is capable of doing. Like that they've seen it on film. They know, okay, this can happen. But it's like you can't prepare for everything in practice. Your practices are limited. All right? So if you've got on film 500 plays of what this offense can do, you're not going through all of that in practice during the course of the week.
It's one thing that gets talked about is predictability of offenses, and while there is a degree of it mattering, I think it gets talked about way too much based upon my conversation with coaches. It's like, well, we knew it was coming. We couldn't stop it because there's a reason why they're good at it.
Exactly.
There's a reason why they run that play all the time. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Maurice in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Maurice?
How you doing?
All right.
Doug, I'm doing something. I'm putting together a workbench for exercise. So that's what I'm doing for New Year's. I'm trying to get a workbench together. And also, my daughter bought one of those bathtubs, those ice tubs. We bought for like $140 at a feed store in
there you go.
Milan or somewhere. So yeah, we're going to start doing that as soon as it gets a little warmer. Of course, I'm not doing it right now.
Well, please report back and let us know. Well, you don't have to do it outside. You do it in your house. It doesn't matter how warm it is.
But I'm not even bringing this big tub because I got to drain that water after.
That's right. You do what you got to do, Maurice.
I'm looking forward to hearing if you like it and if you can stick with it.
I already know I'm not going to like it. I've seen a lot of people do it online.
You're going to tolerate it and hope you reap the benefits of it.
Right. If I can do it 2 minutes, like Kevin Hart does it, they do the interviews in it. So I'm going to see how long I can do it. But hey, we're going to see how it works. But the Lions.
Oh, wait, let me ask one more thing, Maurice, because I had said last week I did a show after Christmas and I talked about the some assembly required gift, which can be a giant pain. You're putting together a workbench.
Yeah, and actually I have a leg press downstairs. I'm at a standstill because the parts are not fitting. I know I have a friend who's a millwright. I got to have him come down within a couple of weeks and actually finish the leg press because I can't get a part on there, and the manufacturer's not giving me much help. So I'm going to do this myself, and hopefully all the other stuff came together fine. But
nice job.
I have to do it. If I don't, my daughter's going to be disappointed in me. She thinks I can do it. We're going to see.
You got this.
We're going to see. Yeah, I got the dog is looking at me like you're not going to get this. We're gonna see. But the Lions, they need home field advantage because they need their bodies need a rest, and also I think it's going to be beneficial. They can win on the road, but they need to be at home because we already saw with San Francisco with a makeshift offensive line with only one starter playing. Everybody else was third string, second string, and they got 30-some points on them. So this is going to be a better team. So they need to be at home so they can get that fan, so they can get them some energy, and also hopefully make enough noise where they can block the signals or signs that Minnesota's trying to do. We need to have that home field advantage, and I do not want to see that quarterback that we shall not name. We do not want to see him in Ford Field because I don't think that'd be a good thing.
Maurice, if the Lions lose this game Sunday, do you think it's impossible for them to run the table on the road and get to the Super Bowl?
It's not impossible, but I got a better chance of my ex. It's a better chance of me and my ex-wife getting back together.
Oh, boy.
And that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know much about your relationship, Maurice, but I'll say this: there is a point. Like if they're hosting, I don't know what chance I give the Lions to make it to the Super Bowl if they're hosting, like 40%. If they're at home, 45%. And if they have to go on the road, does that number drop to 20%? That's significant, but I wouldn't count them out. I mean, I would almost guarantee they'd be favored in the first game. Even though Tampa beat them. If they go to Tampa, I think they'd be favored in the first game.
They'd be favored in any first game between the three opponents that they may face. If they lose to Minnesota and they're forced to play in the as a fifth seed, they'd be favored against Tampa. They'd be favored against the Rams, and they'd be favored against the Falcons, for sure.
And then would they continue to be favored against everyone except? Would they be favored at Minnesota after Minnesota beat them in their barn? Would they be favored at Philly? Probably not.
Maybe not. But maybe not against Minnesota. Philadelphia is interesting.
They are interesting. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to John, who's calling us from Maryland. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great.
Two quick things. First, that Jake Bates picture from the field the other night, that really needs to be put on a Valentine's Day card.
Oh, don't think it won't be. That'll be on Valentine's Day cards. That'll be on T-shirts, sweatshirts. It'll be on, onesies, whatever you got. It's fantastic.
Oh, man. And secondly, I was getting really worried about this game against the Vikings. And get my blood pressure up and everything else. But then I remember that scene in that movie, The Bronx Tale, and where the biker gang comes in, wrecks up the bar, and then they lock the door.
Yeah, now you can't leave. Right.
Yes, that iconic saying, now you can't leave. I kind of feel like that. Let them come down here to our house. Let's lock the door and put a whooping on these guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a This is the kind of game that I think before the type of season the Lions have had, you dream about being in. But now that the Lions have been so dominant, it's kind of like, damn, and they still have to win this game. After 14 regular season wins, it seems crazy that they have to win this game. The difference between a 1 seed and a 5 seed is pretty big. But I love where this team's at. Yeah,
the NFL has never had a game in the regular season where you've had two 14-win teams going at it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
I
that's
think
great.
last year the number 1 seed had 12 wins, 13 wins.
Well, the Lions had 12 wins last year.
Yeah, and we weren't number 1.
Was it 12 or 13 last year? Got the number 1 seed, I think.
Last year, San Francisco was 12-5 and the number 1 seed. Remember, they had the tiebreaker, and Detroit, Dallas, and San Francisco were all 12-5. So, yeah, the fact that none of the tiebreakers have made this game irrelevant, it's just amazing.
So annoying.
And it is annoying, and you got to credit Minnesota.
Absolutely. They've done enough.
They've done enough.
Just like the Lions have done enough in some cases. Look, you don't get to 14 wins by accident, right? You're not playing Northwestern 14 times.
Nope. Thank you for the phone call, John. 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, the Lions do not need to win on Sunday to go to the Super Bowl, but I think it will be we are underselling the emotional value of winning the division by beating the Vikings. It's always a goal for them, and I think it means a lot to them to win the North again, more than the bye. It might to them. I think it's more important to get the bye than home field and to get to, say, division champions. But we all know the thing is they all go together.
Yeah,
the
it's
division,
all the same package.
The bye, it's winner take all. Division, bye, and home field. It is a must-win game. Playing the Bucs or the Rams on the road is not a given win. Both of those teams can beat us. On the other hand, if we beat Minnesota, we in fact win. On the other hand, if we beat Minnesota, we in fact win that game because we don't have to play it. It's a 2-for-1.
Because they're not playing the first round.
You don't have to play in the first round. Well, the other thing, the most bizarre thing about the format in this is two teams in the same division is the winner of this game is essentially aligning themselves to have home field for a second-round game between the same two teams. It's not a certainty, but that is a strong possibility that if Detroit wins it, their first playoff game will be at home against Minnesota. And if Minnesota wins it, their first playoff game will be at home against Detroit. Not a given, but a strong possibility. 248-539-9797. Lucas is in Livonia and next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lucas.
How's it going, guys?
Good, thank you.
I was talking about the ice bath. For the last probably year and a half to 2 years, I do 10 minutes every single morning right out of bed.
Wow.
And I actually wake up at 3:30 for work, so it's 3:30 in the morning, right to the ice bath, 10 minutes.
I find it, look, I did the first one I've ever done yesterday, and I did it half. I did my lower half of my body, and I'm like, the one thing I thought about was, I don't know if I could ever do this in the morning. It would wake you up.
It does. It works great, and you got to not think about it. Like the thing is, have your towel ready and just go right in, like all the way to your neck. Like don't step in and take your time, just right into it.
Did you say you do it for 10 minutes?
Yep, 10 minutes to 10 minutes every day. All I kind of did was I just made a playlist on my phone with like 10 minutes worth of songs. So I just put my headphones in, step in, turn it on, and once the music's over, I get out.
You got aux.
Do you yeah, that's right. Have you ever, Lucas, been diagnosed with a condition or anything? Is everything okay? Are you
wired
crazy?
Correctly, Lucas?
That's why. No, a buddy of mine was doing it, and I tried it and just worked my way up. It didn't take long either. Maybe I started out with 1 minute, then 2 minutes, and then I pretty much just went straight to 10. And it makes such a difference that I stick to it. And the other thing too is money wise. At first, I had like the tub you were talking about that's like $45 online, like the plastic one.
Yeah.
But if you break the math down, buying like ice every day for a year is like $9,000. So I ended up getting like it was like $1,500. It has like the chiller there, so it just keeps it at 39 degrees and filters the water, so it's ready to go at all times.
That is a level of commitment that financially I'm not ready to make, because this might be the kind of thing I do twice and never do again.
Well, it's like getting a treadmill, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
A really nice treadmill, but getting a treadmill.
Wait, what did you say?
I said stick to it. Keep going with it. It's worth it.
In theory, yes. In theory, stick to it. That's the theory. 248-539-9797. Brandon's in Gibraltar and next. What's up, Brandon?
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
quick statement. I've been listening to you guys all morning. I don't know if I've heard this. If I have, I'm repeating. I'm sorry. But if the Lions win Sunday, I think this sets the course to take the whole dance. I mean, this is the biggest stage they've had in years. And we have had a game like this against Green Bay, and we fell short. So I'm just curious about your gentleman's stance on that.
Well, I want them to approach the game like it's a must-win game. I want them to approach the game that this is in some ways they're playing for their Super Bowl. I want that kind of approach. But again, I don't know if there's a team that's more wired and more prepared to make the road run to a Super Bowl than this one. And that's why I'm short of calling it a must-win game. I'm short of saying that they have to win it. But I hope they approach it as if they do.
I think the approach would be is what it's been all season long, which is every game's important to win. They approach every game to win the game without adding more pressure.
Even the ones that aren't important to win.
Right.
Like last Sunday.
The Monday night game against San Francisco. Hey, we're going out there with everything. We're going to give them everything we got because we're going to win the game. That's the way that they approach it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. You guys have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
248-539-9797. I just looked down on Twitch, and somebody wrote something. I'm like, okay, is this their opinion, or are they citing something? Roth1415 just wrote the following. 55% chance to make the Super Bowl, number 1 seed. 5th seed, less than 5% chance. And then he writes, FYI.
I don't know if I buy that.
I want to know,
in this format,
is this Roth 1415's opinion, or are you seeing this data somewhere? Or
since they've gone to the format of the 7 teams in each conference, which I think has been since 2020, that's happened. We did have a wild card win the Super Bowl.
Yep,
that was Tampa Bay with Tom Brady.
Hasn't been many years that we've had this format.
No, it's only been
and not every 1 seed is created equal. Not every 4 or 5 seed is created equal. So I don't know if that data is
This is a year where if you're the 5 seed, you're a nightmare for teams to face in the playoffs. So even if the Lions end up being, let's say that they're the 5 seed, you think that Tampa's happy about that?
No.
You get the Rams and the Falcons be happy about that, and then it comes back to, okay, next round, if they have to face, I guess it would be. They would have to face the Vikings again in the first round. I mean, the Vikings would know that the Lions beat them earlier in the year in Minnesota. So I'd much prefer to be the number 1 seed, but not because of the home, like Doug, not because of the home field advantage necessarily, although that's a huge thing. It's because you get the first round bye.
CJ is in Wayne and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, CJ.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I just wanted to call and say, I agree that I think this game's more important to get the bye instead of, home field advantage is great, but our 2 losses this year did come at home.
Right.
And also I wanted to say that I think there's something to the way that our fans travel, and it's got to get in the other quarterbacks' heads when all they hear from their crowd is Jared Goff's name being chanted in their home field. You know, I was watching the other night with Brock Purdy, and you could just hear the Jared Goff chants, and I was just thinking, like, man, that's got to be just debilitating to that quarterback to be sitting there hearing the other quarterback's name getting chanted in his own stadium.
You know, you expect to hear your own name in your own stadium. You expect to hear boos in other team stadium. But with the inverse, when that happens, and that is boos in your own stadium and cheers when the Lions hear cheers in other people's stadiums, those are places where I'm like, that's a significant, tangible thing. And Lions fans have made a difference this year. They've done an incredible job on the road, and they were present in San Francisco again. So,
and I just think that's a huge advantage for. I know the playoffs are probably going to be a little different because people aren't giving up those tickets as easily. But man, just even if we do have to go on the road, I know our fans here. It's almost like it feels like 50-50 with the other fans when we're on these away games.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, CJ, 248-539-9797. We have an update on the injury to Jaden Ivey. We will get to that at 11:46. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. There's a level of care that comes with a Michigan auto law attorney, more like white glove service. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer clients than other law firms. They take on fewer on purpose. This means they have more time on your case. Formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Karsch, Scott the Gator Anderson. Happy 2025, everybody. Lions, Vikings coming up. Massive, massive game. Lots of feedback coming in. But I don't think it's a must win. And it's because of my, the pattern that this team has shown this year. I think there's a few things that work in their favor. One, undefeated on the road. Two is I like a Detroit team that people are counting out. I like what it does to this team. Three is sometimes some teams can use a late loss to dig even deeper and find a level of sense of urgency that is not authentically there without that. Ask Ohio State. And four is they would probably have to go through Minnesota. They've already won there. And my fear about this game in particular, like this game against Minnesota, they're clearly loaded offensively, just like Detroit. And that Minnesota can find a way to get one more stop than Detroit can. And I like this Lions team, and we'll get into the particulars on the field as the show goes on, but it's hard to argue that the Lions defense would be capable to get more stops than Minnesota can get. But the fact that it's in Detroit, I think it bodes well for a team that's already won at Minnesota.
Right. And a team that didn't give up it's not like they gave up 30 points against the Vikings the first time around.
No, they were better defensively because they had better people on the field.
They still were missing a ton.
They were.
I mean, Davenport's not there. I guess was Hutchinson still there, or was he out?
Hutch was gone. It was the week prior that they played
Dallas
and lost.
So, I mean, you're missing – Barnes is out at that point. They were missing a lot.
All right, we said we had an update. Shams Charania of ESPN is reporting that Piston guard Jaden Ivey has sustained a broken fibula in his left leg, sources tell ESPN. Tweet goes on to say Ivey had a career season for the resurgent Pistons in his third year, averaging 17.6 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 4 assists. He exited Wednesday's game on a stretcher. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, it really sucks. There are two things about this. One is, do we not always hear a clean break is better than like torn ligaments?
Yeah. I think we always hear that.
Yep. Two is this season, while clearly a step in the right direction, it's not a season where this is going to severely hurt their championship aspirations. You don't want anybody to ever get hurt, but there are obviously worse times. Hutch's broken leg means more than Jaden. And God, it feels like a terrible thing to say about Jaden Ivey.
It's just in relation to the team where the team is at because which we know. But what it does, of course, do the Pistons have championship aspirations this year? I don't think so. Not at 15 and 18 or whatever the record is at this point.
Yep.
What they do have, however, are playoff aspirations. And this is a team that is absolutely competing for, at the very least, a play-in spot. And when they keep winning games with 15 now in the season, which is more than they had all last year, including 3 in a row, my man.
I know. I was happy to see that.
Nice job.
Yep.
This team has potential to creep up even higher and perhaps be, there as an 8 seed or something like that. So this is big. However, what the Pistons do have are guys that now step in and you're asking more of. Okay, so does this mean that players no longer, you're not Malik Beasley, you're no longer a 6th man, you're going to be starting the backcourt? Or does that move Marcus Sasser starting the backcourt and you leave Malik Beasley where he's at as a 6th man because that's been working? Or are you going to ask more of guys that can clearly give more? To this point in the season, last night was a nice game for Tobias Harris, but he hasn't had many games like that this year when you expected him to be more. Tim Hardaway Jr., same thing. These are 2 players in particular that can really give more to help make up for the loss of Jaden Ivey. And it's no small loss. Ivey was having a career year, over 17 points a game, and was contributing in other ways as well. And it's going to hurt. It's going to sting. But they do have ways to make up for it and keep this thing going in the right direction, which is where it's been all season, in the right direction.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Phil in a semi. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love the show.
Phil!
I got a guy at work every time he sees me. That's what he says. Phil, you changed, man.
You changed, man.
So my question for you guys is, I'm a young guy. 37 years old. But I was raised, traditional old ways. My dad's a semi-driver. I'm a semi-driver now. And he's always went at that mentality of when you get off work, you had a hard day's work and the wife wants to do stuff, the kids want to do stuff, and it just doesn't seem like your day is going to end. So you stay in your work clothes, you don't take your work boots off, and you get to it. You take the wife out, you take the kids out, you do what they want to do, then your day's done. So what I'm trying to get at here with that statement is the Lions. Okay, we want them to win. We expect them to win. So with that being said, we get our win, we get our bye week, and we get our week off of rest. Now, do you think guys are going to start getting a little bit cold? And do you think that would hurt us in the long run?
I think in the NFL it's different. I think this game is so affected by injuries that you breathe a sigh of relief knowing that you get a little bit of a respite here rather than just keeping it going.
If you want to make an argument for it, you just cite the college football playoff that all 3 teams that got a bye lost.
Yeah, I can make the other argument.
And with these Detroit Lions, this Dan Campbell and our coaching staff, even though we got a bye week, we're going to practice as if we're playing a regular season game or as if we're going into the playoffs like we're doing.
I think you're right.
I don't really think it's going to be much of a bye week as far as practice is concerned.
If there's one thing we've learned about Dan Campbell, okay, and we've learned a lot about Dan Campbell, the pedal's always down. He doesn't know any other way.
No, it's full throttle.
And I think you're right, Phil. I think if they aren't playing, if they have a bye week, what will guard against any letdown is they won't practice like they have a bye week. They will practice like they're playing on Sunday. It just allows some extra time for any possible players that need to be healed up to heal up. But those that'll be on the practice field, there's no reason to believe it'll be anything other than intense as hell. 248-539-9797. Tanner's in Austin and on 97 want to take it. What's up, Tanner?
Hey, guys.
You calling us from Austin, Texas?
Yeah, Texas Lions fans.
Okay.
There's a bunch of us.
Good.
Awesome.
But, I'm looking forward to getting up there on Sunday. And what's so unique about this game on Sunday, and I think you guys touched on it a little bit earlier, but compared to the NFC Championship game and going out there, we had that stress of, you just weren't ready for the journey to be over. But you get to enjoy this game on Sunday with huge implications, but know that that's not the case. Mm-hmm. So I'm really looking forward to that. But the reason why I called was I think you could make an argument that in the event that they don't win on Sunday, that there could be some matchups just due to these injuries on defense that I think they could be better suited to beat the Eagles outside in cold weather than inside. Just because we talk about indoor teams, outdoor teams, and all that, but Devontae Smith is not a cold weather outdoor player. I don't think Jalen Hurts is either. And if you can stack the box against Saquon Barkley, I think you have a better chance to win outside.
Well, based upon recent evidence, I don't know that Alabama players are ready for bad weather. But yeah, if they certainly have had a chance to play in it, they're used to it, accustomed to it. I mean, Detroit has played multiple weather games now with this offense and this crew and have done just fine. You can cite the, quote, meaningless game they won at Green Bay a couple years ago in bitterly cold conditions. They were in bad weather this year at Green Bay. It doesn't seem to really impact them. I'd rather play Philly at home than on the road, but yeah, I don't think it's impossible.
Yeah. No, I don't. But the other thing, too, though, is if they do play on the road and have some callers say they don't have home field or they don't have the first round bye, they won't be able to win. You know what? In my opinion, I know you earned a first round bye. You want it. It obviously will help the team get rest. But at the end of the day, if we're worried about the Rams or the Bucs on the road in the first round of the playoffs, this team's not a Super Bowl team anyway. So I have no problem if that's the route they have to go. I certainly think they're capable. But I don't want to hear any callers say that they don't think they can win if they got to go on the road and play those teams that have lost to several good teams throughout the season.
Tanner, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Bill's in Madison Heights and next here on 97.1. What's up, Bill?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well, Bill. Thanks.
Good. First of all, I just want to say that I'm really thinking about and praying for Jaden Ivey today. That was just too bad, man. He's playing well, and I mean he seems like a really good dude.
Yeah.
And I would just, I'm just thinking about him today. I just wanted to get that out there.
Yep.
And about the game, it's going to be hard. It's definitely not going to be easy, but I'm starting to feel. I'm just starting to get that feeling like, they're gonna. They know they know what it means to themselves, the organization, to everybody, and I think Alex Anzalone coming back, even if he's not, I don't think he's going to be 100%. But even having him out there, I think is an emotional lift to the team. He can be out there in the field and recognize some things. That maybe Jack Campbell at this point in his career, he's going to be a great player, but I just think he can recognize some things that maybe Jack Campbell just wouldn't be able to recognize at this stage of his career. And just having him out there, I think is, it's not going to fix everything, but I think it's definitely going to help.
Well, look, Dan Campbell was kind of played coy today when asked about it, and he said, they said, what kind of things is he going to need to prove in practice? And Dan Campbell, I don't know if you heard him this morning on the morning show, said, well, he's going to have to do a handstand and he's going to have to show that he can do jumping jacks. And then they kind of had a follow-up question. He didn't really answer it other than say it'd be helpful to have him out there. This is what we know. He went through the walkthrough yesterday, and he's going to go give it a go today at practice. Having Alex Anzalone on the field definitely is a boost for the defense, and not a small one. And so as the day goes on, if we hear more about Alex Anzalone, we will pass it along immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big story that looms prior to this game. 248-539-9797. Speaking of Dan Campbell, the best of what he told the morning show today at 12:30. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We've waited for the update all morning on Jaden Ivey. The update is in, and it is not the one we wanted to hear. Following the Pistons' win over the Magic last night, it has been confirmed that Jaden Ivey has suffered a broken fibula. It was a scary sight at LCA when he went crashing to the court, instantly screaming in pain. Visibly, players on both teams were upset and even shed a few tears before Ivey was carted off the court. This injury expected to be season-ending. Very unfortunate considering the 22-year-old was putting together a career year. Currently second on the team in assists and points scored, only behind Cade Cunningham. Shifting gears to the NFL, the Lions continue to prep for what many consider to be the biggest regular season game in Lions history. Lions and Vikings at Ford Field on Sunday night, the winner claiming victory over the NFC North and gaining the 1 seed. The loser at 14-3 will be dropped to the 5th seed. One thing Detroit does have going for them, they have 5 players who have made it to this year's Pro Bowl. Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, and Frank Ragnow all making the cut. Oddly missing from the list, Kirby Joseph, the NFL's leader in picks. Finally, the college football playoffs, they resume tonight with a wrap of the quarterfinals today at 4 p.m. It's Georgia and Notre Dame playing in the Sugar Bowl. This game moved to the slot today at 4 p.m. following the tragic events of yesterday morning on Bourbon Street. Already advancing to the semifinals, Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket or head to Odyssey.com.
All right, happy Thursday. Got a huge football game coming up on Sunday. Sunday Night Football, Lions and the Minnesota Vikings for the division, for home field, for the bye. It's all. The winner take all. And the loser is got a tougher path. You just started looking nervous.
I mean, I don't know what you ate, but that is pungent.
Is it?
Yes.
Sorry.
That's got some staying power.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
If I didn't know what it smells like marinated meat.
Yeah,
and I know that's.
It was a pasta dish. It wasn't much of it, but it was like a chicken sausage used.
Yep.
I saw the cheese stick.
I have a cheese stick as well. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just look
too much.
We're starting our is this our 18th year we're starting? Yeah, we just finished our 17th year, so starting 18 years. Or our 19th, however it works out. That's I'm used to it. Lunch is a daily occurrence for you. This will be top 5 most pungent lunches you've ever brought into the studio.
Should we go get the candle going?
I mean, I'm not gonna say no to the candle.
Oh, we know Valenti won't say anything. I'll get the candle going. I'm sorry.
We even have the lighter in here. Nice. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Well, there you go. Candle lit. And I don't deny that was really tasty. But it was.
I'm sure it was. Yeah. Most things that have the funk to it are tasty.
How would you describe the smell?
Like I said, it smelled like when my parents used to marinate a flank steak for hours and be sitting on the countertop, and you could smell the seasoning to it, the garlic. Was there garlic in this?
There was some garlic. Yeah.
Some Worcestershire sauce and yeah.
Well, I do apologize. Usually it's not that bad.
Does
it smell good?
Not necessarily.
Then I think an apology is necessary.
Because, I mean, the alternative would have been like you would have to apologize because the other thing it smells like is a burp. Like somebody just burped up.
Yeah,
and
there's no way I shouldn't apologize for that.
I mean, but you didn't burp. So
no, I didn't.
Had you burped, you would need to apologize. But you didn't. This is just
dude, if I had food in the studio that smells like a burp, I think an apology is okay.
All right, then I'll take the apology. Yeah. It's unnecessary, but I appreciate it.
We're arguing about whether or not I should apologize to you. I think I should. You don't think I should. But I do feel bad. But I'm glad it'll not
dissipate
unbearable.
Quickly.
Yeah, the candle is lit.
That candle has lasted forever, by the way.
It's a barrel-aged brown ale smelling candle.
I think that was sent in by a listener a few years ago. And we've had that thing lit in this studio for multiple shows, for the entire show. And it's still kicking.
I will tell you that, not for today, but I found the greatest scented candle ever. And at some point.
That's strong.
It is strong.
That's a strong statement.
I think you will agree.
Okay. All right.
Maybe that'll be something we do tomorrow.
Got a very discerning nose and a whole new slew of candles that came in over Christmas.
I'm just saying, dude.
All right.
I think the aromatic candle has been perfected. And we'll test that tomorrow.
I like it.
All right. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Steve in Rochester Hills, you're on 97. Want to take it. Hi, Steve.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Sorry for your smells there, Gator. It always happens.
It's all right, man.
Always after the holidays, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not good. But hey, guys, for me personally, I just want the extra week because I want guys to be more fresh. I want guys to have the opportunity to heal up a little bit better. Even the aches and pains that you don't even know about on the offensive line and things like that. And if it gives us the opportunity to get Anzalone back and gives us opportunity to maybe get one or two other guys, I'm not holding hope that like Hutchinson and Barnes, any of them or even Montgomery are coming back, because it would just be a rarity. And I just know too many guys that have come back too early and have gotten re-injured, and then it's a worse process. I don't want that. But guys, I'm happy with the team. They're doing everything that you could ask for a team that's been so battered. I'm excited. I'm actually having people over on Sunday night to watch the game, and I plan on everyone being there till like midnight or so, because I plan on to have a little, maybe an hour afterwards, excitement and guys being like, wanting to just enjoy it. So I'm excited, but I got to be cautious too. But I'm excited more than anything, and I think they're going to do it. That's just me.
Yeah, that's only going to go one of two ways with that post-game, perhaps, celebration.
Yeah, it's such a big game that the intensity of this, it's the kind of thing you actually dream about. It just feels like the Lions should have, based upon this season, already have clinched everything.
This will be a game we see in a few weeks in January, not
Can
in
I
the
tell
first
you
week.
guys something? What I am going to do, though, guys, is I am going to hold everyone's keys, because I don't want anyone to drive, especially in the wintertime, anyone to drive if they've been drinking and anything like that I have to worry about, because I don't want anything to happen, especially if the game can go either way. If the Lions win, it could be too much celebration. If the Lions lose, it could be because they want to douse their being bummed out with alcohol. But I'm holding keys. I'm going to make sure guys.
Well, Uber and Lyft are nice options, but I would tell you this: if for some reason they lose that game, no one's going to stick around.
No, but that's just it though. If they're already lit, I'm not having anyone lit leave my house.
No, that makes sense.
And I'll just have to keep force feeding them pulled pork that I'll be making, and that'll hopefully help them out. You know what I mean?
Sounds like you're having quite a party, Steve. Enjoy it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rich in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Rich.
What's going on, fellas?
How we doing, Rich?
So, in the midst of everything that's going on with the Lions, I feel that there's been three major things that happened with our Pistons in the past 2 weeks, and only one of them is getting any real talk. We know that Jaden Ivey, this is a devastating injury. And to me, Ivey was ascending to try to be a consistent number 2 on this team. And then there's this, and I just really feel for him. Yep. He put in a lot of work to get to where he had gotten to and where he was headed to. But the other two things with the Pistons, in the past 2 weeks, Cade Cunningham has solidified himself, I believe, as a young, not star, but a superstar in this league. He almost won the Player of the Week 2 weeks in a row. His numbers off the charts. All of the superstars are talking about him, and he's just finding how to use all of the powers that have always been there that he never could develop because of injury and tanking by the team. And he's only going to continue to play now at that level. He's not going back. And I think people are going to have to realize now what they have here. And the third thing is that Trajan Langdon, again, sat there twiddling his thumbs, clearing salary, getting ready to continue this draft picks and tanking stuff at the trade deadline, when the player that the Pistons should have got was acquired by Golden State, Dennis Schroeder, for about 3 second-round picks, basically nothing at all. A point guard who would have been your backup point guard to give you 17 and 6 or 16 and 6, who now would have really been great to put next to Cade, given this Ivy injury, or would have been great to come off the bench and back them up and balance out that second unit. That's the type of player that they should have got. They would have been a shoe-in for the play-in. There wouldn't have been no more play-in. They could have got the 6 or the 5 seed if they'd have added Schroeder for nothing. And now this, even the play-in might be lost. The Pistons, Trajan Langdon needs to cut out the tanking and draft pick strategy. He understands he now has a superstar to work with, or a star who's ascending to that level.
I mean, thank you for the phone call. We're short on time here, up against the break. Do you agree with him being a superstar?
No, I think he's playing like he's a star. I think there's another level to go to get to superstar level. I think he's a franchise player, but I don't know if he's superstar yet. He's got the potential.
My definition of superstar is either A, you are the best player in leading your team to victories, important victories, and you're on a championship caliber team. Like you're the dog. You're the go-to guy on a championship caliber team. If you're not, you have to have ridiculous stats. And he's top 20 in scoring, which is impressive. But I feel like if you're a superstar on a bad team, you're leading the league in scoring. And he's what? Top 2 in turnovers? I think he's top 2 in the league.
He's unfortunately, that's another category that he's got career highs in, but he's got a career high in scoring, I think in rebounds and assists, and unfortunately also turnovers. I really like what he's done. The other thing he said about Schroeder's averaging 9 points a game with Golden State. He's only played 7 games this year. You look at what Malik Beasley has done this year with the Pistons. He's averaging 16 points a game coming off the bench. So was Tobias Harris twiddling his thumbs, or did he make some pretty good moves? Which, by the way, the Pistons have 15 wins on the year.
Yeah.
They're 15-18. This is a team that won 14 games all of last year. I don't think he twiddled his thumbs. I think that he's acquired players, and then some of those players still have a lot more to give. Tobias Harris being number 1, Tim Hardaway Jr. being number 2. These players have much more to give, and we'll see how that happens and develops over the rest of the season with Jaden Ivey out.
As preferable as a play-in spot is to not a play-in spot, I'm not going to rip the GM for maybe passing on a player that would help them secure a play-in spot. I will rip the GM if he passes on players that can help him win NBA championships. But this group right now, it's still part of a rebuild. Getting a play-in spot is still possible. Obviously, Jaden Ivey is going to hurt. But now, there is an update on that, and it's good news. We'll get to that at 12:20. More of your phone calls and feedback. The best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. NFL playoffs, they're almost here, but it's not too late to get in on regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up that W. I would recommend a prop bet where you can manipulate, the alternate spread. You can bet on a team and give them 25 points or something like that. Well, you won't have a big return, but you'll get you $250 in bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That way you can be all set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to win $250 in bonus bets. FanDuel is an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. All right, here is the good news about the Jaden Ivey injury from Amari Sankofa. Beat writer covers the Pistons for the Free Press. He writes, from talking to folks, sounds like there's optimism that there's no ligament or tendon damage with Ivey's leg injury, which would obviously be great news. Team will give an official update and timeline at some point. So there is that. It does appear to be one of these clean break things. So good news on that front. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Tyler in Detroit. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, sir.
So, obviously, the Jaden Ivey news, pretty disappointing. Personally, he's, one of my favorite players to watch just because I feel like not everybody has just that level of explosiveness that he can bring, and I think besides Cade.
All right, Tyler, can you take us off your headset and just talk into the phone because there's a lot of background noise. It's making it tough to hear you.
Oh.
Yep. Please, everybody do that when they call in. Radio down and take us off the Bluetooth.
Sure. Is that a little bit better now?
It is, yep. All right, go ahead.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so, Jaden Ivey, one of my favorite players to watch, and that's a huge loss for the Pistons. I think besides Cade, he's probably the second most important player on that team just because he brings it offensively, brings it defensively, energy-wise. So I was wondering what you guys think you would like the Pistons to roll out as a starting five, without Ivy being in there, what you think would be kind of the best lineup that we could put out there.
I haven't given it any thought as of yet. First of all, do you have a suggestion? Do you have something you're thinking about?
Well, I've been debating about the Malik Beasley.
Because that's my first thought is Beasley. My first thought is Beasley.
And then it makes it hard because, Tobias, Tim, they're not really producing the way that you'd like to see. And I don't even want to think about Fontecchio because I know he's got potential, but I'm not really seeing it. So,
yeah, Fontecchio's been such a disappointment this year. I mean, when they acquired him last year and he was knocking down three-pointers all over the place, and I don't forget what he's averaging, but I think it was well over 10 points a game last year. And this year he's averaging 6 points a game, and he's just not knocking down the shots. And he was a scratch last night for personal reasons, I believe. So, I look, in terms of what you're going to do to change the starting lineup, I like what Bickerstaff has done this year to develop this team and playing at this level, a competitive level of basketball, which is really what Piston fans wanted to see. You want to see growth and you want to see them compete. They've done all that, and they're almost a 500 team at this point. Is it simple just to say Malik Beasley goes to the starting lineup? It might be, but do you want to upset the chemistry of having him off the bench? I think as long as minutes are allocated the way that you want them to, that's fine.
This is a fly in the face of what the previous caller said. But I'm seriously thinking about, all right, what benefits the 2025-2026 Pistons? And I'm not into tanking, but at this point, what decision can they make? Do you go with Sasser and just see what you have there? Do you go with Ron Holland in some role and move people around? I'm thinking about next year's lineup already, which maybe that's premature, but that's probably the approach I would take. All right, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in the Carson Anderson inbox. Gator's going to take off in December because of the lunch Doug brought in today next year. That's from Lamont in Detroit.
I'm not going to forget it anytime soon. No. It smells much better now.
I just tuned in, and I really have no idea what Doug did. However, I believe Doug should get on his knees and grovel for forgiveness.
The apologies have already been made. And again, I said it wasn't necessary. It wasn't like he burped in my face. It was just that the food he had was quite pungent.
Yep.
And I think, have you removed the container? Is it out of office or is it still sitting there?
Well, we don't have an office anymore. So I bring out my stuff in studio, but I took it away. It was sitting right in front of me, and now it's behind me. Is the candle working?
Yes.
All right, good.
It is. Candle's been fantastic. By the way, it was brought to our attention while you were out.
Yep.
That you had, not only did you get the win, nice W, with the 3 wins in a row for the Pistons.
Yes.
But you took an L you took an L on a shoot the boot guarantee.
Hold on. Let me
mate.
keep reading these texts.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, you'll understand why.
I mean, okay.
Yep.
We'll see.
This continues. Drew at Work says the best part about Anzalone is that he should be in shape with only a broken arm, not a lower body injury. It's from Drew at Work. In week 18, nobody is 100% healthy. At least Anzalone just got a month away from the routine bumps and bruises. Adam in Royal Oak says, one thing Anzalone is particularly well at is getting out in the flats to cover running backs out of the backfield. Time and time again, I feel like he makes big plays near the sideline. Stopping backs from getting first downs will be a huge help getting off the field on some of those third and longs that get completed before the sticks. That's from Adam in Royal Oak.
Well, looking at the game against San Francisco Monday night, they had a real problem with the route trees and that the receivers and tight ends were running, that the Lions defensive players are running into each other, that created openings. Guys weren't within 15 yards of receivers on occasion. But I think that's stuff that can be cleaned up. And the game looked closer than maybe what it needed to be against San Francisco because a couple of those plays happened on third and long. And if they don't run into each other, are they converting it? And if they're not, then they're surely not scoring touchdowns. I'm not as disappointed in the defensive effort as some would be. That being said, they gave up 475 yards in offense. So where in there did that clear up the shoot the boot guarantee that you lost?
Again, more text coming in. I agree with Doug that the bye is more important than having to go on the road. I think we can win 3 on the road. However, indoor teams are 0-14 in conference championship games played outdoors. Much rather play that game in Minnesota than Philly. There you go. 248-539-9797.
Well, listen.
Okay, here's the deal.
Yeah.
I've got the game DVR'd. I'm going to watch it again. I'm going to watch it again to see if the non-obvious is indeed there.
I think you need to explain.
I made a shoot the boot guarantee that when the Lions played the Chicago Bears, there would be a sign in the stands from a Bears fan basically recruiting Ben Johnson, some mention of Ben Johnson.
It would be shown on television.
Yep.
During the broadcast.
I wasn't paying attention during the game, but there is some accusations that didn't happen. But we're going to have to send this to the judges and make sure that there was no – thankfully, the game is on DVR.
All right, we'll let Kang be the judge when he comes back.
Well, is he going to watch it again?
I think he took notes during the game.
Otherwise, I will follow through and do it during our draft show. Or actually, let me just do it during one of our spring break shows from Tigers. I'll do it down in Lakeland.
Are we going to have a spring break show?
No idea. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. You're at 97.1 The Ticket. This is going to upset some, writes an unnamed texter, but I prefer to lose. They are more hungry and angry when we are the underdogs or counted out on the road, and they love shoving it in their face of the opponent. They live for that. I don't want them comfortable with a week off and come back and lose. Those are my thoughts. That's from American Detroit. Well, I don't think it's a requirement to win the Super Bowl to win this game Sunday. I will disagree with wanting them to lose. I do not want them to lose, Gator.
No?
No. Is there something to this? Maybe. You know?
Just easy to root for wins, isn't it?
Yep. All right, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. We had those Anzalone texts. Those were in reference to him. He was kind of evasive on Anzalone's availability and what he has to do. But he did say that he'd be practicing today. So we'll update that if there is anything to pass along. However, he did say a lot more. On the morning show, we will play the best of what he had to say starting at 12:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're having a good Thursday. We are just a couple days away from one of the biggest Detroit Lion regular season games ever. Now, I do remember the Lions doing this back in 1993 because I was at a Lions game where they were playing for the division crown against Green Bay in the last regular season game. And the Lions won that game 30-20. And the next week, they played Green Bay in the first round of the playoffs. And Green Bay won the game. I believe the final was 28-24 when
there's a Sterling Sharp one.
Sterling Sharp got loose deep, and Green Bay completed a long touchdown pass late in the game to take a 28-24 lead. Now he got wide open, I don't know, but I was on the Green Bay sideline holding a camera for Channel 25, watching the game through a small viewfinder when a blur ran right past me. And I'm like, wait, what was that? And it was Sterling Sharp running right past me, wide open. So somewhere in that highlight is me, a young Doug Karsh, standing there holding a camera. It's in low def. It's hard to make out. But back in the Silverdome days, you know what's crazy about that? Do you know that in 1994, the Lions played the Packers 5 times?
Because of the year 1994, because the playoff game...
Well,
and the regular season game were both in January?
The regular season finale was January 2nd. The playoff game was January 9th. They played the Packers twice in the 1994 regular season.
And then played them again in the playoffs.
And then played them in the playoffs on December 31st. 5 games against the Packers, the calendar year of 1994.
Yeah, I was at a couple of those games.
I was as well. And I think they were both the 93 games.
I was in the regular season game in 94, and I think the regular season game in 93.
And was that the playoff game where Barry Sanders had like 20 carries for 10 yards?
No, that was in Green Bay.
I'm talking about the 94 playoff game.
Yeah, if it was like a 16-12 game or something like that.
Something like that. And Barry, and the Lions only scored late to make it closer than it looked.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Dan Campbell on the morning show today. We mentioned already, he said Alex Anzalone went through the walkthrough yesterday. He was kind of vague on, what's going to happen moving forward, but he did say that he would give it a go at practice today, and we'll see where that stands. All right, so stopping the Vikings offense with all of those weapons, not easy. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. Okay, so look, my fear of this game, Gator, is that they're just so good offensively that the Minnesota defense gets one more stop than the Detroit defense gets. And I have an incredible amount of respect for the Minnesota offense. And Justin Jefferson, how they're going to stop him? They're not. Okay, the easy answer is they're not. It's due enough to beat him anyway. And Jordan Addison, should I tell you my son's got one of his friends is a Vikings guy and has a Jordan Addison theory?
Sure.
The Jordan Addison theory is that he is low-key the most valuable player on offense in football. And I'm like, oh, come on. And he's like, well, look at Jordan Addison's last 4 years. 4 years ago, he was the lead dog for Kenny Pickett during his Heisman run at Pitt. He transferred to where, Gator?
USC.
And he was a lead dog for Caleb Williams when he did win the Heisman. Then he gets drafted by and goes to the Minnesota Vikings, where Kirk Cousins goes out and has a elite season that scores him a massive contract. And now he's not the lead dog, but he is contributing to Sam Darnold's career resurrection. Don't sleep on how valuable Jordan Addison is. I don't take this theory seriously, but it is creative nonetheless. But you heard him reference Hawk. That's TJ Hawkinson coming back and making plays for them. Hawk sat out the first game, right?
Yes. Did not play in the first game.
And so did their linebacker, led him in tackles last week. Oh, name escapes me completely right now. But yes.
I have
Blake Cashman. Sorry, okay. Blake Cashman was out the first game.
I have the box score up from the first time they played.
Yep.
And that's great. That's who the Vikings were missing, but the Lions were missing players as well.
Yeah, but the Vikings are getting some back. I hope they get Anzalone back. They had Anzalone the first game, but we shall see. Anyway, more from Dan Campbell. So how do you defend the pass? How do you defend the pass against this team? Do you throw something? Do you got a game plan? What do you throw at them? Of course they have a game plan, but here's what he had to say. It's like they have too many weapons in the pass game to just say we're going to double Justin Jefferson because they have so many other guys that can beat you.
They do, but we've seen this Viking team throw up ridiculous stats offensively against the Lions defense. So just go to last year and what Justin Jefferson has done, and they didn't win.
Yep.
He's amazing. He's an amazing player. That's great. And yes, they have a supporting cast as well. As I point out all the time, that this is one of the reasons why Sam Darnold has been able to resurrect his career, is because you're walking into a ready-made offense with really good receivers and a talented running back. Well, the running back's a little bit banged up, but I would expect he's going to play on Sunday night, and Aaron Jones, and he had 93 yards rushing the first time the Lions played them. But Darnold threw an interception that first time around against the Lions. He wasn't unbeatable. The Vikings themselves weren't unbeatable. The Vikings ran 48 plays offensively. That was it. Lions can do what they can do. And it's not like the Lions did it last time by, grinding it out. They only carried the ball 27 times. Gibbs ran for 116 in that game. Goff was near perfect, 22 out of 25, 280 and a couple of touchdowns. They did what had to be done. And, one of the other things that the Lions might get back, which is no small player to get back, is Khalif Raymond. Might be coming back, which is key clearly to the run game. I'm not
to the run game.
To the return game. I fully expect the Vikings to look like it's a capable offense. Are they going to have more than 400 yards in the game? I would expect them to, and I think they're going to score probably in the neighborhood of close to 30 points, somewhere around there, which is what they did the last time. Lions won that game 31-29. I think the Lions offense now is humming along better than what they were at the beginning of the season when they went 5-1 after beating the Vikings the first time. They were just starting to hit their stride at that point. And they blew up the Cowboys, and here come the Vikings, and they handled their business. I think the Lions offense is damn near impossible to stop. Because when they need to get those yards, if it's 3rd and 6, you just look for St. Brown and he's open, or they treat it like it's 2-down territory and they just don't care.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying that the Vikings are winning the game. I'm just pointing out the things that make them so damn difficult to stop. And they have some flaws too, but the pass game has been really good.
The Vikings also have a propensity to go cold for long periods of time. Look at the Packers game. They were blowing out the Packers, and then all of a sudden what happened? They stopped doing things offensively, and the Packers were let back into that game.
Well, their margin of victory is not like Detroit's.
No.
And that's the weird thing about this is Detroit's margin of victory this year is 12.5 points. Minnesota's is 7.5 points. And Minnesota's played a lot more close games. Minnesota has played a bunch of games where we've been watching going, and every week I watch Minnesota. I'm like, oh, they might lose this game. They're right on Detroit's heels, but whatever, they might lose this game, and then they find a way to win. And I'm like, well, there's always next week. And then they play another game, and I feel like I'm going, ooh, Minnesota might lose this game. And, oh, okay, they found a way to win. Well, there's always next week. And they keep finding ways to win, which is a real credit to them.
I think it helps the Lions that they've got games in their back pocket, like the Houston game, where they were pathetic offensively for a while, the 5 turnovers, the 5 interceptions, and yet battle back to win the game. They were able to just compartmentalize what was going on, keep focused despite constantly turning the ball over, and win the game. And then the game against San Francisco, the game looks like, uh-oh, here we go. San Francisco marches right down the field to start the game, and they keep this lead, and then the Lions like, it's okay, we'll figure it out. And they figured it out, just like they beat the Vikings earlier in the year. The one thing, there's one game on a season the Lions had that makes me go, uh-oh, and that's the Buffalo game.
Well, they're facing the MVP.
Don't get me started.
What?
With the Josh Allen stuff. But he's awfully good. He's had a hell of a season. Not as good as others, but it's been a hell of a season. But nonetheless, they threw up a bunch of points against the Lions, and the Lions storm back, and it ends up being a loss, and they lose by 6 points, but they were able to score over 40 points. They scored 40 points in the game or whatever it was, and lose that game. Are the Vikings better offensively than the Bills? They're a different challenge than what the Bills are because what Josh Allen provides is a guy who can take off and go.
Well, they don't need to cite any other game than the Minnesota game the first time they played
there you
them.
go.
Do you remember the Lions' first 3 possessions in that game? They didn't get one first down.
No.
They didn't get one first down.
And then they scored 21 points in the second
quarter. And then they
scored
4 consecutive possessions. They scored touchdowns. So they don't have to squint real hard to know what it's like when you're not having success. I'm worried that the matchup between the Vikings offense and the Lions defense is a little bit more slanted towards the Vikings than it was the first time around. But hey, look, this game's in Detroit. It's not in Minnesota, and that obviously favors the Detroit Lions. All right, one more from Dan Campbell. We'll get to that coming up today at 12:48. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, a ton of our listeners have already probably purchased some Show Some Athletic apparel and know how great it is. And today they're dropping their Grit line, a limited edition of performance hoodies and long-sleeve workout shirts in the colors of the season, Honolulu blue, gray, and black. Your favorite football team is all about grit, and now your workouts can be too. And take 20% off with the discount code DOUG at checkout. Go to showsomerespect.com and the discount code DOUG at checkout. Showsomerespect.com, SHOSUM, respect.com. we're so zoomed in on Sunday. There is a big picture story that's kind of starting to percolate a little bit on the grand scale with the Detroit Lions. Something that you're monitoring, Gator, very closely. We will get to that today at 12:50. But it could be a developing positive trend for the Detroit Lions. Again, we'll get to that coming up shortly. Dan Campbell this morning on the morning show. We've been playing the best of what he had to tell him. And here we go. How big is the 1 seed? It's a topic we've been talking about much of the day. How much does it matter? Here's what the head coach of the Lions says. You know what's funny is all teams say stuff like that. Mm-hmm. All teams say next man up. All teams say we live for this.
Cliches.
They're so cliche, and typically these comments mean nothing to me.
They get an eye roll, maybe.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Next man up.
Yeah.
Not this team. This team. It seems so true.
It's genuine as it gets. Like
and accurate.
Oh, next man up. Oh, okay. No. Seriously. Look who we lost. No Davenport. No Hutchinson. No Lee McNeil. No Anzalone, no Rodriguez, no Barnes, no Carlton Davis, no lots of people.
Right.
No Kaminsky, you find out before the season begins. He gets hurt. And all these guys get hurt early and some get hurt later on. And it literally is next man up. And it's not like, okay, we had to replace one guy. They've had to replace a dozen players because of injuries. It's been amazing that they've been able to keep the focus, keep going. And it's just take your hat off to the coaching staff and to the front office for combining together to be able to field a team with capable players, finding guys off the street, finding players that you wanted to put on your practice squad and were able to. So when the time came to promote them, you can do it with confidence that they get the job done. The talent level throughout the 53 is huge. And to be able to maintain some of that into the practice squad is even more impressive. It's a Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell experiment that has been working out for the better part of 3 years.
It's been great. And yeah, I think the big games and these kinds of games really does bring out the best. When we're built for this is the way they've put this team together. There's a lot of unmeasurables and intangibles that have led to this success.
Let's say the Vikings had already won a Super Bowl with this group and they were winning games like they were this year, able to manage to win a close game and get the W. Then you could say, okay, that's the experience showing through. But they don't have that track record. This is their year with new quarterback and they're starting to win these tight games. But you look at like Kansas City, giving the ball to Patrick Holmes, they're down by 2 points, you're going to lose.
Did you call him Patrick Holmes?
Did I?
I think you might have.
Did I? Yeah. He dropped the ma. No ma. Patrick Mahomes, you give him an opportunity, a challenge at the end of the game to say, hey, bet you can't. Yeah, I can't. And because it's experience. And you've seen them win time and time again.
Right.
And here they are in the midst of an amazing season again. And yet doesn't pass the eyeball test to me saying this is going to be the team that wins the Super Bowl again. But how do you bet against it? Because of experience. That's what they've got underneath their belts. The Lions have accomplished that over the last couple of years, getting the experience of, hey, maybe they fall behind a little bit, but they're going to come back. Hey, they suffer an injury, but they're able to overcome it because they get this guy. Somebody else stepped up. It's been remarkable, and they've got the experience. They can go to it.
Okay. I mentioned it a couple minutes ago about the big picture with the Detroit Lions. We're really zoomed in on Sunday. But if you pull out and look at the big picture, the things are starting to percolate elsewhere that could be trending in a good direction for us. You originally saw a story that is it confirmed?
Yeah, on ESPN, they were there was an article on ESPN.com. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano had talked about different varying stories in the NFL, but centering around coaching and what the rumors that they're hearing and stuff that they're hearing about. And one of them was that Cliff Kingsbury was going to get an interview with the Bears. That's been reported that he's going to interview with the Bears. So following that, the media is starting to talk to the Bears players about that, and they asked Caleb Williams about this yesterday. They asked him about the traits that he values in a coach, and also about Cliff Kingsbury's candidacy. So here's what Caleb Williams had to say about Cliff Kingsbury as a candidate in Chicago. He said, quote, "I've been around Cliff. I know what type of guy he is. I know that he loves football. I know that he wants to win. He's a competitor. And so in many different aspects that I was just speaking about, I've been around him. So I would say that being around him, knowing him, asking him questions and things like that, I think obviously he was there. I'd probably have more to say, but I think he fits a bunch of those qualities that I said." I think that gives Caleb Williams ringing endorsement. Yep. And if you're the Bears and you're trying to figure a way to get better with a pretty good roster, but just horrific coaching, having the quarterback on the same page with the head coach, who's an offensive coordinator kind of guy, might be the best foot forward.
I've never heard a greater endorsement for a person anywhere ever. And I think this pretty much locks it up.
Just please, God, stay away from Ben Johnson, which is what we're getting at.
Yes. Cliff Kingsbury was an offensive analyst at USC in 2023, where he worked with quarterbacks, where he worked with Caleb Williams. So this appears to me to be an obvious match made in heaven.
Sure.
And if Kingsbury goes to the Bears,
don't pay attention to what Cliff did as a head coach at Arizona. Don't even look at that.
Quite frankly, it strikes fear into me.
Yes.
If Kingsbury is the coach of the Bears, I can't think of a better hire. And this goes from being a loaded division with three great teams.
We just hope to compete for second place.
To most likely, Gator, a loaded division with four great football teams if Cliff Kingsbury is the coach in Chicago. And it would scare me to no end. Please don't hire Cliff Kingsbury.
Well done.
That's how that
I think you sold it strong.
Did a good job there.
Other things that were mentioned was a possibility that Aaron Glenn could end up being the head coach in New Orleans. I don't want to lose either one of these guys.
You know what would make a great coach in New Orleans?
Let's hear it. What do you think?
Cliff Kingsbury would be an elite.
You don't want to take Cliff away from Chicago.
I think he's so good he could coach both teams.
I think Eberflus would be great to land on his feet in New Orleans.
The question, if Cliff Kingsbury gets hired by the Bears, it's how many Coach of the Year awards will he win? How many Super Bowls will they win?
Precisely.
And that is a scary guy. I'm fearful of what could go down. Please, Bears.
And apparently he's talked today. Cliff Kingsbury has talked today, asked him, hey, do you want to be a head coach? And he has reaffirmed that, yes, I want to be a head coach.
Did he say that?
Yes.
He is currently the OC in Washington. Oh, man, that sucks. We thought it was tough enough in this division as is. That would really suck. All right, cool. We good?
I think we're good.
Kingsbury to Chicago.
Yeah, it should happen. It should happen. They say it's a fait accompli.
I would think so. Let's go to Ron and Troy here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ron.
Oh, sorry. Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good.
I just wanted to say I was listening to you earlier, and as you were talking, had the clip going of Dan Campbell, I just thought, dang, how grateful, how awesome a team like this, a franchise like this, just copies the attitude of the city. And I do want them to win. I believe they will. But that's just it. I mean, it's like it's bigger than whether they win or lose today. finally, and we just have something really special here, and it's just it's like Christmas, man. I'm just so fired up, and I'm really grateful that we have a great coach, great team, great franchise now, and so that's it.
Ron, I hear you. Look, I think the weirdest thing is we are literally getting to experience one of those games that we watched for years and we're jealous of. We're jealous of these meaningful regular season games. I'm feeling like we're not doing a good enough job because historically I'm 3 months into draft prep.
Right.
Come January 2nd. And now
we're talking linebackers.
We're looking at injury reports and previewing a game on Sunday. We got a lot of catching up to do when it comes to draft prep, Gator, but I was jealous of teams that were still playing meaningful games, and now we're getting one. It just feels like at 14-2, it shouldn't be that way. We should have sewn something up here in Detroit already. All right, I've gotten to know you reasonably well through the years.
I think so.
And there's one thing about you that I think has been woven through. It just shapes your opinions. And I want to put that to a test today at 103. Okay? I suspected something yesterday, and I want to ask if it's true.
All right.
It would follow the Gator pattern.
Okay.
We'll get to that today at 103 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right. Yesterday, college football playoff. Everybody's talking about the Ohio State Buckeyes today, and understandably so. We'll get to our thoughts on that. The first game, however, the Peach Bowl. Gator, the Arizona State-Texas game. How were you all in on that? Did you have it on in the background, or were you?
I definitely had it on, and I was all in to start, and then it became background. I fell asleep for a portion of it, and then flipped around when I woke up to look at other stuff, and then tuned in towards the end when they were down by 8.
Okay, but then this might not land the way I was hoping.
Okay.
I know how you are as it pertains.
I know what you're going to say, by the way. I feel like I should write it down. I'm going to
Go
write it
ahead
down
and-
first. Let me write it down first.
Okay.
Because I know what you're going to say.
Okay. Sign that we're in like getting close to 20 years of working together, and Gator knows exactly what I'm going to say. Finish each other's sentences type of place. But I have gotten to know Gator over the years. I sat there and watched the Arizona State-Texas game. Tell me when you're ready. And it made me think of Gator. It made me think of Gator. And Gator continues to write it down.
Yep.
And what I know about Gator is that Gator.
Nobody's going to be able to read this, but I'll hold it up in case people can read it.
Okay, I'm not going to look at what it when it comes to hype, when a player gets a ton of hype, Gator recoils and goes the other direction with the enough already. Enough with Cam Scatterbo. And I saw this with Gator with Taysom Hill. I saw it with Gator with Sean McVay, where he just gets to the point where he's like, enough. Got it. Shut up about him. And yesterday, Joe Tessitore, the play-by-play voice for the Peach Bowl, I mean, he could not have said the name Scatterbo or Scatterboo more.
Said it both.
He loved himself the Cam Scatterbo storyline. So I'm going to look at what Gator wrote down as he handed it to me. And he writes, you think that I will hate the Scatterbo hype?
Who knows whom better? Do you know me better than I know you?
I don't know. You knew that I knew you, so you knew what I was going to say. Yeah, and I knew that you knew.
I will be honest with you and say I have nothing against the player. I like the player. But I wanted to punch Tessitore in the mouth. Like, could you shut up? I want to like this guy even more because this guy is like all heart. He's like, I mean, I don't know if there were any Pat Tillman references out there, but he's because the Arizona State, connection, the whole thing. But it feels like this guy embodies the spirit of somebody that just goes out there and gives everything he has. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I was like, you got because I didn't know exactly what he had done to this point because, like I said, there was a big part of the game I didn't watch. So I grabbed the phone, looked up the stats, and I'm like, all right, yeah, okay, yeah, no, he's got a lot of yards rushing, and he's got 88 yards or 99 yards receiving. That's impressive. And he threw the touchdown pass, and albeit the touchdown pass was not pretty, but it got it done, and they scored. He's great. He's great. But you can relax a little bit. You can just relax a little bit on that. And then I saw the Twitter feed was blowing up with not related to us, but related to just the feed we follow, the people we follow on Twitter with all the reporters and stuff. And people start talking about, I talked to a scout, and the scout says Scatterbo's the best. He can't miss guy. He's incredible. Some team's going to get one hell of a player and all this. And I don't know if he's going to be good in the pros, but I like the guy. But then when you start to go in the territory of like promoting him over Ashton Genty, and that's where I'm like, slow your roll. Okay. Scatterbo's been great. And I'm curious to see I think he might be a Mike Allstott type in the NFL.
I'm not going to lie. I think he'd be a perfect Lion.
Of course he would, because he's grit. He's exactly what you want. And so would Taysom Hill, by the way. Taysom Hill would be a perfect Lion to fit what Dan Campbell's looking for. But I don't think he's the high-end guy that Genty is. Do you?
No, and I think there's a place for him at the next level, and I think he was a great college back. But if I'm drafting and I'm looking for a running back and I'm in the NFL, I'm taking Genty over Scatterbo
every time.
But I Tessitore, I've said this a ton, and maybe it's because I know I'm one of those guys that does play-by-play for football. I don't let announcers ruin my time watching, but it feels like a lot of people, and there was probably a time in my life where I did. I was like, Tessitore's really laying it on thick. This guy, look at him run. Look at him squeeze every bit of effort. I'm sure.
Shut up!
He'd probably be one of the best penalty killers in the NHL if he played hockey.
I hear he's a good little lover, too. Satisfies his girlfriend.
Tessitore was that close. And I'm just thinking, Gator's going to hate this kid by the end of the game.
I can't hate him because he's so good. It's the effort he puts forth. He might go, look, maybe he's going to be ultra successful in the NFL and be a 1,000-yard rusher and be that guy who carries a team. Maybe he's that guy. I don't think he is, but I think he's a really good college player. I think he's going to go down as one of these heroes and legends of college football. Maybe it doesn't translate to the next level as much as you want it to, but he can still be very good.
Yeah, he could be the mayor of Tempe. I mean, that guy.
Right now, even though they lost.
The one thing about it that I thought would really, did you see the part where he was staring into the camera, like talking into the camera for 10 seconds?
I don't think so.
Okay. That
might have turned me off.
I think that might have tipped.
I'm glad I didn't see
tipped the scales. Because he was like down on one knee and there was a camera in his face, and he turned to the camera and he started talking. And the game's like going on, and they just scored. And
no, I mean, look, the guy seems like he's an awesome guy, awesome teammate. You see how he lays it all on the line in the field. After the game, one of the Texas players walked up to him and asked if he could pray with him on the field. And I'm like, how are you going to dog somebody if they're going to get down to literally two guys on their knees, hands on each other's shoulders, praying after the game? Like, come on. I mean, you're awesome.
Anyway.
But no, Tessitore sucks. You can go away anytime soon. And then the play happens where it's clearly helmet to helmet targeting at the end of the game, and they just acquiesce. Yep, okay, there you go.
So
it's not targeting.
Arizona State, whether it was targeted or not, that was where Arizona State probably. I mean, they had multiple chances to close them out. Having the football late with a chance to win the game, not scoring, and then having them in a 4th and 13 where they brought the house. They blitzed, and it got picked up. And when it gets picked up, most quarterbacks are going to have success.
And Ewers made some big throws in that game.
Yep. Okay, here's what I'm going to say about Ohio State winning that game.
Against Oregon.
Yep. I'm actually kind of happy for 2 Buckeyes.
Let me think. Happy for 2 Buckeyes.
2 in particular. The whole, well, you want to guess?
Is it Will Howard one of them?
No.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Then
I feel like over the years of covering Michigan football and always being aware of what's going on in Columbus, the 2 guys I've actually really enjoyed listening to speak, and I kind of like them, are Emeka Egbuka and Travion Henderson.
Okay.
And in particular, I would guess that it's been unfair, the hell that they have caught in the wake of what happened 33 days ago, that those kids, I'm happy for them. I like them. And, Donovan Edwards said something before the game, and I know what was going on because, when you're interviewing players, you ask them questions to try and build the hype for like you're open. And Donovan was asked some question in the context that led him to comment whether or not he hated the Ohio State team.
This is prior to the Ohio State game.
Ohio State game. And Donovan said, and I'm paraphrasing here, guys, I don't hate anybody. Those guys are more like me than not like me. And I'm not going to hate you for wearing a different color shirt or going to a different school. So no. And he wouldn't feed into, and then the game ended and he was actually down on his knee praying with some Ohio State fans where there was something else going on. But those guys in particular, just I'm happy for them. And now it's probably not good for Michigan football if Ohio State wins the national championship. The sooner they lose, probably the better for Michigan, because especially if they lost the Tennessee game, I think they would have seen portals. And
There's a player on Ohio State's, I'm going to narrow it down, on their defense that I'm hoping the Lions just say no thanks.
Really?
Yeah. I'm hoping the Lions will say no thanks when it comes to the draft.
Who's that?
Care to take a guess?
Is it Jack Sawyer?
It is Jack Sawyer. Hey, great that he knocked down 3 passes, had 3 passes defended, got up in the face of Dylan Gabriel, knocked him down, had a couple of tackles in the game. But I feel like Jack Sawyer has been this 5-star defensive end that had all this hype about him and has done nothing with the hype when it matters. He shows up yesterday and makes a few plays, and that was great. But a few plays does not a career make or give me the indication this kid's got it. He's got it. And the Ohio State fans love him because he, grabbed the flag back, whatever floats your boat. But am I wrong in thinking that he's been way overhyped and underachieved?
Well, like I said, I was happy for 2 Buckeyes.
Now, those 2 safeties, I'll take them all day long.
You're talking about Latham Ransom and what's the other kid's name? I'm blanking.
With an S.
You're not talking the corners, Caleb Downs.
Caleb Downs, sorry.
Corner. He's a corner.
He's a corner, yeah. Caleb
He's
Downs
only in his second year, too.
Downs and Ransom are both outstanding.
Hey, the NFL playoffs are almost here, but it's not too late to get in on regular season action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can finish the season strong with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel has so many ways for you to pick up the W. I suggest, given this promotion, you find an alternate point spread and take some team in like plus 25. Your return on your $5 bet won't be much, but you'll get the $250 in bonus bets with the win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll be all set for the biggest games of the year. FanDuel.com/Doug and your chance at $250 in bonus bets with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLING. All right, got some Tiger stuff we want to get to. Gator, I do have a question, though, regarding college football. Do you find yourself, and I'm asking you and probably a lot of people out there listening. Do you find yourself rooting for Sam Leavitt, the transfer from Michigan State, who was the quarterback at Arizona State, or does it not register at all?
No, I don't root for him.
Okay. You don't? Do you root against him, or do you just don't? It's okay. Good luck to you. We moved on.
I'm not rooting against him. No, because of the leaving Michigan State. No, I don't. That doesn't really factor in. It's, he's at Arizona State. So
one of my kids asked me yesterday, how do Michigan State fans feel about Sam Leavitt? I said, I don't know. I'll ask Gator.
I mean, I think Michigan State fans were excited about Aiden Childs and what he could do, and I think they're still, because the potential, you can see the potential is there. The game needs to slow down for him. He needs to calm down a little bit, and I think he's got potential to be a fantastic quarterback. But Leavitt already just showed that he's got some skills. Look, good to him, good for him. I don't wish him ill will at all. It really, when it comes down to rooting for or against Arizona State, particularly in a game like Texas, I was probably rooting for Arizona State against Texas because I don't like the SEC. And Texas just getting there, I don't want them to win the national championship right away. So yeah, I was hoping that they were going to pull off the W.
Okay, yeah, I've wondered if it was even on the radar. I mean, I think typically most well-adjusted adults say good luck to you.
Right. Look, somebody entering the portal, you're going to enter the portal, right? You want to be there or you don't want to be there. And nowadays it's less of an indictment about how you feel for the university, because I feel like high school kids, they don't have a feel for, I'm loyal to this university. Now because of NIL, I'm loyal to what's going to benefit me best here monetarily, playing wise, and all that. And look, I get it. You're switching coaches, things are going to change up. So be it. I'm fine with it.
Okay. So Tiger stuff. There are interesting reports about the Tigers and Alex Bregman. John Heyman said he thinks the Tigers and Blue Jays were the front runners to land Bregman. But you also said, who was it reported that Santander?
It was Heyman.
Also John Heyman?
Yeah, about Santander. We've seen different. John Morosi said that he thought the Tigers and Blue Jays were number one for Santander. Mm-hmm. And there was Heyman, I think, that said about the Bregman. But it's interesting when you look at who would be in and out on Bregman. And the Tigers certainly have a need at third base. There's a fit there the whole bit. We understand. A.J. Hinch managed him when he was in Houston, and Houston clearly isn't going to hang on to him. They made their offer, and they moved on to it. So you've got this basement set. The floor is set at you're going to have to be better than $160 million for the duration of the deal, it looks like. So then you had teams like the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Tigers, and the Blue Jays all kind of still in it here. But it looked like the Yankees have backed out of it. They're spending their money elsewhere, and that perhaps they're done. So if the Yankees are out, then it's interesting. Okay, what about Boston? Well, Boston likes Devers as their third baseman. He wants to be their third baseman. He's their guy, and they like him. So the reports are that Bregman doesn't want to move to another position and play like second base. And that's not what he wants to do. So does that take Boston out of the running for it? And then it becomes a Detroit versus Toronto thing. Well, then it becomes fit. All right. Does it have to be money? Is it about getting that 6th year in a contract? Is it about getting as close to $200 million as you can? Can you get a deal done? Lynn Henning had some comment on Twitter about getting it done with a 5th year, but are you going to have to overpay to get it down to a 5th year? And do you want to do that? It's an interesting negotiation, but it's when the numbers get out ahead of everything else, when everybody hears the $200 million mark,
mm-hmm.
and then you see right away Houston offered $156 million, I think, over 6 years, and that they turned it down. Okay. Now you've got parameters of what it's going to take. Tigers clearly have money to spend. They've got an owner who's one of the richest owners in baseball. They can afford to go ahead and add another, whether it is for him, if it's $30 million a year or $35 million a year, they can afford to put that on the books, particularly when Javi's contract is going to come off the books in a couple of years, and they really haven't added a ton to the payroll because they've got all these guys under contract We knew what the playoff roster last year was insane, how low that payroll was for the guys around the playoff roster. It was like $19 million or something like that. Obviously, it's much more when you add everybody who was hurt and stuff for the regular season. So they can still add it. I think it makes sense. Evan Petzold had a column with the Free Press from Sunday and Monday. They're talking about Santander being a possible backup plan for the Tigers, and that's an interesting way to go because last 3 years, his bat has been quite powerful. Strikes out a ton. You don't like to see that. And it's not like his on-base percentage is great. However, his OPS is made up because he's hitting a ton of home runs. Last year he had 44 of them and had over 100 runs driven in, albeit at a smaller ballpark in Baltimore. But he's got the same splits as a left-handed hitter as he is as a right-handed hitter, basically. He's a pretty good player offensively that would absolutely help out the lineup. And so would Alex Bregman. So I feel like we're being set up here as Tiger fans that better land one of those guys. Otherwise, fans are going to revolt because you have the money to spend and you're not spending.
I think I'm not in favor of a Bregman contract, given where he is in his career and the type of money that is getting thrown around. I think he immediately looks like a potential regrettable contract. And unfortunately, it feels like the Tigers, that's the best chance for them to land a named player. I have a lot of concerns. And I have some concern about Santander, but he doesn't cost as much. By almost every projection you see, it doesn't cost, I don't think, nearly as much.
Which is a little surprising to me, given what you're getting with the offensive output.
It's the concern with him, of course, is, cool, 44 bombs in Baltimore is probably, it might be 20 bombs in Detroit.
Well, I don't know about that, but it would be less for sure because it's easy to, and it's a smaller field all around.
Yep. But I like Santander for the money more than I like Bregman for the money.
So Ken Rosenthal, he doesn't expect the Tigers to spend for Alex Bregman. These are just different voices coming in. And John Morosi said, I think the Tigers and the Blue Jays are near the top of the list, if not number one and number two potential suitors for Anthony Santander.
I would like, if you're going to go with one or the other, it's Santander for me. You?
I'd rather have Bregman than Santander.
Would you?
But it's pretty close. And
Convince me on Bregman. Do me a favor. Make me feel better about Bregman.
I will in just a second. Let me get back to John Heyman had said he thinks that the Tigers and the Blue Jays are most likely to sign Alex Bregman as of today. So that's where you get there. Okay. So trying to sell you on Alex Bregman. I can't sell you on him being worth $32 million a year. I'm not going to try to do that. Or even $30 million. Let's say the Tigers give him a 6-year, $180 million contract. Mm-hmm. Do I think that the money is well spent in that regard? Overall, no. However, is he an upgrade over what the Tigers have at third base? Defensively, he's still very good. And offensively, he'd be an upgrade over what they have at third base, and a significant upgrade. So I think there's leadership there, too, from a guy who, by all accounts, is a real team guy. Players love to be around him. He's got the relationship with A.J. Hinch. The Tigers would know what they're getting themselves into. I think anytime you're looking at signing somebody to a 6-year deal, you're looking at disaster at the end of the contract when they're north of 30 years old. So if I can accept that, and I can accept that, then go ahead and get the deal done. I think he's a quality player. I think he's way above average as a player. Is he on the downside of his career? That would be concerning, but he had his highest home run total in the season since 2019 last year with 26, and he's still getting it done with the OPS. His OPS the last 3 seasons, 820, 804, 768.
See, that's it.
I understand it. I get it. Declining every year. I understand it. But it's still at 768. And do things change if he comes to Detroit? I don't know. It's Detroit's not Detroit knocked out Houston in the playoffs. Can't forget that.
Yeah, and hey, look, it's probably better than nothing. I'd love to see that contract with a club option to get out of it, which probably doesn't get you him.
No, but what's likely to get you is a contract that has a player option to get out of it, because that's baseball these days. After 2 years, the players got the option to get out.
It doesn't. that option gets exercised if the player's worth the money,
Mm-hmm.
in which case you don't want to lose him. But when he's not worth the money, you're stuck with him, a la Javi Baez.
Yes, or you are in a position to renegotiate to hang on to the guy because you really likes the situation he's in. But hey, pony up a little bit more cash.
248-539-9797 if you want to get in on this, Tiger fans. Meanwhile, some more to bring up with our Detroit Lions. I got a question for fans holding tickets for this one. We'll get to that today at 1:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Why were you? Why'd you tweet about Herb Street's dog?
So his, he had lost his dog months ago, but he's got another golden retriever, younger one.
The dog Ben that he took on the road with him.
Yes, so now he's got another. Is it Peter? Is that the name of the dog?
Might be.
He's named
It's Peter.
I love when people name dogs after like human names. It's always made me laugh.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a video of him walking on the beach in Manhattan Beach in California with the dog, and the dog is off leash. And the dog is just it's all excited to be out at the beach for the first time and seeing what it's like out the ocean, but the dog isn't really leaving his side. It's just staying with him, walking with him. So I tweeted something to the effect of how jealous I was. Must be nice to have a dog that you can walk off leash. My dog would be halfway to San Diego by now. Because that's what Lois is. She loves me. She wants to be around me. But if she's got freedom and we're walking, if I didn't have her on a leash, she'd be gone.
So she at no point hesitates and turns around and says, "Where's Gator?"
No. On a walk like that? No, probably not.
She's just gone.
Yeah, she would go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I call her name, she wouldn't even stop and turn around. She just keep going. Now, if there's somebody in the distance and I say to that person, if I can signal that person to, hey, clap your hands or have a smiling face, the dog will run right to him.
But not you.
No.
You sure the dog loves you?
She does.
Sorry.
She loves life. She just loves to be out there. And watching her when she is the zoomies and she starts going crazy in the house, and I just open up the back door and let her run in the backyard. The miles per hour that dog gets up to is impressive. I really need to find a way to give her an Apple Watch or something.
Her turn as she makes her way out the door.
Yeah.
You would you take is there any way to at this point retrain?
No.
Lois? No. It's too late.
She'll be 10 in a week and a half here. So I think that's past. Yeah.
Sorry, man.
It's okay. No, look, it's been a wonderful relationship. I love the dog. She's been great. Hopefully she's great for another 5 years.
Gotcha.
At least. We'll see.
All right. So I decided I'd take a look at this because it's interesting. I think some people in Detroit will have this decision, but it also brings to mind one of the most annoying things that there is out there as a sports fan. I went to look the buy-in price for Sunday's game, Lions and Vikings.
Yeah. Well, listen, after the Vikings beat the Packers, Jordan Addison was appealing to the Viking fans to show up in Detroit and cheer on the Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
To which point Alex Anzalone said, hey, you folks know what to do, which is don't sell your tickets.
Yep.
But I imagine the buy-in price is going to be quite enticing for Lions season ticket holders to consider selling their tickets.
So you can get a standing room seat, is listed on SeatGeek at this hour, of $392.
Oh, jeez.
Mind you, that's the listed price.
Yeah.
With fees.
All right, what's the price again?
$392.
$392. It's basically $400 before fees are assessed on this.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
The fees are $135.88 for a total of $527.88. Every time we bring this up, so the buy-in on SeatGeek standing room is $527.88. Every time we bring this up, somebody invariably calls and lets us know about the
hidden fees.
No, there's one secondary market website in which they don't charge fees. And that would be the one I'd want to do all my business. And it's not because it's any cheaper, I don't think, but it's because it doesn't feel like a bait and switch. The fee, like you click on $392 going, all right, I'll bite the bullet. And why am I paying $527.88? And it's the emotional letdown of this isn't $392 at all. So anyway, but the temptation I'm sure is for some Lions fans is to sell this and hope to use the profit to purchase your tickets for a bigger game to offset what you hope is playoff tickets or Super Bowl tickets. And I can't blame anybody for doing it.
No, and I think if you're a season ticket holder, you've already had to pay for those tickets,
right?
And you had to pay for the 2 rounds.
And that can be an expensive thing.
Yeah.
Hence, you're, are you tempted to offset the tickets, offset the cost of playoff tickets by selling your regular season ticket? But as season ticket holders, there are decisions that tough decisions that might have to be made. And I mean, I guess the answer is different for everybody because it probably depends a lot on your disposable income at the time.
Well, and then there's also the have I already sold tickets too many times this year, and do I put myself at risk of losing my season ticket status because the Lions monitor how you sell your tickets?
Yeah, I think when you make, and I wish the Lions would potentially reconsider that when you raise ticket prices, you maybe relax the standards of how many tickets you can sell and still keep your season tickets. You know what I mean? To offset the additional cost.
Right, but they want to try to ensure that it's not the ticket brokers that get the tickets.
Well, I think they want to ensure that their tickets are being sold for the price that they set. But anyway, it's a very weird deal. When you
that's disgusting. So it's $130 in fees.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yep.
Is that based on the cost that you're paying for the ticket? Does then the fee go up, or is it a standard fee?
I think the person selling the tickets gets $392, and SeatGeek itself gets $135.88.
It's insane.
Yeah, but that's kind of how most of them operate.
That's why they shouldn't be able to operate like that.
Well, I don't care who gets the money as a consumer. If my ticket's costing me $512, I don't want to click on a link that says $392 each and see $512. I get mad and I never make that purchase, which is self-punishment, but it's infuriating.
Yeah, I did that with my last trip to Vegas, booking the hotel room, thinking I was getting this awesome rate, and looking at, oh yeah, it's only $120 a night. This is great, and then you find out that it's like $220 a night with fees.
Mm-hmm.
How did this happen?
Yeah.
Well, here's how it happened.
Because as a consumer,
you got screwed.
I'm worried. I'm not worried about. I want to know the out the door price, right?
Yes.
Is there anybody that goes, oh, I don't care about what I'm paying for. I don't. Sure, break it down however you want. I'll pay as much as you want. All I know is that ticket only cost me $392 for $512. What? Justin in Madison Heights, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. Glad to talk to you guys again. So I'm a season ticket holder, and unfortunately, I had to sell 2 games this season for some whatever. But the Facebook groups are awesome because you can find a real person in the state of Michigan that you're selling the tickets to that are going to go and cheer for the Lions. So I sold 2 games to a woman up north. This game coming up, the way I view this game is history, right? You guys mentioned it. First time 14-win teams are going for the 1 seed. I don't believe the Lions have ever won the NFC 1 seed. Is that correct?
No.
So there you go. I'm going to this game. It would take a ridiculous amount of money for me to let go of this game. And the way I view it is the scenario you guys brought up. If we win and then Minnesota wins their wild card round, Minnesota's coming back, I would consider selling the division round game because I just saw this game and I saw this game where the Lions made history. So that's kind of my thought process is I'm for sure going to this game. I would consider the divisional game.
Interesting.
What do you guys feel about, like, if you had season tickets, would you just be going to every game or would you consider selling? Because, I hate it too as a fan. I hate how expensive these tickets are. And I gave the woman I sold them to, I gave her a reasonable deal because I can't be one of those people that, nope, I'm charging you top dollar. But there's a lot of money to be made, not to be made, but to be relinquished, right? I can get some of my season ticket costs back.
I mean, it's each their own, right? In my case, if I were a season ticket holder, I bought tickets because I wanted to go to the games. And I'm not looking at it as an investment in terms of monetary. I mean, I'm looking for it to enrich my life, and that's why I got it for entertainment purposes so that I can enjoy the game. But if somebody wants to do this because, hey, I know a good investment, I'll be able to sell 3 games on the year, and I can actually make a profit from those 3 games that cover my whole cost of the season, so be it.
Yeah, I hear you. And like that was my thing going into the season was I take my daughter to most of the games. I was like, we're going to every game we can. And Thanksgiving was the one that made sense because like we want to spend Thanksgiving with the family, so I sold Thanksgiving. But like when you're looking at these ticket prices and what they're going for, it really it makes you think like, man, that's a lot of money to turn away compared to what it cost me to get that ticket. There's one more thing if you guys got a sec.
Real quick.
There's a guy that sits 2 rows in front of me that has 24 seats at Ford Field. He's been a season ticket holder for years, like 20-something years. That's a business. That dude is getting an annual income of like $100,000 a year with how good the Lions have been. That's crazy. That's the thing I have a problem with.
Because he's selling the tickets?
Yes. He has 24 tickets all spread out over Ford Field, and he only brings 3 people to the game. He's selling those other 20 tickets, and he's not selling them at a discounted rate.
He's obviously doing it to people not online, friends, people he knows. I mean, that's a lot of money to be made. I don't know why somebody would agree to that when they can get their own tickets, but
I don't know. Yeah. That seems odd.
All right, Carson Anderson, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We haven't even mentioned Lions with 7 Pro Bowl starters this year, tied for most by a Lions team ever. On offense, Goff, Ragnow, Sewell, Amon-Ra, and Jahmyr Gibbs. On defense, Brian Branch. And Jake Fox made special teams as the punter. And, I guess the big story is Kirby Joseph didn't make it. These stories, and I think, mean a lot to fans and probably means a lot to the players. I don't mind talking about it. I can't feign genuine disdain or upset. In team sports, I've said this all the time. I don't care that much about individual awards. If your team is bad and that's all you have to root for is I hope my guy's an all-star, then it kind of makes sense to me. But anyway.
I think it's interesting that Joseph is not one of the players.
Yeah.
But yet I think I know why.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to get the fan vote. When he started talking about from players and coaches when they have their say in it, I don't think he's well liked around the league because of what's perceived as being dirty hits.
Yep.
And I can't, it's hard to defend when you see that the hits he does when he goes low and knocks players out for weeks at a time.
It's the challenge of being a defender that if you hit people in the head, you get penalized. And if you hit them low, you get hated.
Right. So you somewhere in between.
Yeah. I'm going to hit this moving target that's one of the fastest people on the planet in only the exact right spot.
And I defend all defensive backs when I say this. I think it's one of the hardest things to do in sports is to be a defensive back because all of the rules are against you.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is set up for the guy across from you to be successful, not you. You can't touch him.
Yep.
And they can do everything to you, but you can't touch them. And then when you're going to try to make a play, and now they're taking things away, you can't do the hip drop tackle now, and you're trying to go low, and you can't do that. You can't barrel into a group of guys that are coming down the field because that's a low hit ahead of the defensive clipping, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
They don't allow for that. It's so tough to play in the secondary. That being said, he's earned his reputation too.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Mickey in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mickey.
Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
All right, sir.
First of all, I'm so glad that you guys have mended fences and have come together again.
Thank you.
It's so great this holiday season to bring everyone together. Thank you for doing that for
Mickey,
the community.
It was huge for Doug to apologize for all that he had done wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And just the latest was, bringing in a smelly lunch, which he apologized for. And that one I didn't even say he had to, but I appreciate that he did.
Perfect. Hey, so we're talking about selling tickets, and I'm as frustrated as anybody with how expensive they've raised my tickets in the last, 2 years. But selling your tickets this week might be the dumbest thing I've heard. What if we lose? There is no tomorrow. This is the last game of the year if we lose. You're going to sell your ticket to maybe a Minnesota fan, and you're going to miss out on the rest of the year now.
When you say that, it's the last home game that they would likely play, unless there's a bunch of upsets in the playoffs, but yes.
Yeah, my tickets don't mean anything if we're not playing at home.
Yeah, look, it's these are all very personal questions because you're dipping into, okay, how much disposable income does one have? What can you afford? What can't you afford? What any post-holiday expenses you might have to account for. But when it comes to the sheer fun, this is the game. This is the game that we were jealous of other cities having for years, and now we've got it. And so, the one caller said, it would have to.
It's a playoff game, right?
Yes and no.
It's basically a playoff game.
Well, a playoff game, if you lose, you're out, and that's not the case.
But it is a game that if you win, you basically win a playoff game, and that you don't have to play. We understand. But Mickey, it
is literally a conference championship game, though, right? You now get the 1 seed.
It's a division championship game for sure, and the 1 seed.
Yeah.
You can't really have higher stakes than this in a regular season game. You literally can't have higher stakes than this. So
right. If you lose, I don't get to go to a game next week. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I guess it all depends on where you are in real life that determines it. But this is the game, man. This is the game.
It's a big one.
248-539-9797. John in Ann Arbor, you're next. Hi, John.
Hey, I was calling in light of Ohio State's recent success. I think it'd be really interesting for the Lions to consider drafting Jack Sawyer. I love the trade that we had with Za'Darius Smith, but even if we re-sign him, we still need some good depth at defensive end. I think he's a high motor guy. He talks his crap and he backs it up. He didn't really do well against Michigan, but I think he's the kind of player that the Lions would love to draft. I think he'd work really well in our system. I don't know where he's projected to go, first, second, third, but I think if the Lions can prioritize getting defensive ends, I think that he would be a guy to definitely look at.
Yeah, I don't like him. I think he's overrated. I think he had a nice game against Oregon where he gets up in the face of the quarterback and knocked 3 passes down. He had a couple tackles in that game, but otherwise, I just haven't been terribly impressed by Jack Sawyer. Maybe I'm crazy on this, Doug. I just haven't been. He's gotten better every year he's been there as a pass rusher. He had 3 sacks, then 4.5, then 6.5, and then 8 this year. But he just hasn't been a guy that's really wowed me.
So the one critical aspect of this conversation, if we're having a real conversation about the draft and a player that I don't believe is projected to be a first-round pick, is what round are we in and what have they already done?
Good points.
Like I can't say I would pass on Jack Sawyer 100 times out of 100 because if Jack Sawyer's still on the board in the 5th round, I'd take a serious look, right? I mean, so, I'm not using a first-round pick on him.
I would not either. And I tend to think that this is probably a day 2 guy that goes in the 2nd or 3rd round.
And if he's there on day 3, I
If he's
can't
there
say
day 3, I would,
take him.
sure. But yeah, I'm looking at him as being somebody that other teams would covet. And me, the most impressive he's been is the last 2 games. You know, what he did against Tennessee and what he did against Oregon, he's been disruptive, and it's nice to see that. But it feels like it's taken forever for him to become that for Ohio State. But
I did a quick search. Kuiper's got him listed as the 7th best edge rusher. And so I can't say no without knowing what round we're in. But I would say no to him in the 1st round and probably day 2. But again, it depends who else is available. Like, it's an impossible question to answer.
You're not doing this, are you?
Doing what?
No, not mocks.
No.
Okay.
A caller just called and said they'd take Jack Sawyer if they were the Lions.
And I said, I just have not been impressed by Jack Sawyer. And then Doug brought up a great point. Depends where in the draft you're talking about, what they've already done in the draft. I'm not drafting him on the first day, and I'm not drafting him on the second day.
Let's get down to brass tacks here. Mike, have you ever taken an ice bath?
Oh, God, dude, no. No. Like, I've tried the cold shower thing where it's like ice cold and you just go.
Yep.
It's not for me. I got a buddy who does, though, the cold plunges.
Yeah.
No, like, my heart stops.
So
I'm not built for that.
I tried it yesterday for the first time ever.
It's tough.
It is very tough.
It's physical. It's pain.
It is, as somebody said, the water was so cold it's characterized as sharp.
Yes. It's like the cold in Green Bay. It's not cold. It burns.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
No, I hear
It's
you.
so cold, it stings.
So I tried it, and I made it to the waist. I didn't
Oh, you
even,
didn't
I
even
didn't
do
even
the
get on
full
because I
deal.
had to do it in the tub, which is a little
He
different
didn't
than
do the plunge. He did the sit.
Yeah, and even that.
But you're covering the jewels, so that's good.
Oh, yeah,
Whether-
no,
yeah,
you're
yeah. This, I'm not sure.
There's a commitment there.
Whether it counts or not, I'm not particularly interested. What I am, I kind of want to go back and try again because people rave about the benefits, but I'm just not sure I can bring myself. I'm not that mentally strong.
No, you are. It's a choice, though. You just have other things you'd rather be doing.
Yeah,
You
well.
can do it. All of us can do it. We choose.
I think if the Rose Bowl was more interesting because I had the game on, I might have been.
I'm going to get to the CFP at 4. It's the most predictably disappointing thing in the world. It's like this weird, poorly put together, hey, we know this is dumb, but let's see how it plays out thing. And we've gotten basically all but 8 minutes of bad football. And I'm like, okay.
And just like the previous.
Yeah, but that's my point though, is I didn't need more of more. But we'll see if Georgia Notre Dame can redeem some of it or whatever happens next week. I do have a Lions thing to open with.
Awesome.
Which is not just, it's all on the line. No, I got data about Sunday.
Cool.
Data.
Here's what's
I love
really
data.
on the line. Historical data.
Let's go.
Happy New
The
Year,
best
boys.
kind of data.
I got some data.
Good to see you, Mike.
All right, guys.
It
See ya.
is Carson Anderson. Thanks for listening. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. A devastating 24 hours for the Pistons as reports confirmed this afternoon that guard Jaden Ivey did suffer a broken fibula against the Magic last night, and he will be off the court for multiple months. The 22-year-old Ivey is enjoying a breakout year 3 in Detroit, averaging 17 points a game, 40% shooting from 3. Where do the Pistons go from here, head coach J.B. Bickerstaff? The Pistons are not ruling out a return for Ivey this season. That timeline does depend on Detroit's play and a potential play-in run. Meantime, guard Cade Cunningham, currently 6th among Eastern Conference guards in All-Star voting. Pistons, they next hit the floor when they host the Hornets tomorrow night. We'll get another look at the Lions' injury report this afternoon, one day closer to Sunday's showdown with the Vikings at Ford Field. Alex Anzalone, Khalif Raymond, Demeek Robertson, Jack Campbell limited yesterday. Detroit currently 2.5-point favorites over Minnesota, both the NFC North and the 1 seed on the line. Wings look to make it 3 straight wins under new head coach Todd McClellan. They visit the Blue Jackets tonight. Puck drop at 7. Pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And delayed 1 day following the attack in New Orleans, Georgia and Notre Dame take the field this afternoon for the Sugar Bowl. Kickoff from the Superdome is at 4. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good afternoon. Oh, we've got so much to talk about. David, you look as beautiful as ever. It's great to see you. You look a lot better than this office does. Oh, my God. All right, let's, we're going to do something different. Now, I don't know what people's tolerance for this will be, but I'm rooted in reality and data and different things like that. So I'm just not going to do the everything is awesome routine and tell you that the Lions are going to win every game by 700 points. And I just, guys, I can't do it. I hear enough of that on the station. What I am going to do is I want to truly qualify how big Sunday's game is. And not with cliche, not with the, whoa, everything's on the line. I'm going to do one better than that. I've got actual historical data on what's truly on the line. Now, clearly, the lead in all of this is, it's a complete absurdity that the loser of this game falls to the 5 seed, considering the seasons both of these teams have had. It's an absurdity. And in that sense, I rank it right up there with the Lions getting boned with the amount of injuries they have. That this will never be duplicated. You will never have a game between two teams with 14 wins and the loser turns into a wild card who's got to go on the road 3 times. But that is what's on the line. So, okay, loser has to play next week, no bye week, and you have 3 road games. You will never get a home game. Okay? Here's what it really means. Only 5 teams in the history of the National Football League have ever done that. On the road, wild card, Super Bowl. Of the 5, the good news, if you do it, 4 of them have won. The problem is 4 of them had Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And as much as I like Jared Goff, let's just not go there. So here are the 5 teams. It's the 85 Patriots. They got destroyed by the Bears. It was the 05 Steelers. Hi, David. It was the 07 G-Men. Hello, me. The 2010 Pack featuring young TJ Lang. And the 2020 Bucks featuring a guy you may have heard of, Tom Brady. I walk away after watching the last couple of games, albeit being on vacation, and I've believed the team that loses Sunday is going to lose the wild card round. There's just not going to be any toothpaste left in the tube. Now, I do believe the Lions will win Sunday. I do. Part of that, though, might be nonsense on my part, meaning the reason I believe you're going to win, it has nothing to do with your defense, who is awful. It has nothing to do with your offense, who's awesome. It has everything to do with, I just struggle to believe Sam Darnold is going to walk into Ford Field on Sunday Night Football and win this game. And I know a lot of people will think I'm being unfair to Sam Darnold, but he's fine. But I don't think he's great. I don't think he's fixed. I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the 3 QB whisperers in the sport. He's a witch. And Darnold's got great weapons. But Darnold holds on to the football forever. He's not great when he gets pressured. And I just don't think you people are going to allow him to win. I think this is one of the great home fields out there. But if you lose, that's what you're really up against. So, no, I'm just not going to do the shows where it's, well, we'll score 40 every game. I'm glad you said that. So here's what the last 10 Super Bowl champions defenses have looked like. They give up 16 points a game. The Lions, the last 5 weeks, a.k.a. injury disaster plus real opponents, are giving up 32.6 a game. I mean, I don't feel bad out of the San Francisco game, but I don't feel good. And that's a San Francisco offense that was down their entire O-line. Practice squad players were out there. No CMC, no Ayuk. Good thing they have an idiot kicker. So, guys, what's really on the line Sunday is if you win, and I think you're going to, but part of that is I can't live in a world where Sam Darnold walks in here and beats us. If you win, you got about a 50% shot at getting to the Super Bowl. The number 1 seed buys you 50% shot that you get there. Those are incredible odds. If you don't, it goes down to like 1%. Because only 5 teams in history have gone on the road and done it. And those 5 teams, 4 of them had Hall of Fame QBs. And of those 5 teams, you have by far and away the worst defense. It's not even close. So in essence, what's on the line is the ability to get to a Super Bowl Sunday. If the Vikings lose, I think they lose the wild card. If you lose, I probably lean that way too. So I want to know if you're accepting of those terms. Like, you can't fight history. Now, you can find your way around it. You know, rules are meant to be broken. Records are meant to be broken. I understand that. But that's what I'm putting into Sunday. The winner has a real shot to get to a Super Bowl, and the loser, basically, here's your washer and dryer. Thanks for playing on The Price is Right. You could tell me where I'm right, where I'm wrong. But what I'm not going to do, especially off vacation, is what I'm hearing a lot of other places on this station, which is just euphoria nonsense. Oh, we'll just never punt again. Yeah, that's not real life. Well, we'll score every time we touch the ball. No, you won't. We'll do a pitchy woo-woo, and I don't care. Winning a Super Bowl is the hardest thing to do in sports. There's no give-backs. There's no bad days at the office. There's no best of 3, best of 5, best of 7. It's really effing hard. And this team's margin is not very big. And you know how I know that? Watch how Dan Campbell's coaching. He has no outs. He's playing the cards he's dealt. He has absolutely no ability to not go for it, to not take huge risks. Why? He's telling you this defense can't be helped. We're out of bodies. So, look, Sunday, it's for all the marbles. But with the historical data, that's the key. It's one thing to go on the air and use every, John Facenda NFL Films cliche. No, here's the data. Only 5. If you lose Sunday, only 5 teams got where they needed to go in the history of the game. I don't want those odds. And I do think you're going to win. But it's not really rooted in the matchup stuff. It's rooted in ginger quarterback things. I watch Sam Darnold, and I never walk away feeling like it's anything other than a high wire act. He leads the league in turnover-worthy throws. Had another turnover on Sunday this week against the Pack. And half of the time, you don't know if he's going to throw it to the right team. So, David, I would love your take on this. I feel like people have given up their ability to be free thinkers here when it comes to this football team. It's a mob mentality where even if you support them, you don't support them enough, or any form of criticism means you're a turncoat bastard. It's a weird vibe. And I just don't subscribe to any of it. If you want to make the Super Bowl, you better win Sunday. And if you don't, you're probably not going. And there's the data. And the defense coming out of that game against San Francisco, no, I don't feel worse. I don't feel better. I feel how I feel. This team is going to need to outscore people. And when that is your way out in the playoffs, the history of the NFL says you're not hoisting the Lombardi. There has to be complimentary football. David, what's your take on all the babble I just offered you fresh out of vacation?
See, before I even saw the stats that were presented to me regarding the 5 teams there, I was already leaning in the direction that this is a playoff game for the Detroit Lions. And I know people are going to say, oh, whoa, good. Sure, of course it is. You got to get the 1 seed. No, you have to get the 1 seed. If you want a chance at the Super Bowl, you have to get the 1 seed. I already believe Tampa Bay gives you trouble. We've seen them the last couple years against the Detroit Lions. They've given you trouble. You go there, I believe you lose. The Rams have given you trouble. You head to LA. If that happens in the playoffs, you're going to lose if you're the 5th seed. So, yes, it is needed. The 1 seed is needed if you want a chance at the Super Bowl. And I know I already see people on Ticket Text. Oh, but they have a better road record than a home record. That doesn't mean anything. The playoffs, to me, a home field advantage matters. And having that 1 seed all the way through the playoffs matters. But, yeah, I'm worried about this game after Monday. After Monday, when they had to basically score every possession and you had to get lucky to get an interception to give yourself a shot in the second half, that can't happen because last year, while 20 to the 20-yard line, yes, they let the guys get whatever yardage they wanted to get, but they stopped teams in the red zone. What's different right now is they're not stopping teams in the red zone. Teams are scoring on them. That's the difference. That's why you need to win this game for home field advantage.
Yeah, and look, the other thing is the bye week, David. I mean, if they win, yeah, they got every right to believe they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I mean, I still have major doubts about this defensive front four, but they got every right. They'll get the bye week. They'll play at home. Maybe Philly trips up, whatever. But if you lose, no, that's really what's on the line. You become another footnote in history, most likely. So do you accept those terms? Because I don't hear a lot of realistic conversation on this station. And that's just not what I'm interested in. I'm just not. We're all rooting for the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want a parade. But that, what you want in reality are two different things. Do you know why this game is so big? Because it's going to hurt if you lose it. Everyone's operating as if it's only something to gain and nothing to be lost. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if we lose. No, it does. So just call a different show if your take is it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in speaking to you. Happy New Year. I mean, it's just simple for me. Games have to have cost. The Super Bowl is such a big deal because when you lose, it rips your guts out. There is no, it's okay, it was a good year. No. And factually speaking, with the data that we have in the history of this sport, if you lose, only 5 teams have dug themselves out of the hole to go on the road, wild card, divisional, championship game, and go to a Super Bowl. Now, I think they're going to win, but I can't offer you great reasons. Minnesota's playing elite football. They didn't have Hawkinson the first time. They do now, and he's playing great. They have had a third weapon emerge in Naylor, and Addison's dialed in, and Jefferson's just who he is. And their defense is doing what they do. They take the football away. Now, I believe your offense is better. I believe Ben Johnson right now is conducting an orchestra. But I can't offer great, football stuff. Your defense look, if you get 3 stops, 3, if you could force 3 punts, you win. I can't even say that you'll do it. Well, but at home, at night, here, with this fan base going nuts, probably 17 delay of games and false starts, I just believe they'll win. But, David, it's still the biggest thing for me is I can't believe Sam Darnold's walking in here and beating them.
And that's a huge if. That's a huge if. But what you just said is probably the key. That home field advantage where you get maybe false starts from the crowd because they can't get sacks right now. They can't get that right now. That's going to knock them back down to a 1st and 15 or 2nd and 12 or whatever it is. So that false start, and actually, that's going to be your sack on Sunday.
All I need are 2 interceptions by Kirby Joseph.
Oh, that's all you need.
Just keep doing that every week. 248-539-9797. So we're going to talk a lot of Lions today, and we are going to get into the college football playoff a little bit because it's a mess. It's a total mess. But I wanna examine why, what we can do to fix it, and then get your take on it, guys. You're the one eating at the buffet. Here are the 7 games you've been served. Are you enjoying your entree? 97.1. That's Dan Campbell on the morning show. I think we're all looking forward to it. I can't wait for Sunday night. I mean, David, I don't know in your life as a Steeler fan or mine as a Giant fan, because obviously Lions fans have no experience with games like this. It's not their fault. The team's been awful most of their adult lives. This is a once-a-decade regular season game. Tops. That's if your team's relevant, if your team's really good. I mean, a battle in Week 18 for the 1 seed, winner take all, knowing what's on the line, and it's in the division, and you get it at your place, and it's been flexed to Sunday night. Yeah, I mean, please, can we just get to Sunday now? Like, I don't want to wish away days of my life, but, like, I do want to just get to this game. So let's get to the people, see what they got to say. And again, the loser of this, what they're facing is only 5 teams have ever gotten to a Super Bowl from that wild card spot on the road 3 times. 85 Pats, 05 Steelers, 07 Giants, 2010 Pack, and the COVID Buccaneers. That's it. David, I'll get ticket text later. Let's go to the people. They're excited. Let's party. Danny's going to bat lead off. Danny, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, welcome back, brother. How we doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Listen, I want to preface what I'm about to say by saying I 100% am with you that I want a win. I want us to have home field advantage and get the bye week 100%. However, want your take on making a case if there is a loss. Yes, the stats prove what you just said. History not on our side. Understood. However, let's look at the forecast a little bit. We lose this game, most likely we're going down to Tampa. I got to beg to differ with Hatchet regarding saying we go down there, we lose. Yes, they've been tough for us, but let's not forget they did come up here and we beat them last year. Now, this year we played them. Obviously, they came to our house and they beat us. So there's a fact that we can come back for revenge. I think that Dan Campbell will have those guys' mindset saying, hey, they gave us one of our blemishes this year. Let's go back and get what we need to. But then after that, we're going to have to play Minnesota again. It's already, you and I know, it's hard to beat a team twice in a year, let alone 3 times and twice in a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, that's a tough, tall order, in my opinion. I mean, this defense is going to be not getting healthier by that time. Sure, you're going to have a couple of pieces back, but I don't see it that this defense is changing that dramatically between now and divisional round if we get that bye. So my question to you is, what does it look like if we lose and we have to face those 2 opponents with those circumstances?
Yeah, I think if you lose and you don't get the bye week, you've got great odds of not getting out of wild card weekend. This is, look, at a certain point, Danny, you can only get up so many times for these games. This is a playoff game. I think the winner, you basically have a mini parade. You get the bye week, knowing you get to kick back, relax, get your body in order, and you got 2 games to get to a Super Bowl, both at your place, versus you lose, and now you got to go on the road for the playoffs, and you know you ain't coming home. No, I mean, Danny, that to me is the only way out. Now, again, sports are sports, right? Like, could this team go out? Could they score 40 a week? Could they? You can buck any trend at any time. But historically speaking, no. The loser of this game to me, I think they're kaputs. But I don't think you're losing. I'm just shooting you straight. Danny, can you imagine a world where Sam Darnold walks in here and beats you?
No, see, that's my thing. I've been on the same boat as you this whole season where I'm like, this guy's got to turn to a pumpkin eventually. Now, correct me if I'm wrong as well, because everybody on ESPN and everywhere else are saying the same things, which is, listen, this is a different Sam Darnold. This is a different Sam Darnold, which I get. Yeah, he's playing much better. He's in a much better circumstance. However, I don't know about you. I mean, I know, well, actually, I do know. You watch the game just very closely, like how I kind of do as well when I watch. He is not throwing the best of balls. He's making Justin Jefferson and Naylor and Addison. They are using all of their range to grab these balls. He is begging people to get picked off. So I'm not saying that our defense is going to be world stoppers, but at least the 2 strongest points that are still healthy are the ones that I think are going to be ball hawks. They're going to be able to create some to create some havoc.
No, Danny, I'm with you. Does Sam Darnold put the ball in danger? Yeah, he does. He holds on to it forever. And what he doesn't do well still, Danny, he does not navigate pressure. At least I know Jared Goff when blitzed. And if you want to be even more specific, against people like Brian Flores, or in the case of if you had to go to Tampa, Todd Bowles, he has shredded both of these defenses. Both of them. Minnesota's only way out is turnovers. That's just where they're at. There's no one better in football forcing turnovers than the Vikings. It's the style they play. Well, you're pretty damn good at protecting the ball. So I do. I believe you're winning. But what I wanted to establish as we just, return to work and we're all excited and we're going to have a football Friday tomorrow, I just wanted to do something different, Danny, than other shows or what callers are doing. I'm not going to live in a universe where Sunday there's no cost. No, there is. I think it's a great cost. Great reward, great risk. And history tells you there's a great risk. Let's go to Benjamin, 97.1. Benjamin, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. I'm very much in agreement. I've been having this argument with my friends. You can't just say, oh, well, we've still been finding ways to win games. Yes, you have, but when you play Russian roulette, you can get through 5 clicks, and at some point there's a bang. And, you're sending a defense out there who, like you said, we went against San Francisco, who was decimated on offense and gave up a ton of points. And when you look historically, Super Bowl winners, teams that make deep runs in the playoffs, they don't get there by outscoring their opponents. They have decent defense. And if you want a chance to get to the Super Bowl, getting that bye week and getting one less game, and the 2 games that you do have are at home, is huge. So this is a must-win. I mean, I'm 37 years old. This is the biggest game I'm ever going to have watched as a Lions fan. And I think without a doubt, we absolutely need to win.
Yeah, and I mean, Benjamin, look, you take it on a case-by-case basis, and if they lose, it doesn't mean you're losing. It's just the data. You look at it and you go, all right, on the road 3 times, no rest. That's hard. And again, Benjamin, just because I wasn't here, it's the only reason I'm going to say it. I had no issue with what Campbell did in San Francisco. And I said it before I left for vacation. Whatever he decides, he's earned that right because no one knows the team better than him. And if that's what he believes his guys need, and I know it's not this vis-a-vis comparison, Benjamin, but when you look at some of these teams in the college football playoff who've been sitting around, they're all losing.
Yep.
So it's something, if you know what your guys need to stay sharp, then that's the deal. So I'm not mad about it. I'm not going back and I'm not going to use it against him. I was fine with it. Plus, I think we all knew it's what he was going to do. But the risk is, and I'm fine whatever way this plays out, the risk is if you lose, you will have had no rest since week 5. Early bye week plus didn't earn the bye week or didn't get to do with, for instance, what the Eagles are doing. The Eagles know they're not getting the bye week, so they're going to create one. Now, do I think the Eagles are in a little bit of trouble? Yeah, when your quarterback misses 3/4 of one game, doesn't play the next week, and then it would be stupid to play Jalen Hurts this weekend with no Saquon Barkley, and I would imagine very few starters. Well, now you're talking about the better part of a month since you have played. That's not ideal either. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people in the mix. We will get to college football at 4 o'clock. Ticket text to come as well, David. I apologize, but people want to wrap, so we'll do that. 97.1. All right, David, we'll get a few ticket texts, get to the people as well. Winner take all Sunday, but more than that, what it really means with the data I gave you. The loser of this game, historically speaking, is not going to the Super Bowl. And we are Super Bowl or bust. The other interesting note I passed along, and again, look, win in advance, do what you got to do. They don't have to be works of art. I don't feel worse about Sunday. I just don't feel any better. You've given up the second most points the last 5 weeks in the National Football League behind the Carolina Panthers. You are giving up basically 33 points a game. To win a Super Bowl on average, the last 10 winners, the most relevant, a decade sample size, 16 points a game. So something's got to give. You're either going to be the greatest historical outlier on the planet and you give up 33 a game, but you score 34, or the defense is going to have to get better. Well, how do we help that along? A bye week, one less game, 2 home games. Those are all things because you, the fan, you do play a huge role. It's not lip service. Much like we've talked about Arrowhead or years prior when the Legion of Boom was really cooking. Seattle, Denver, when Denver's good. Invesco, Mile High, whatever iteration it is, really hard to play. Ford Field has become that, and you guys are the reason. Do I believe you will be responsible for no less than 3 penalties on Sunday? Yes, I do. And ask any NFL quarterback. That delay a game or that false start doesn't seem like much to you. It derails drives. Go look at the statistics, the data. When you have a penalty on a drive, when you're 1st and 15, and what it does to your ability to score on said drive. It's seismic. It's the equivalent of throwing a first pitch strike in baseball and what it does to your batting average and OPS. So we've got a lot to talk about. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says, Mike, the Lions have the worst pass defense in football, and you have no home field advantage. You play like garbage at home. You should have 4 losses. The Vikings are coming in here. They're going to win, and you're done in Tampa. That is Hunter from Clarkston.
Okay, I would stop with the you stuff. I'm not playing Sunday. But I mean, look, this is part of the issue, David. With the Carlton Davis thing gets slept on. Like we've focused so much on Aleem or Aiden or Davenport or the linebacker level. The idea that a rookie is CB1 and you have Justin Jefferson coming to town, yeah, it's terrifying. It is, of course it is. But I still believe Sam Darnold's going to – he has made 20 turnover-worthy throws this season. That's the highest rate in the league. I got to believe you're going to turn him over a time or two. Go ahead, sorry.
Tim in Brighton says, I want the number 1 seed because I want Jared Goff indoors all the way through the Super Bowl. Skipping a game is a huge plus as well. We need the rest. It's a need for the Super Bowl run.
I agree. I mean, David, right here, right now, no matter who loses Sunday, would you pick against them the week after in Tampa?
Yes, I will.
I lean that way.
Yes.
I don't want to go to that space, but I do think the Lions are winning. But if they don't, no, I don't think it's okay.
Oh, that's going to be tough. I don't think they
Especially
do
Tampa's playing really good football. And now listen, the one thing I will give you credit with, if you lost, Goff and Johnson, they've got Bowles' number. I feel like they got Bowles' number.
Seem to.
But again, rookie corner, Mike Evans.
And that was not the case when they played the first time.
No, definitely.
So that changes.
Most certainly
everything.
Not. Most certainly not. Go ahead.
This is tough to say, but either way, I think the season is done.
No.
NFC lost to the Eagles no matter what. We face a good defense. We won't and can't score enough to win with our defense.
I'm not going to say can't. If you want to say unlikely, that's fine. I told you, I've gone from expecting a Super Bowl victory, expecting it. I manifested it, to I'm hoping. But I'm not ready to tell you everything's all right with Philly either. I'm not. Your quarterback hasn't played. You're sitting there, you're taking your rest now. They don't get the bye week, and they're not infallible. They're not. Washington handed them 5 turnovers. They still couldn't win the game. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to build Philly into a monolith, especially if they have to come here. Now, am I a little scared because of their ground game, their O-line versus your worst unit? Yes. Does the fact that apparently when you run a play action pass against the Lions in the last 3-4 weeks, it means automatically 25 yards? I mean, these linebackers, it's like, good heavens, fellas. One step, maybe. They're taking 7. They're crashing the line of scrimmage like it's a game of Madden.
Jalen Reese-Mason, man.
And again, rusty. You know, he needs snaps. He's been out for eons. But my God, every time San Francisco ran play action, I go, oh my dear Jesus.
Pearsall again, Kittle again.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And Hawkinson didn't play the first go around.
You're right.
And but it's still Sam Darnold. Is it wrong that I'm going to be saying that till tomorrow at 6? I can't find a way that Sam Darnold will come here and these fans will allow him to win this game. I can't.
Well, here's a text here. I remember rookie Sam Darnold walking in the Ford Field and smacking the Lions around on Monday Night Football. That is from Jets fan day.
Wasn't his first throw a pick six?
It was. To Diggs, I believe, yeah.
It was his first throw, though, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. It was all downhill from there for Patricia because I think the Jets scored about the next 50. Go ahead.
My confidence level has been rising all week. Ford Field will be an advantage. It may be crazier in there than any playoff game last year.
I agree with that because the way this fan base is behaving, there's no nervousness. It's just all adrenaline attack mode. Yes. Now, the team's got to do the job because we saw the Buffalo game. That turned into a bit of a funeral. Yeah, that place will turn real quick if it's 14-0 Vikes. Or the other side is the roof will go flying off into the cosmos if the Lions jump out big.
It'll become a outdoor stadium real
like
quick.
Darnold, first pass attempt, Brian Branch pick six. My soul needs that. I can't live in this world with Sam Darnold, David. I can't. I won't. Let's go over to Sam, 97.1. Sam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man, welcome back.
Good to be back. What's up?
I agree with you. The Lions do this number one spot because mostly for rest because you got so many injuries, and they need to fight for this spot. And if they play like they did the 49ers, yeah, they won. But if the Vikings get too far ahead, I don't know if the Lions will be able to catch up. And then at risk of irritating you.
No.
Sorry about your Giants not laying down so they can get the number one draft pick. I was so angry at that game.
Sam, I left all my thoughts on Cash the Ticket where I could unencumbered use all the free speech I liked. I will just tell you I am not happy. I'm more angry, Sammy, on my dad's behalf. I've given up on the franchise. But yeah, I was livid. But this is what happens when they never should have played Drew Lock. They should have played Tim Boyle. Lions fans know you can't win with Tim Boyle. They're idiots. They're a bad franchise. You know, it's funny. I was saying to David off the air, 13 years ago this week, the Giants had a game similar to this. MetLife, Sunday Night Football. Al Michaels was still actually engaged in doing his job. Giants Cowboys. Winner take all for the NFC East. It was like third play of the game. Victor Cruz, 75-yard touchdown up the sidelines. And MetLife, the place was about to explode. It's the same thing. And now I look at my franchise now and I look at yours and I'm like, well, that's a role reversal. The Giants are a laughingstock organization. They're a clown car owned by a clown. The Lions are respected. Now, they're also hated, but you don't care about that, nor should you.
It's interesting you bring up that point because I went out to a local establishment on Monday to watch the game with some family, and you talk about a difference. People, they showed Sheila on the screen at the 49ers game. People were in there clapping, chanting, Sheila! I'm like, whoa.
David, it's
things
why
have changed.
It's why you own a team, though.
You're
like,
right.
if your heart's in the right place, you have a chance to be a hero. You have a chance to be an icon in your, well, if you live here, unlike certain owners, an icon in your community. Yeah. I mean, the Lions are respected, but look, the way you guys play ball, no, you're not making fans in the league. People want your head. But that's okay. That's why you play, right? But let's face it. I mean, Like, I was talking to a buddy, David, during the Niners game. He goes, "Oh, the Niners are so dirty." I go, "Then what the hell are you?" I mean, Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph will paralyze a grandmother. Like, that's why they're good. Nobody wants to play this team. This team talks, they hit, they play through. Penei Sewell is the meanest human being in the league. And you're going to come to me about, "Oh, my God, the Niners are so dirty." I'm going, two-way street. Come on.
There's a reason why they were that way.
And that's part of what great teams are. No one associates great teams and, they're all choir boys. No, you play with an edge. That's how it works.
I mean, I had a Pouncey on my team back in the day. I mean, that'll tell you enough.
Yeah, exactly. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to the people coming up next. Moran Chevrolet kicking off 25. Fantastic pricing all month long. At Moran Chevrolet, they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. GM employees and immediate family members, you can lease the 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EVs, $199 a month. The 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both are 24 months, $999 down. And if something's off with the vehicle, no problem. You go to Moran Chevrolet, and unlike other dealers, they're giving you the free loaner for the scheduled certified service. So you're all ready to roll. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at moranexpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, touch the table on football outside of the city of Detroit. Lions going to be a heavy focus today, but right now we'll touch the table. David, what do you got?
So, Mike, you touched on it a little bit just a second ago. The Eagles have decided not to play Saquon Barkley this Sunday, which means he will not break the single-season rushing record. Is this the right decision?
Yeah, because records don't mean anything. Records are for idiot fans. They mean nothing. If you don't win the Super Bowl, you think Saquon cares about the record? You think the Eagles organization cares about the record? You know what I want, Saquon? You've already got a career high in touches this year. He's approaching 400 touches. Do you know what Saquon needs? 2 weeks off. So you're not playing this weekend to chase some record from some ancient relic, Eric Dickerson. No one cares. Yes, it's the right move.
Now, the bigger decision or the bigger question for them is the Jalen Hurts question.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is going to be gone for some weeks now. He's not going to play Sunday, I would imagine. So how will they look?
That scares me.
Time?
No, that scares me. When your quarterback hasn't played the better part of 3 games, again, he was injured in the first quarter with a concussion 2 weeks ago, did not play last week, won't play this week. I think there's a rust element there. Can't prove it, but it's just a fear. It's why I don't think everything's perfect there. I mean, think about if that was our situation here, and I don't want to manifest it. If Goff had got hurt 2 weeks ago, didn't play last week, and wasn't going to play this weekend, how confident would you be?
You're exactly right. Let's go over here to a couple coaching situations. First, let's start with the Indianapolis Colts, because there's an anonymous player with a quote here regarding the team saying there's no vision. There was a Pat McAfee tweet last week before the game going off on the team and the organization and what they look like. What does the future look like there in Indy? There's a lot of noise.
Yeah, I think people want to overcomplicate things, David. This is simply the byproduct you whiffed on your quarterback. I mean, isn't that really the case? That if Indianapolis just had a passable quarterback, an above average quarterback, they're a playoff team. Now, if you want to knock the defense, you want to knock Chris Ballard, the GM, and some woeful drafting, which includes the quarterback, I have no problem with it. But I don't think we need to make this the hunt for Red October. This doesn't need to be some espionage thing. You drafted Ray Charles at quarterback. Anthony Richardson's got like 7 games this year of sub 50% completion rate. You can't win that way.
And they're trying their best to protect him because now there's news out that he was crawling in his house, has a bad back, he was all week before he played, and it's like they're trying their hardest to make him look better.
Do whatever you want to do. I think if you did anything, I might look at changing out Chris Ballard. He's had how long? And look, he's just not drafting well enough.
I agree with you there. Let's move over here to Mike Vrabel. He's getting talked about here when it comes to NFL jobs and openings. But there is a job here, according to reports, that he wants, and it is the Patriots job.
Yeah.
He wants that job. Problem, they still have a head coach right now.
Now, the other problem is it sounds like Robert Kraft has a real soft spot for Gerard Mayo and doesn't want to make that move.
Correct.
So, look, if you're Vrabel, you sit out too long, you end up Bill Cowher. But do you want to jump into a circus like the New York Giants or New York Jets?
That's what I was going to ask you. What is the best place for him?
The best place for him is New England.
Yeah.
So he should show up in a red blazer and just go take the damn job. But, yeah, David, again, I want to let that one play out a little bit more. Are you really going to lose out on Vrabel, who's in the Patriot Hall of Fame, who's legendary, who wants the job, who has credibility, who has a strong personality for a young team that's kind of rudderless? No offense to Gerard Mayo, but the term is collateral damage. A lot of people get caught in the blast radius.
Yeah,
he would just be one of those victims.
It's a very interesting dynamic, too, because they're former teammates, played the same position.
Brother, hey, it's show business, not friend business.
It's amazing here. Let's go over here to the next guy that's being talked about, and maybe he wouldn't move, and that's Cliff Kingsbury. His name is being talked about like it was last year with the Chicago opening because of the connection with Caleb Williams. But there's a report here from Jeremy Fowler. He said he's still getting paid head coach money from Arizona and gets to coach Jaden Daniels on a Washington team that's expected to be even better this year. Now, he did talk to the media today, and he said that at some point he would like that role again. But if you're getting paid from Arizona, you're coaching one of the best quarterbacks in the league, why would you leave?
No, you need to also, he needs another year of image rehab. You got to give it some time. I think 2 years, do the Ben Johnson game plan, become not just an interesting candidate, but maybe someone actually coveted. Take your time with this one. I think if you're Cliff, you're in a good situation. Don't let your ego get the best of you. Turn Jaden Daniels into a superstar. and then next offseason take a look. Especially it'll be a way better quarterback class, and one of the jobs you'd be taking probably is taking one of those kids.
So this is a personal one for me. I want to know if this is anything that you can do, because I'm in a situation on Saturday where my game won't matter if the Ravens win the game before mine.
Okay.
So I have to root for the Browns.
Yes, you do.
gosh.
David, there's one problem.
I can't do it.
No, you won't need to. They're 18-point underdogs,
Yeah, I
and they
know.
can't score in a morgue.
I know,
I mean, come on, man. There's really not a lot of emotional cost there, David.
Oh, please, Browns. Please, Browns.
No. You just sit tight.
Yeah, my game won't matter. It's over. Season's, well, not done. We'll have a playoff game.
Yeah, sort of.
We'll
You know what it is? It's the most Steelers season of all time.
You're right.
Because you're never great, but you're never terrible. You're a barnacle at the bottom of a boat. Nobody can scrape you guys off. But you're not going anywhere. I would find that exhausting.
Oh, I call it the George Pickens disease is what I'm calling it right now, because when he doesn't play, you're hurt because you need him.
David.
The deep threat is gone. Then when he plays, he hurts you.
David, you got to move him. There's no one I talk to who covers the league or behind the scene. Nobody ever comes out and goes, well, he's misunderstood. He's a good kid.
Oh, no.
No, he's a pain in the ass.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Speaking of that, let's touch on Aaron Rodgers for a quick second, because he was talking to the media and he said that he thought about Sunday being his final NFL game.
Good.
Now, here's the thing, though. Maybe I'm just being naive here, but is he just setting us up for another one of those off seasons where he's just like, is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Can he just announce it Sunday? I'm done.
Aaron Rodgers is a stand-up comedian playing to an empty house. It's like he doesn't realize that nobody cares anymore. Your jokes aren't funny. You're not entertaining. No one's there, Aaron. Like, just go away. You got more money than you'll spend in 3 lifetimes. Go away. You want to do a darkness retreat? Go. Stay there forever. You want to go to Brazil and drink tree bark and barf and bleep yourself? Go ahead. I don't care. David, no one's listening. I don't know. I don't care.
And finally, let's touch on this because it's the annual portion of the year. Pro Bowl. Pro Bowlers were named this week. They were revealed this morning. And, of course, everyone wants to talk about the snubs. And you have Baker Mayfield's name on there, Danielle Hunter's name on there. And, of course, locally, you have Kirby Joseph's
Oh, I
name
know.
on
Costa needed a diaper talking about this morning. Look, I don't care. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. I don't care. The Pro Bowl's dumb. It's been irrelevant for 15 years. You're not going to remember who made it and who didn't 10 days from now, much less this faux anger everybody wants. Should Kirby be a Pro Bowler? Sure he should. And guess what? He probably will be when 17 people decide they don't care enough about the award to show up to the game. He'll be the 17th alternate safety, right ahead of Rod Woodson's dead body. I don't care. I know Kirby's really good at football. That's good enough for me. I don't know, David, it's like everybody's got to be aggrieved in this town.
Correct.
Your team's a monolith. Who cares? Pro Bowl. I'm sorry. Well, should I get all bent out of shape at all conference selections while I'm at it?
Not at all. Not at all. That is in football today.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Jaden Ivey's breakout year is on pause for now. Reports this afternoon confirm the Pistons guard suffered a broken fibula last night against the Magic, and he will be sidelined for multiple months. Ivey's averaging career highs of 17 points a game and 40% shooting from three. The Pistons, though, not ruling out a potential return this season. That timeline depends on Detroit's play and potential postseason bids. Meantime, guard Cade Cunningham, currently sixth among Eastern Conference guards in All-Star voting. Pistons then hit the floor when they host the Hornets tomorrow night. We'll get an updated look at the Lions injury report this afternoon before Sunday's showdown with the Vikings, as we're one day closer now. Alex Anzalone, Khalif Raymond, Amik Robertson, Jack Campbell all limited yesterday. Head coach Dan Campbell says the Lions learned the importance of earning that one seed after last year's NFC Championship game loss in San Francisco. Detroit's a 2.5-point favorite over the Vikings with both the NFC North and the 1 seed on the line Sunday. Red Wings will try and earn their third straight win under new head coach Todd McClellan. They visit Columbus tonight. Puck drop at 7, pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. And delay today following the attack in New Orleans. Georgia and Notre Dame, they take the field today for the Sugar Bowl. Kickoff in about 1 hour at 4 o'clock. At the Cornell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Haven't heard that one in a while. I don't know the caller Dwan ever called again. I'm pretty sure Rico.
I think he's gone now.
Rico shamed him. We're going to get to college football at 4 o'clock. Who knew? It's almost like the CFP was poorly constructed, ill-conceived, not well thought out, and is a complete turd. But we'll talk about it. Lions are the topic, but a different way. It's not golly gee, big game Sunday. I've given data. What's really on the line? Because what I'm not comfortable with while I was listening, even though I wasn't working, it's just this general tone as if nothing's on the line Sunday. That, well, if we win, it's amazing and we're going to win. And if we lose, well, no big deal. We'll just score 60 a game and still win it all. And it's like, yeah, that's not how it works. The bigger the game, the harder the fall, right? This game is a once-a-decade occurrence, and that's if your team is good. The loser of this game will have to travel a path that only 5 teams in the last 40 years of NFL football have been able to traverse. Wild card, 3 games on the road, Super Bowl. 85 Pats, 05 Steelers, 07 G-Men, 2010 Pack, and the COVID year Bucks. That's it. So, yeah, the loser, instead of having a 50% shot to get to a Super Bowl, because that's what the 1 seed is historically, and in your case, I'd be willing to say higher percentage. I'd be fine if you wanted to go to 60%, maybe 62.3. The point is, the loser of this game's in a lot of trouble, and I've accepted that. Now, I don't think the Lions are losing. I don't. Unfortunately, normally my well-buttoned-up presentation of data and football stuff, I don't have a lot of that. It's basically Sam Darnold refused to accept he's walking in here and beating you. I just refuse. I truly believe that the guy who routinely puts the ball in danger, but because he's a ginger, has a blood oath with Satan, and he hasn't had to pay the piper, you're going to turn him over a couple of times. And that's all it's going to take for you to take this game. But I am keenly aware of what's on the line, and I am a big believer that whoever loses this game has a very real shot to simply not get out of wild card weekend, especially the Vikings. That if the Vikings lose and go to Tampa, yeah, they're losing. If you lose and go to Tampa, I probably would say the same thing. But I wanted to know, have you wrapped your mind around that? Because it's not being talked about in those terms on this station. And that drives me nuts because I can't do euphoria radio. People have lost their willingness or ability to think. We all want the same thing. There's no one in this town who doesn't want this team to win the Super Bowl. No one. I'm hoping they can get it done. I don't expect it anymore. You know the reasons why. But if you lose Sunday, no, it's not okay. You go from being a 50% shot to about 1. No bye week. No rest. All on the road. Presumably all outdoors. Yeah, I think you're asking a lot of your offense. Then factor this in. Here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. 248-539-9797. I love what Campbell did. I had no problem going all gas, no brakes against Frisco. You play. That's who you are. And we've already talked about it. Dan Campbell should win Coach of the Year. But Dan Campbell, from an attitude standpoint, a culture standpoint, he's built something here that's just incredibly rare in the NFL. And he's got the pulse of the team. But the problem is, Dan Campbell is so honest that I think you know what he thinks of his defense if you're willing to look. And most fans aren't. Most fans just go, oh, Dan Campbell's got a wheelbarrows for that sack. Okay, good for you. No, he's telling you, I don't have a defense. There's no choices to be made anymore. Like, yeah, if it's 4th and 8 and I got a kicker who can hit it from 60, maybe I'll accept one field goal. But outside of that, we're going for it. Look at how he's coached since the Packer game. Guys, he's telling you your defense is not Super Bowl caliber. Well, how can you say that? How about data? The last 10 Super Bowl champions, their defenses yielded an average of 16 points a game. You, the last 5 weeks, 32.6. You're not just not close. You're double. It's an unsustainable amount of points to give up. If your offense on a week in and week out basis needs to score 35 points a game, and you got to do it in the playoffs and a Super Bowl, you guys, that's not fair to Jared Goff and the crew. This defense has either got to play better or you've got to ratchet up turnovers. Now, that's possible. Both those things are possible. And if they both happen together, you regain your footing as maybe the Super Bowl favorite. But I'm yet to see it. I don't walk away from San Francisco feeling better about anything. I don't feel worse. I just feel how I feel, which is you're a really good football team who's really flawed, and the injuries are what did it to you. How do you work around it? I don't know. But it starts with winning Sunday. It starts with you, the fans, are going to play a big part in it. I do believe you will be responsible for multiple penalties in a good way. And not playing next week is going to be huge. And getting people to have to come here, huge. But if you lose Sunday, no, you lose a lot Sunday. So that's kind of the terms we've been talking about it in. I know that's different than other shows. But I'm not going to get on the air and lie to you. Oh, yeah, it's okay if they lose. They'll be just fine. No, you know what? You just go to another day party. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. We'll get to the callers momentarily.
Goff is going to get a statue next to Barry because it's 300 plus and 3 touchdowns plus every game going forward. It's its Super Bowl.
Doesn't it feel like it, though, that there's really no way out? I mean, look, we saw Bizarro World against, Titans. I think he had 62 yards passing and they scored 50 points. But no, the pathway for both of these teams is very similar. When you really look at it, what does Sam Darnold have to do most weeks? Throw it 40 times and throw it for 300 yards. It's very similar.
If Anzalone is back, his football IQ alone is huge for the defense JRM hopefully is ready to ramp it up, but he looked bad last week.
Yeah, I got to tell you, there's a lot of copium here with this Anzalone thing. You're turning Anzalone into Ray Lewis in his prime, and you got to stop people. He's a good football player. Yes, I'd rather have him out there than not. But acting like you're getting Troy Polamalu off the bench, come on, man. The reason your defense sucks is your D-line sucks. All right? It all works together. The reason you can't stop anybody and you're yielding so many points, your lead dog corner's a rookie. The depth out there is gone. The backups are gone. It's not about Alex Anzalone. He's not Fred Warner. He's a good football player, but Christ on a cracker, can we please?
Well, to your point, someone does text in, don't see how they win. I don't see how they can stop Minnesota's offense. Purdy had his way with them. The D does blow, and does Darius Smith still play?
Yes, he plays. Yes, he had some pressures. I'm not telling you he's been overwhelmingly good or impressive. But if you don't like what you're watching now, think about what it would look like without him. The other angle, look, you're at home. And I understand the road dog mentality, but it's who you play on the road, not just when you play them. You're at home in a winner-take-all game. It matters. You're not on the road. Minnesota's got to come here. And it's still Sam Darnold, and I still imagine your offense is going to be all gas, no brakes, trick plays everywhere, fourth downs everywhere. I'll tell you this right now, too. I will be shocked at any field goal attempt. Now, it might happen. Maybe it's a 4th and 9, and they're at the 36. Yeah, you're taking the 53-yarder, and you're letting Jake Bates do his thing. But it's about touchdowns, and it's about forcing Minnesota to play a game they don't want to play. But, yeah, if Minnesota gets a few takeaways, well, that's all it takes, man. The margins in the NFL are not big. I just happen to believe you will turn Sam Darnold over. God help me if I come in here on Monday and Sam Darnold threw for 370 and 3 touchdowns, no picks. I don't want to live in that world. I know what I'm watching. I mean, right here, right now, you could ask me, well, you don't have a quarterback. Wouldn't you take Sam Darnold? No, I wouldn't. You think I'm handing Sam Darnold $200 million? No, thanks. I'd rather my team just wrap their lips around the tailpipe of the car of the league and inhale. Just go to sleep. I don't want him.
I'd take him.
No, you would not. David, you wouldn't. He's nothing more than a redheaded version of what you already got. You know it and I know it. Sam Darnold is not winning a Super Bowl. Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he's not the difference maker. You're right. You're right.
Sam Darnold. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people next. 97.1. All right, driving season. It's winter. It's nasty. I mean, New Year's Eve was nasty out. Reckless drivers everywhere. If you're on the road and you're injured, there's one injury attorney you've got to call. It's David Femininia. You can pick up the phone right now. Talk to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Straight to the people. We lead off the 3 o'clock with caller DJ, who joins us next. Deej, how are you, brother? What's going on?
Money Mike, what up, though? How you doing, dog?
I'm good, man. Talk to me. What do you make of all of my babble?
Well, here's the thing. That's what I was waiting to tell you. It's not considered babble. What you're doing is rational, realistic radio. You're just being rational and you're being realistic, man. I was at that San Francisco game, and I literally was sitting there watching, thinking to myself, there's no way we can win a Super Bowl with this defense. Like, guys were really literally running wide open. And I just said to myself, we can't win a Super Bowl like this. Now, the game Sunday is beyond important. It is basically our season. Because with this defense, you literally have to win this game and have a home field advantage to even have a 5% chance of getting to the Super Bowl. If we don't win, our Super Bowl chances have barely just evolved to like a point percentage, like 0.1 or something. Like, it's over, in my opinion.
I'm not ready to go. Here's my thing. I'm not ready to say that because the offense could be historically good, right? I'm with you that it's gone from expectation to hope for me. The historical data, DJ, is the stuff that I just haven't heard on the air, and it's like it's important. Like, it matters. There's a reason only 5 teams have done it. And those teams, by the way, whether it's the 05 Steelers, whether it's the 2020 Bucks, who had a ridiculous pass rush, whether it was my Giants in 07 with Hall of Famers up front, like, when you look at it, if you're gonna pathway to doing it, you better have a defense. Well, if you don't, and your only way out is to be perfect offensively, yeah, I'm with you. But again, okay, DJ, you follow the team as close as any caller we have. When you close your eyes and envision it, can you see Sam Darnold walking in here and beating them? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
You know I'm always keep it a buck with you, dog. Here, yes, no. I can. With this defense, yes. I can. Listen, Mike, I'm going to tell you something, man, and this is all honesty. We would like even the St. Louis Rams, the greatest show on turf, which is a historically great offense.
Yeah,
they had to make a defensive play against the Titans. So
they made defensive plays all year. I would have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure they led the league in turnovers forced that year. Very similar to the Vikings.
All right, but check this out, Mike. So here's the thing, man. What happened this past Sunday night is going to have happen basically every week, whereas some guy is going to have that moment and do some things that only certain guys can do in big moments in playoffs and just play above his head and make a great play in order for us to have a team. Like what Kirby Joseph did was a big-time player, and you're kind of wrong, by the way. The Pro Bowl does matter because that's contractual stuff to him. And I actually think that he's going to make the all-pro team like Amon St. Brown did a couple years ago and didn't make the Pro Bowl. I think that's what's going to happen with Kirby
Okay,
Joseph.
so hold on. But if Kirby makes all-pro, DJ, I got news for you. Kirby's going to get paid regardless. So, yeah,
absolutely.
Maybe there's a $100,000 bonus in there. When they pay him $100 million, I don't think he's going to miss it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, but that's the only significance of the Pro Bowl. I'm with you. The Pro Bowl is a joke. I've always thought that the All-Pro is the best of the best
Correct.
of the best, and he's going to make All-Pro. But other than that, Mike, somebody, I don't know if it's the Muhammad kids, somebody, each one of these games is going to have to make an incredible play defensively if we even going to have a 5% chance to go to the Super Bowl, in my opinion. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, Deej, this is what it takes in the playoffs, right? I mean, for all the superstars the Giants had, who's the guy who won them the 07 Super Bowl? David Tyree. Who? Yeah, maybe it's TJ's guy, Bob Muhammad. I mean, they had another guy out there who got a sack. I never heard of the guy. Bill Adams or whatever it was. I'm going, who are these people? Like, what? It's like they're finding people and just handing them jerseys from the team store.
I had to look up the roster. Like, who is this Adams guy?
Right, who is he? Look, that's what the playoffs are about. That's what December football is about, January football. Yes. And there can't be any slippage offensively, which means, like, look, David, this was the other thing, and I don't know. I haven't heard it. You know, I listened to a little bit of Rico. I hadn't heard it, but, like, you don't get to say, well, we're not showing anything. And it's like, dude, you're out there running hook and ladders. All right. You don't get to say that stuff. They're all gas, no brakes. And you do get to a point where you start to wonder, like, how many more trick plays do we have? Like that hook and ladder? Man, I wish they saved that for this Sunday. It's a fabulous play. The execution was flawless.
Yes, it was.
Dude, beautiful. But I'm going, why didn't we just save that for the Vikings? Damn it. 248-539-9797. Go to Dre in Southfield 97.1. Dre, what's going on, buddy?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Happy New Year to you.
Same to you.
So, real quick, this is a topic for another day, but it may be time for us to talk about that. Is Cade taking that step we want him to see? Knowing you probably want to let it simmer a little bit, but
No. I'm fine having the conversation. Dre, he was having a great year. I just can't stand what happened to Ivy. We were finally figuring out how pieces were going to fit together.
Work together.
Yes, and then Dre, what kills me is it was almost like the anniversary date of having more wins this year before January 1 than they had all last season. No, Cade absolutely. Cade absolutely. After the first 4 or 5 games where we talked about it, he still is, but damn it, now it's going to be harder to evaluate. It just sucks.
Yeah. And I'll get to football, trust me. And Jaden was shooting 40% from 3. I mean, he was showing like it's work. It might can work. But hey, we'll see how it plays out. But
Cooper Flag, FTW. Let's go.
Hey, the more time the better. That's why I think some people are crazy that the Cavs going to win a championship. I'm like, no, they're the Hawks of 2018 or 19, or whatever year it was. Like, look, you don't win this league without superstars. But anyway. Football-wise, you said something interesting earlier about the Lions. People want our heads. One thing that's been really eye-opening to me as a Lions fan, now that we're good, is that people do not like us.
No.
Like, on social media, I'm like, wow, people really hate us, especially our rivals. And I'm like, is it because we're a threat now?
Yes.
It's like, because I'm not used to it. I'm like, wow, like, what are we like? You guys are dirty, or I'm like, or Campbell sucks. Like, Campbell's like the antithesis of football. He's a stand-up guy. He handles his team the right way. It's because he's a pain in the butt because he goes for it against your team on fourth down. Like it's an interesting position once your team becomes good because it's like you become hated. You know what I'm saying? But
Dre, they don't hate irrelevant people, teams, companies. The hatred is earned. It's a compliment when you really think about it.
It's respect. Yeah, it's a respect. But in terms of on the field, no, man, look, you're right. We can't sugarcoat it. Look, like the reason why the linebackers keep biting is because why play action is so open is because our linebackers aren't good enough with recognition or the ability to get back in time, and it's creating open holes. Look, their defense is going to give up plays. The best case scenario for us is 2 things defensively. It's the whole bend but don't break. You're going to give up tons of yards, but when you get in the red zone, can you force field goals if possible? If you can't do that, can you find a way to turn the ball over? That's it. I mean, guys are going to be open. I'm sure Terry Arnold, who still can probably be good at one point in his career, is going to have a PI or 2. It's going to suck. It's going to hurt. And it's going to be what it is. But offensively, I'm really interested to see how Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell handles this game because you kind of want to
– You ready?
Have like a balance between time of possession and also scoring and being explosive.
Dre, here's where we disagree. They're just going to do what they do, and no one stops them. That's it, man. And you know what? Yeah. If they play fast and there's more possessions, it's more opportunities for them to score. I don't think you change a thing. Right now, the only people that are going to stop the Detroit Lions are the Lions. And that will come by way of that's and Dre, look, it's if you had any semblance of a defense, you're the overwhelming Super Bowl favorite.
Sure.
But you just don't, unfortunately.
No, you don't. And the thing too is that unfortunately Goff's been so great this year, and it's like you're kind of waiting on him, not just being a Goff thing, but any quarterback. You typically have, like, he did have the one bad game versus the Texans, but maybe a game or 2 which you don't play well.
Yeah,
we can't afford that.
No, but Dre, that's why winning the Super Bowl is the hardest thing to do. And I don't want to hear the hockey nerds. When it's a best of 7, you can have a bad night at the office. And I'm not telling you it's easy, But this is March Madness gladiator style. It's the most violent sport. Your life could end on any given play, much less your career. One bad injury, one bad moment, one bad call, everything. All the work, the entire thing up in smoke. So yeah, have a bad day at the office with your quarterback. Good night. That's why this is such an unbelievable opportunity. It's an incredible. It's here. It's Sunday night. It's winner take all. You know that I've outlined what happens if you lose. I don't think you're losing, but the playoffs themselves. Last year, I remember, and I mean, I got killed because I said, look, the Rams are going to be a pain in the ass. I think you're going to win, but give me the 3.5 points. Oh, you would have thought I selected Russia. I'm like, wait, whoa, what are we doing here, guys? And what happened? You had to survive that game. Why? Because it's the playoffs. The playoffs are not meant to be easy. When the playoffs are easy, that's this thing that happens. It's like hitting the lottery. The Giants won an NFC title game 40-0. Okay? That's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. The rest, it is all about praying to God you survive this game and earn the right to play again. And David, you said this pre-show, and I agree with you completely. The playoffs start this week. Because, well, if we lose, we're still getting in. Right, but we've told you what's on the other side of that loss. Right here, right now, you can't afford a loss the rest of the way. You got 4 football games. This week, 2 in the playoffs, Super Bowl. Go 4-0. That's the job. You win your next 4 games for immortality. That's it. 248-539-9797. We will get with the people next. Moran Chevrolet, starting off 2025, great pricing, best incentives. GM employee and immediate family members are leasing 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EVs, $199 a month. 24 Equinox EVs, $119 a month, both 24 months. $999 down, new stock arriving daily. And at Moran Chevrolet, unlike most dealers, you know the drill how they do it with Moran. You're getting the free loaner when you get your certified service. So set up that certified service, go about your day. They'll call you when the vehicle's done. You'll be good to go. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or direct. Go to Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. 97.1, good to have you with us. We'll get some college football at 4 o'clock. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything. Lions in a different way, right? I don't think it's all okay if you lose. I'm not picking you to lose. But it is winner take all on Sunday. It is basically a once-a-decade occurrence in a Week 18, Week 17, whatever iteration of the schedule, season lengths. The loser is going to have to travel a path that only 5 teams have successfully accomplished, which is 3 games on the road, Super Bowl. 85 Pats, 05 Steelers, 07 Giants, 2010 Packers, and the COVID year Bucks. What did all those teams have in common? Defenses and Hall of Fame quarterbacks. You don't have either of those. So, in essence, yeah, I do think the loser of this game's in a hell of a lot of trouble wild card weekend and may, in fact, not get out. But the game's at Ford Field. I think you guys are going to play an incredible role. I mean it. I think you guys will be responsible for 3 or 4 penalties in a good way. Not like throwing beer cans or, people holding the American flag screaming at coaches. I mean, false starts, delay of games, insane noise, communication issues. And I have watched more Vikings football than I care to admit. When you really watch Sam Darnold, yes, he is making some really high-level throws. He's also Sam Darnold. He still puts the ball in harm's way. He still holds on to the damn thing all day long. And I got a hard time believing he's walking in here and beating you. But what I wanted to establish as we kind of get back to business here and I'm back from vacation, just this idea that nothing's at risk Sunday because you're still making the playoffs, I think that's lazy. And that just isn't how I'm going to do things here. No, there's a lot to lose. And it might be your season, in fact. So, David, a few ticket texts to get to the callers as well.
While I completely agree with the database scenario you've brought up, my devil's advocate argument will be that there's never been a 14-win wild card team. While I completely agree with the data scenario,
I like that.
I just 14.
You know what? You should send them a heart emoji. I like that. And I think it's insanely unfair that either of these teams is a wild card. Like, what I would love to see is, shouldn't we just get rid of divisional stuff? Like, your record is your record. Who you play, that's your division. But when we do the seeding, like if the college football playoff has taught us anything, just take the best teams. The Lions and Vikings have 14 wins. How the hell's a team with 8 or 9 going to be ahead of them? Sorry.
Losing McNeil was bigger than losing Hutch. The Lions cannot get any penetration into the backfield since he's been gone.
And what did we talk about when that Monday? And I admit it, I was overly emotional that Monday. That's me. He led the team in pressures. He had damn near 50 pressures. He was having an all-pro type year. He was a top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. You don't replace guys like that. And then when you compound losing him and Hutch and Davenport and Kaminsky and every primary backup, yeah, I'm sorry. That's why the defense looks the way it does. It's not, Alex Anzalone's a beautiful man, but it is not. People are building up Anzalone's return like Jesus crawling out of the rock on Easter.
Michael Singletary's not coming back on the field.
Oh, complete with wooden cross. Come on, dude. Like, I want Anzalone back. They need him. But he's not Ray Lewis.
From Darren at West Bloomfield, similar thought here. He says, is it just me or has DJ Reader been incredibly underwhelming this season? It's almost as if he's invisible.
Well, again, I like DJ Reader. It's a guy coming off a catastrophic injury for the second time. He's blown a quad on each of his legs. He's also not a spring chicken. I think DJ Reader, when you signed him on paper, it was the thought of him lined up next to Aleem McNeil, next to Aiden Hutchinson. It was a different scenario. Now you can double DJ Reader. You can take away some of his effectiveness where he can be disruptive at the line of scrimmage. All the pieces fit together. So when you begin taking pieces away, these guys are asked to do different things. Those things oftentimes are not things they're good at. So it's just altering the puzzle. And when you take away enough pieces, now you got everybody out there doing things they're not supposed to be doing. And that's what makes it really hard. It's also why, I don't understand, and I continue to hear this, and I don't want to do this show today, but caller, you guys got to lay off Aaron Glenn. I'm not the guy. I think my 20 years in this town will show you. I don't do sympathy for coaches or teams, but I don't know what you want Aaron Glenn to do, some of you. Like, what is it you think he's supposed to do? What magic play is he supposed to call? The sack play? Like, this isn't MTV Rock and Jock. You don't get a 12th or 13th guy. Like, hearing the Aaron Glenn criticism, I laugh at it. Because, again, what is he supposed to? I could hand Bill Belichick this defense. It wouldn't look any better. There's no bodies left.
There's no bodies left. We had a guy call in on Tuesday say he needs to change the scheme up. I'm sorry, it's week what?
Oh,
Changing
God.
the scheme?
Yeah, this ain't Madden, bro. You don't flip a button. You can't go from 4-3 to 3-4.
We're going to be a 3-4 defense now. I can just switch my defense now. Doesn't work.
You look like Dan Quinn at the end of the Sunday night game when he was doing the NASCAR pack. He was doing the steering wheel.
I think I'm going to use the Bills defense now.
Right.
No.
But David, you know what I'm saying? It's like I never do that with coaches. But for God's sakes, it must be nice to be Ben Johnson. All your toys are healthy. This defense, when it was healthy, was one of the, I'll call it 6 to 8 best defenses in football. But nobody wants to acknowledge that. Now they you know what it is? Everybody needs a boogeyman. That if this thing goes sideways and they don't get home, you can't blame reality or bad luck. You got to find a boogeyman. So now we got to blame Aaron Glenn. No, it's ridiculous. And by the way, Aaron Glenn's bad enough. He's going to be a head coach next year.
I think that's where people want to now put blame on him because how can he be a head coach candidate and look at our defense? Well, you don't have anyone. It's the equivalent if Ben Johnson didn't have J-Mo, St. Brown, Sewell,
keep going,
Goff, Gibbs. I mean, come on now.
And it's like, David, I don't know why I let it get to me, but it's like I feel like I'm living in a simulation. Like, do people just... Are you so drunk and high? Are you so loosely watching the game that you can't identify, hey, 7 opening day starters are no longer here? Several primary backups are not here? And you want to blame this guy? It's like, all right, go to a restaurant where they cut their food costs down and the chef has no ingredients to cook with. And then criticize the chef. Well, all I had a clothespin and Fruity Pebbles. You're not getting a Michelin star deal here. I think Aaron Glenn's doing the best he can. And you know what? Dan Campbell understands what's going on. That's why Dan Campbell has to do it his way. I don't have any outs. 248-539-9797. We'll get the callers momentarily. Get a little college football in the 4 o'clock as well. 97.1. Thank you, Stoney. All right. Touch the table on some football. Get back to the calls momentarily. David, music. Oh, dear. This can only mean one thing. The circus that is college football.
It is a circus. So let's get to a couple things before we get to the playoff games, the ever-exciting playoff games we had. One, I want to get your thought on that happened when you were gone. Another one, breaking night right now. First one is Cam Ward. Cam Ward played to beat the touchdown record and then shut it down in the middle of the game. And everyone's saying this should hurt his draft, not status, but the question should be there in the draft process. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, disagree. All right. Now, if the guy got a DUI and crashed into a school bus, yeah, you know what? That's going to hurt your draft stock. Listen, we're living in an era where you're lucky the guy even played the 2 quarters. It is meaningless. These are business decisions, and I no longer care. Now, would I rather he just not play at all? Well, sure. But I'm not gonna harpoon the kid because he pulled the plug at halftime. I don't care enough. No, I still draft him number 1 overall. Wait, I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Michael.
I felt very sincere.
Maybe you can get this guy later in the draft because within the last hour, he has declared for the draft. Jalen Milroe.
What draft? Canada?
He's declared for the NFL draft. What is he thinking?
I'm going to tell you, he's getting the worst advice on the planet. First of all, that wasn't Jalen Milroe yesterday. That was some form of body double. Like he's going to unzip himself like at the end of a Scooby-Doo episode, and it's going to be the old farmer. I'm sorry. He was never a fit for DeBoer's offense. There are now 3 occasions against Tennessee, against Oklahoma, against Michigan, where he has looked lost, can't process, can't make throws. And by the way, where was the velocity on the football? He was throwing lollipops. Look, maybe a 2nd-round pick in my world, and that would be on projection alone, that if you think he's some form of government cheese Josh Allen, that you could take the physical specimen and you could mold it and shape it and go, look, we're going to throw 33% of your passes at or behind the line of scrimmage, and the rest are going to be YOLO balls supported by a really strong ground game. Maybe. David, that is I'm in shock because to me, he'd get the better part of $3 million to transfer, go be someone else's QB next year, make money, rehab himself, and give it another shot.
Yeah, this is surprising because of that reasoning. When you're getting paid in college football, you don't have to go to the pros now to say, now I want to get paid. You're getting paid.
Wow.
Makes no sense to me. So let's get to the ever-exciting college football playoff games. And let's start with the Penn State game. Penn State beat Boise State 31-14.
And it wasn't that close.
And sure, it got to 3 points in the third quarter, but it really wasn't that close. It was a turnover in the red zone for Boise State, then a missed field goal. Boise couldn't run the ball. Genty only had 104 yards rushing on 30 carries.
David, why do you think I kept citing the 4 or 5 Boise games I watch where it's 17-13 in Laramie and they can't run the ball and they can't score? Maddox Madsen is not good. Boise was a fun story, but how long was I supposed to hold on to one magical afternoon in week 2 of the season 4 months ago against Oregon? A game they lost, by the way. It was a joke. I mean, Aller had a horrendous turnover on like his own 10-yard line. There's a free 7. Other than that, Penn State dominated the game. And they stink too. But hey, listen, here you go. You gave Cinderella her shot. There you go.
Very exciting. The next one, let's go over Ohio State and Oregon. This was supposed to be a heavyweight matchup. But, oh, my Lord. Let me just go through a few
things. You hate
things.
to see it. Cookies and I went head-to-head on this game.
Woo,
I had OSU. He had Oregon. You got all mad at me?
Okay.
Whoops.
Well, Ohio State had 500 yards. Oregon had 276.
Can we launch a criminal investigation into how OSU lost to Michigan?
We should.
Can someone explain? Every other game, Ryan Day and Chip Kelly are just cutting it loose. Whee! Oh, wait, we're playing Michigan. Hey, coach, let's find out how big our chance is. There has to be an investigation. It's not the same team.
See, I was going to get to that because when you look at 8.8 yards per play versus, or it's like they just fold. They just completely fold when Michigan shows up.
When Michigan comes to town, they want to show how big their penis is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We're going to run the ball. It's toughness and things and 10-year war. No, it's not. You have better players. Play.
In the first 21 minutes of this game, Ohio State had 347 yards, 31 points. Oregon had 66 yards.
And I think they're going to beat Texas.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think Vegas put them out there as a 6-point favorite on accident. You know, the sleeping giant has woken up. And as long as they keep cutting it loose, and defensively, look, I understand you can't say nice things about OSU up here, but defensively, they've put it together.
Correct.
They're getting disruptive in the front seven.
Correct.
Jack Sawyer knocks down 7 balls a game, and Caleb Downs is Earl Thomas 2.0, hopefully with better personal and financial decisions. Caleb Downs is a center fielder. He's playing backyard football, and he's everywhere.
And I will say this, and I hope someone sends this to him. I will pay your legal fees, Jeremiah Smith, if you want to fight the NFL and go now.
No.
You are him, man. You are him.
He's phenomenal, but he's still a kid. By the time he leaves school, he's going to look like DK Metcalf.
Yes, for sure.
6'3", 223, and it's his first year in college?
Yes.
Oh, just wait for another year of training table. That dude is a freak.
So let's get to that Texas game. Texas beat Arizona State in double overtime, 39-31.
Yeah, right.
They Texas was outgained 303 to 139 in the first 3 quarters, but they led 24-8.
It was gross.
And here's the comeback. It was all Cam Scatterboo because he threw for a 42-yard touchdown pass, caught a 62-yarder, setting up his touchdown run to tie up the game. All him.
And I finally figured out why he always was shaking his helmet. Like he would run and he'd be like, ah! And I'm like, does this kid have like OCD or something? Is there something wrong with Cam Scatterbo? Every time he runs the ball and he's like, ah, shaking his head. It turns out it started out when he was a little kid. His helmet would stick to his head and he couldn't stand the feeling.
He's trying to loosen, yeah.
So, and then it developed into an OCD thing where if the helmet was even a quarter inch off, he can't have it. He can't take a hand off. So he like shakes his head so he feels like the helmet is where it needs to be. I know, no one cares. Look, I hate Quinn Ewers. That's the takeaway. Quinn Ewers has to stay in school.
Now, that's another one you would be shocked at if he says, I'm declaring for the NFL draft. That would be the next one, right?
David, you can have him.
He can't do it.
What would you say, 3rd, 4th round pick?
Right now, I would say 4th round pick, yes.
Can't do it.
Wow.
Texas, I just don't think they're that good. How can you say that? Well, I'll tell you how. Look at who they beat this year. Look, they didn't play that tough of a schedule. They didn't. And the one big game they had, they got housed, and their fans got all angry and threw water bottles on the field. I think OSU is going to drop a bomb on them. I still don't trust. Like, Sark is Day is Sark. Big spots. I find both these guys hard to trust. But I'm putting my faith in Will Howard. Famous last words.
It's crazy because you got guys you don't trust and Franklin still alive in the playoffs.
You mean big game, James?
Oh, my Lord.
2 straight playoff wins against garbage.
This is going to be a fun semifinal.
Yeah, right.
Great. And that is your college football blitz.
The Red Wings look to make it 3 straight wins under new head coach Todd McClellan when they visit the Blue Jackets tonight. Puck drop from Columbus at 7, that pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. At morning skate today at Nationwide Arena, McClellan was asked about how his message is getting through to the dressing room less than a week on the job. Early returns have been good, but lots of work to do. 34 points right now. The Wings third to last in the Eastern Conference, second to last in the Atlantic. A devastating 24 hours for the Pistons as the team confirms this afternoon that guard Jaden Ivey suffered a broken fibula against the Magic last night. He will be off the court indefinitely, halting his breakout season. The Pistons, though, not ruling out a return for Ivey this year. He'll be reevaluated in 4 weeks. Meantime, guard Cade Cunningham, currently 6th among Eastern Conference guards in All-Star voting. Pistons next hit the floor when they take down the Hornets at Little Caesars Arena tomorrow night. And we'll get another look at the Lions injury report in just minutes. Alex Anzalone, Khalif Raymond, Namik Robertson, and Jack Campbell all limited yesterday. Detroit's their 2.5-point favorite Sunday over the Vikings, with both the NFC North and the 1 seed on the line. And kickoff happening in just minutes in the Sugar Bowl between Georgia and Notre Dame. That game was delayed after yesterday's tragic events in New Orleans. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. Good to have you aboard. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We've done all Lions up till now, and we will get back into it. But I want to, with the kickoff of the Sugar Bowl, obviously delayed from the terrorist attack yesterday. By the way, what was with ESPN calling it a truck attack? It's a terrorist attack. Like, what was everybody so careful for? No, you're a terrorist. You drive a car down Bourbon Street killing people. You're a terrorist. A truck attack. Wish ESPN would go out of business. I digress. The point is, the game is kicking off today. I'll tell you some of the shots from it's not the Superdome anymore, the Caesars Dome or whatever it's called. David, I can't even describe to you the police presence. I mean, from the canines to it looks like they have tanks parked out there, and the amount of actual police presence, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, they said earlier on ESPN, I guess they were doing a little bit of reporting today, saying that they're now treating this security-wise like the Super Bowl, which will be there in another month or so.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, exactly.
But look, with the last of the second-round games kicking off, I wanted to bring this up. And without Rico here, I don't have to worry about being called a boomer. I can just ask the question. All right, you've had 7 games offered to you so far. Number 8 is about to kick off. I would argue that in the 7 games we've seen so far, we've been given roughly 8 minutes of good football. It would be the last 8 minutes of the fourth quarter of Texas and ASU. That's it. Because if you're going to say, well, that was a great game, no, it wasn't. In fact, if you don't work in this business, you probably turned it off. The game was terrible. These games, by and large, have been terrible. Blowouts. Non-competitive dreck. So here's my question. Is it wrong that I take the approach, guys? I didn't like the format when they rolled it out. We poked holes in it left and right. We foresaw all of this, and it's played out exactly like we thought. It's been a giant waste of time that really only serves the networks. I don't know anyone overly excited about the playoff. Now, you would be if Michigan or Michigan State was it. Well, right, we talk about those teams, but this is about the product. Do you find yourself more engaged than you expected? Less? Or just about you're getting what you thought you were going to get? I mean, for me, it's less engaged. I watch these out of I'm resigned that I have to do it. And no, we're not digging ditches, right? We're not cleaning up the road. I'm not making it this plastic violin cinema. I'm saying these are not enjoyable to watch. It's not good product. And I don't know that it's going to turn around. Because again, the seeding is goofy. How about the fact that all three teams that won the second round game were teams that either didn't win their conference championship or just didn't get there? And those were that's the stuff I can't stand. All the arguments. I get yelled at by Rico and I get yelled at by Costa. Oh, you're getting more meaningful football. Am I? Because all you're showing me is the games don't mean anything. The conference championship game that Penn State lost and Oregon won didn't mean anything. How about Texas losing to a backup quarterback? Didn't mean anything. How about Penn State getting a bomb dropped on them? Didn't mean anything. Ohio State didn't play in the effing game. Didn't matter. So for all that, you don't get to have it both ways and tell me the games mean more, except they don't. And now when you watch these games, what is the actual amount of good football you've been watching? Or better yet, are you not? Because I'll be honest, David, if I didn't do this for a living, I ain't staying with these games. I'm not watching this crap. These games have been awful. 8 minutes of drama, Texas and ASU, doesn't make up for 7 games of garbage. But the problem is it's all too predictable. This was such a goofy way to do this. Now, if you're going to tell me, hey, give it more than 1 year, we'll recalibrate and do, okay. But the problem is the same people we trusted, and I use that term loosely, trusted to roll out an expanded playoff are going to be the same people we have to task with fixing it. Here's your problem. They're not going to fix it. Their minds are already on how much money can they get when they go to 16 teams, which means 4 more teams that are absolutely incapable of winning the national championship. The problem in all of it is this, and I will fight to the death. Everybody trying to take March Madness and duplicate it on the gridiron. One problem, you can't. March Madness is what it is because basketball is 5 players. It's a sport about having 1 star, 1 great player, 1 shining moment, whatever you like. That's how a Fairleigh Dickinson on a given afternoon can pull it off. Do you know where you can't accomplish that? Football. 85 scholarship players, 22 starters, and about 40 to 50 guys who play every game. Not 5, not 7. All those great Duke teams played 7 guys. So my whole point is, oh, well, more teams will be better. No, it won't. It'll be worse. And in the end, the only people being served right now are the executives at the networks. This isn't for the fans. These games blow. These games are terrible. So I would like to know, look, maybe it picks up from here. Yeah, you mean picks up when it's a 4-team playoff again? Oh, I got it. Okay, good to know. So my point is, more is coming. And it is largely performative. It's nothing more than a place to sell ads. You can't have 16 teams in a sport where really only 2 to 3 have a real shot to win the damn thing. Unlike college basketball, which is a much more wide open concept because that's the way the sport is built. Look, the other thing I can't stand too, oh, well, it's about parity. Look at all the parity. There's no parity. It's the same brand names. See, parity exists in the NFL because there's a collectively bargained agreement that demands parity. There's a salary cap. There's a draft that if you're bad, you get good players. And if you're good, you get less good players. There's nothing like that in college. College is operating in the Wild West. The same brand names and blue bloods have the same bank accounts. And they're doing the same things. There's no parity. No uninvited guest is winning this. It will be Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Notre Dame. It's the same thing. It will never change. Oh, well, now the little guy gets a chance. To do what? Show up to the Price is Right wearing Mickey Mouse ears and make a bid on a washer and dryer? That's all these teams are doing. SMU? And God love Arizona State, they're not beating anybody. Even if they somehow stole the game from Texas. Do you know what would happen to them next round? Murder. That's what, murder. So I would like to know from your perspective, are you getting what you want out of this? And if you are, you're not a bad person. I just think you have a way lower bar for what you're willing to watch and accept. Because the only thing this is serving is the networks. It's a flawed system. It's ill-conceived. It's poorly constructed. In fact, it's nonsensical. And 7 football games so far, 6 of them have been outright dogs. And I would argue Texas and Arizona State, unless you were bored or woke up from a nap, you weren't there in the fourth quarter. It was an atrocious football game. 248-539-9797. Go ahead. Well, Dave, you're shaking your head.
Because you're exactly right. If I didn't work here, I wouldn't have stayed with that Texas game. Because Arizona State has so many chances, and they blew it. And I'm like, what is going on here? Penn State, the Ohio State game, I'm only watching it in hopes that it becomes better. It never got better.
Hey, by the way, for all the people who want to sit there priming their pumps or maybe smashing nuts on Bo's grave, what did the Michigan OSU game mean? Stugotz. That's what it meant.
Correct.
OSU dumped the game.
Correct.
And they're probably going to go win the national championship.
Correct.
I don't want that's not college football.
No, it's not. It's not college football. It's a straight up joke. And when you look at it, and people were arguing when the rankings came out, oh, well, maybe Bama should have been or Miami should have been in. You're adding 4 more teams. Bama?
Who?
No.
Miami?
They gave up 42 points to Iowa State.
Rocco Becht is an Italian legend.
It will not look better even if you expand it. It just
no.
And you can't have teams getting bye weeks just because you rank them. No, okay? The better team should get the bye weeks. The better team.
No, here's an idea. There shouldn't be bye weeks.
Well, that was a problem too because it takes time for these teams to ramp themselves back up. It was all a joke.
There, I'll offer
all
you,
a joke.
Can I offer you something else? Now, this might be the old guy take. 248-539-9797. David, what's today's date?
Today is the 2nd of January.
Do you know when the national championship game is?
Yeah, it's like January 23rd or something.
20th.
Oh, 20th.
Think about that for a second. I feel like the playoffs been going on for a month. We've got 3 weeks to go. What are we doing?
Oh, my Lord.
Think about this. You essentially have a 7-week playoff with conference title weekend was what, December 5th?
Yes.
January 20th. We're not even close. Yeah, but it's never ending.
So we would have almost had an NFC and an AFC champion named.
Correct.
Before we have a national title.
Correct.
Oh, my Lord.
See, this is where people make a common mistake. They do it in life. They do it in sports. But it's an easy button argument. They just assign equality to the terms change and progress. Change is not progress. Change is change. Progress would be bettering the sport. But when there's no eye on quality of life and it's simply all on ROI, you end up here. They changed the sport, but it's not progress. And people want to tell themselves, oh, well, there's more meaningful football. No, there's not. Michigan, Ohio State meant nothing. Georgia, Texas meant nothing. Penn State, Oregon meant nothing. These are the biggest conference championships games out there. They meant nothing. So I just, now you get into the playoff, all the games are bad. That's not progress. And the fact is, they're already scheming ways to go to 16. And to David's point, I mean, Milroe may as well have played blindfold. You know, an Ole Miss team, plus the portal being open, kids have to make decisions. You're going to have the top 16 teams in the country, and plenty of kids want to transfer, and they might have to opt out, like Bo Pabula did for Penn State, because of school. So, look, the whole thing to me is fugazi. But it's about you guys. I have to. What choice do I got? If I don't watch, I'm just as bad as 90% of radio hosts who don't watch stuff. I watch. I ain't enjoying it. But I'm watching. This is like a bad Hallmark movie. This is atrocious.
Oregon is the best team, number one, pretty much all year round, but you give them a bye week and they come out flat.
No, you gave them a bye week and then horrific seeding.
Why yes.
Did Oregon's reward for going undefeated was to play Ohio State as an underdog? They were underdog to OSU. Meanwhile, Penn State is beating up homeless people like it's a game of Grand Theft Auto. I mean, it's just, you can't take this serious. So I'd love to know what you guys have to say about it. You want Lions? Odyssey.com rewind. We'll get right back into it. And yes, we're going to talk more Lions at 5 o'clock, but I wanted to offer a little space for this. 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, apparently I struck a nerve with people, so this is exciting. I like when people want to talk about stuff. So we will go right to you, and then we'll catch up on Ticket Text later in the hour. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, bud?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Good, Paul.
Welcome back.
Thank
Big fan
you.
of the show. I actually was calling about the Lions a bit ago.
Sure.
So sorry to disappoint
No,
pivot here, but
not at all. What do you got on the Leos?
So you were talking about those 5 wild card teams that had made it to the Super Bowl. Actually, not won the Super Bowl. And I it looks like on average their point differential was about 8 or 9. This year, the Lions were at about 12.5 average point differential per game. So that's close to 2 touchdowns outscoring opponents. So it would be pretty unprecedented. I think someone mentioned that earlier, that it would, be unprecedented for a team of this caliber to be a wild card team. And, tough to project based off of just that.
Well, that's why I supplemented with the defensive stat, which is, hey, the teams that win the Super Bowl the last 10 years, about 16 points a game. You in your current state the last 5 weeks are averaging 32.6. So something's got to give. I'm with you, though, Paul. It's a great point. A 14-win team should never be a wild card. More than fair.
Yeah, and to your point about the defense, our point differential just in December, only 5. And of those wild cards to make it to the Super Bowl, the only one close to that, the point differential was 4.5 for those 85 Patriots who got shellacked.
Right, which was also black and white television, right? 1985 it's crazy to think, but that's 40 years ago.
Yeah, and one last point, speaking of the old school football and the history, currently we're sitting at 200 point differential.
Yeah.
And all the teams that have had over 200 or higher in the regular season, only in the 20th century. No one in the 21st century has won a Super Bowl with 200 or more points differential in the regular season. So, that was per Football Reference, I think. I was messing around down there a little bit. But, so, it is a historically great team. But as I said, this past month, we went down from that great average point differential and the 200 total down to only 5.25 a game.
Yeah, and again,
so
Paul, think about this.
Worrying.
The offense has been cooking. And to your point, it just shows you. And look, Dan Campbell is really the only thing that is keeping them afloat, because if the coach was more conservative, you'd be losing games. This is where, and I'm not going to do it now. I don't have to. I'll wait until before they play the playoff game. But I've signed up for whatever Campbell decides to do. Now, it would have to be way, way beyond the pale. If it's 4th and 2 on his own 29, yeah, I'm going to have a problem with that. But anything outside of that, guys, it's guns a-blazing, because it's the only thing keeping you afloat. The other night, his analytical decisions to go for it on 4th down, to play the game the way he played it, would the Lions win the game by 5, David?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure those decisions mathematically, on average, produce 4.8 extra points per game. Oh, wait, that's the margin you won by. So you just have to accept the decision, and whether it works or not, we're not going to do what we did last year with the San Francisco game. Yes, I would have liked to have seen him take one of the field goals. I'm not going to melt down. It also would have helped if Josh Reynolds caught a pass. But get ready. Sunday, it wouldn't shock me if they don't punt. At all. Ever. Because there's no other way out. He's telling you this defense isn't good enough to win a game. Let's go to Trevor, 97.1. Trev, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much, Mike. How you doing today?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Good. I was just calling about the playoff, and I agree with you and David both. My thing is, what doesn't make sense to me is, how does Oregon win the Big Ten and the team they beat in the playoff has an easier path? That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is, because now Penn State, they played 2 teams that didn't belong in the playoff, and then Oregon plays an Ohio State team who's probably going to win it all. And I got a problem with Ohio State if they win it all. They lost to a terrible Michigan team this year, and all of a sudden now they might win the national title.
But hold on. Now, see, Trev, I am with you, but here's the problem. This is the give back to the new world of college football. See, you sound like me, Trevor's, that with the 4-team playoff, you had to be next to perfect. That was the cost of entry, right? The proof of life is, hey, at a minimum, you better be 11 or 12-1. Now we have opened up Pandora's box, and I got to listen to people like Cookies or Rico. Oh, more meaningful football. No, it's diluted everything. The results don't matter.
Yeah, every game so far has been terrible, and I don't know. I don't like it. It's too much. It's too much now, and it's turning college football into a joke.
Oh, it is. And look, if people love it, if they enjoy it, hey, maybe my perspective would be different if my team were any good. I'm not mad at anybody. I just get so annoyed when I bring up what I deem to be valid criticisms, and you get labeled Columbo, Peter Falk. You get labeled Telly Savalas, like I'm 80 with an oxygen tank. No, I mean, the things I'm bringing up are legitimate. This is happening in real time. By the way, every time I look up at the screen, David, there's a penalty. What have they run, 7 plays or 6 penalties in this game?
They've run actually 5 plays. That was the 5th play of the game because they took forever on the first penalty that you saw.
Jesus, Marion Jones. And that's the other thing. People are going to mistake, like this game, it was a good close game. This game might end up 19-17. Neither of these teams can score. Whatever, who cares? All right, David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
When are they going to rank a college football team on their actual playing abilities? It seems that they can't. Whoever they are can't seem to do it.
The problem is they need to come out with a transparent ranking system the way that college basketball does. Now, while the sports are different, I can still take the methodology that the committee uses to make a bracket. You need the quadrant system. This is what a quad 1 win looks like. Quad 2, 3, 4. You rank the wins and losses. Here is your resume. For instance, I get into arguments where I don't respect teams that don't play anybody. I didn't respect Indiana. 105th ranked schedule. They didn't play anybody. Versus, hey, Team B did, but they lost twice. Well, the games have to matter. If I have to hear Costa say that one more time, my head's going to explode. Yeah, so does who you play. I will always respect a team who plays real teams and loses a couple than a team who plays no one and gets fat and sassy. But how do they select the teams? Don't know. I mean, you just got to have a system.
They go into a secret room and say, this team is better than this team. How? Why?
David, again, it's so apparent, and yet people look at me like I'm insane.
Couldn't agree with you more, Mike. I'm definitely less engaged than I normally would be. 2 teams got a bye when they showed they didn't even belong.
Yeah, nice system. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Good to talk to you, man. I'm
Marky.
Mark. I haven't spoken to you in a minute.
What's up, buddy?
Doing all right. I'm calling you because I sold the ticket, and
oh my God,
I'm thinking about cashing it out before this Sunday.
All right, what do we got? What's the story, Mark? This is Parlay Mark, everybody. This is the guy trying to make history. What do you got?
So it's sitting at $15K right now. That's nowhere where I was hoping I'd be able to pull it. But my concern is the Vikings beat the Lions. The Lions dropped to the 5 seed. How much is that going to drop in value? I really don't know.
Probably by half.
I think I'm going to hold on to it, but I just kind of wanted your thoughts and just kind of would touch base with you again, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, Mark, I don't want to give you bad advice, but I mean, everything with these books, yeah, it's liability, but it's also algorithmic. I mean, if the Lions lose and they got to go on the road and win 3 games, I mean, my guess would be that thing would be cut almost in half. That's
probably
a guess. I mean, I can't call up Mr. FanDuel and get that answer. That's a little bit proprietary, but I'm trying to shoot you straight. So let me ask you a question, Mark. I mean, obviously, I read a couple articles and they didn't name you, but you were one of the people they were talking about. Has anyone approached you to buy this thing?
No, not yet. I had people come to me and be like, you should be expecting that, but I haven't gotten anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one where you'd probably get a little more juice that way than the cash-out option. Mark, the problem is if you win Sunday, there's part of me that says, you know what, go for the ride. But, look, man, what'd you use, a free bet on this thing? And you're staring at $100.
It was former profit, $100. All
right, and you're staring $15K. Only you can make the decision on whether that's enough to move the needle. And if my memory serves me, because I don't think I've talked to you in probably a month, you're like college aged, right?
Yeah, I'm in law school at Michigan State. I'm young. I'm 23. So
yeah,
it's a situation where I think that I'm probably going to let this ride, but I'm hesitant because the Vikings look really good. But I do think we win on Sunday. The home field advantage is there. And then from that point on, hopefully, during the bye week, it rises, and then, we evaluate from there. But, I have a question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
I know this defense is depleted. I know the value of losing guys like Aleem McNeil. Don't you think that there's enough coaching there and there's enough X factor from the players we do have left, Kirby Joseph, Brian Branch, whoever, to offset this concern enough while the offense puts up 40 points? I'm not saying that's what we expect to happen, but don't you think that there's something there to bet on?
Oh, boy. Mark, the reason I say no is more based on you're playing real teams. So look, when you separate out like the Titans or you separate out the Bears and we just start to look at who you're playing, the results against the Packers, the result against the Bills, the result against the Niners, like these results are ghastly. At a certain point, Mark, it's players, not plays. And like you see a lot of that where in a big spot, let's say you got a Justin Jefferson or you have an Amon-Ra. It's not the play, it's the player. I'm throwing you the ball. Figure it out. It's the same thing defensively. You can call the greatest schemes in the world, but when the guys that are out there can't win their individual matchup or can't perform at the level that's required for that scheme to live, no, Mark, I don't. I mean, I think Aaron Glenn's doing the best he can. But you're just down so many players, man. No, I don't. And if you go down to a place like Tampa, it's going to be a race to 40. If you go to Philly or if you go to L.A., this weekend, it's going to be a barn burner. The difference is I can't live in a world where Sam Darnold prospers. I just don't think he's walking in here and winning. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups. We've talked about him for a long time. Super Bowl run, playoff run, Sunday Night Football. Upgrade your viewing experience. You'll be ready in time for the game. They deliver incredible home theaters, huge TVs, great stereo systems. It's all there. They are your technology partner. They even have a commercial division at Paulson's. Cutting-edge technology for your bar, restaurant, or offices. And the best part, they got the best prices. Always lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. So stop by the showroom in Farmington Hills. Best experience in the business since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, couple of ticket texts. We'll knock out the rest of the calls on the CFP, and then it's back to Lions, top of the hour. I got some historical data. I don't think it's good enough just to say, oh, big game Sunday. I want to tell you what's really on the line. David, ticket text first. What do you got?
Never should have had more than 8 teams in the playoffs. How they skipped from 4 to 12 doesn't make any sense.
Sure it does.
To me.
Money. Well, why didn't they go to 16, funny man? Because there's more money going to 12 first and then upselling when you go to 16.
You're exactly right. Get rid of a dozen of these garbage bowl games that rotate sponsors every year. Start the playoffs 2 weeks after the conference championship game.
What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean?
I think he's saying that the other bowl games takes away, so you just move the bowl or the playoff games
Okay, but
up.
whoa, Kimosabe, hold on a minute. Now, I understand what you're saying, but see, the NFL, it's okay when you have 16 of your 32 franchises largely playing for nothing. Maybe 14 or 12, right? College football, there's one difference. You'd have 116 teams playing for nothing. Well, the bowl games don't matter. Well, that's part of the issue with an expanded playoff. There is no longer varying degrees of success. You've turned this into a completely binary function. Ultimate success, ultimate failure. Which, again, that can work in a professional environment with a union, collectively bargained agreement, contracts, and rules that demand parity. See, you know what I miss? I miss that if your team goes 10-2 and you finish third in your conference, going to the Citrus Bowl to play a big-time SEC opponent, there was an ability to go, you know what? We didn't win the ultimate prize, but this is a good year. That's all gone. Now, if you want to get rid of the bowl games in sum total and just have the playoff, you will have players opting out all season long. Midweek, I didn't like the route I ran on third down. I'm leaving.
You get your second loss? Oh, I'm done. I'm out. Yeah, you're right. I have been a lifelong college football fan until now. It's over for me. NIL, transfer portal, UCLA playing a conference game at Rutgers, and now the expanded playoff has just ruined it for me.
That game was a disaster. I remember that.
Or Miami traveling all the way to go to Cal.
UCLA came east. They hadn't scored like more than 10 points in a month. They put 28 on Rutgers in the first half. I think Ethan Garbers had like 400 yards pass.
What's happening right now?
I remember it. We do cash the ticket. I remember everything.
It was wild.
Sorry.
I think fixing the seating issues by getting rid of auto buys would fix some, not all, of the competitive issues and create a balanced bracket.
They have to make a decision. Are we putting in the 12 best teams or not? That's really where it begins and ends. And people aren't going to like the conversation. But if I got to hear another one of these things every time an SEC team loses, it just means more. Here's the deal. Take any scumbag Big 10 team or Big 12 team, throw them in the SEC and show me. Just stop. You got to stop acting like you're as good as the SEC. You're not. We don't have the money. We don't have the talent base. We don't have the geographical advantages. Stop. When an SEC team gets off the bus, hey, you got a couple weeks to game plan for them? You think you can beat them in a playoff game? I'm fine with that. Do it every week. Run a 4-week gauntlet that's at South Carolina, home against Arkansas, at Alabama, home against Georgia. Run that gauntlet for me and let me know how it goes. There is no Rutgers on the schedule. There is no Michigan State or Northwestern on the schedule. Maybe if you're blessed enough, you get Mississippi State. Maybe. You just got to stop. If you want to do the playoff the right way, here's what comes after they go to 16. It's going to be the Big Ten and the SEC breaking away in sum total, and it's all those two conferences. And then the sport is fully dead. But that's what's going to happen. Let's go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, Mike, it really is a great day, and I mean, we're talking about the Lions and how they could lose this Sunday. I mean, I'm with you. I can't picture Sam Darnold walking into this building and beating us in that game. It's not possible. Just like how I didn't think it was humanly possible for us to lose to SMU or Boise State, which we didn't. And,
can I ask you? I want to ask you a question, Nick. I have a question for you before you get to the rest of your call. And I'm not being rude. I'm just telling you how I see it, and I want a Penn State fan's perspective. What am I missing with Drew Aller? Where everyone tells me he's so awesome and I watch and I go, I hate this kid. What am I missing?
You know, Mike, it's actually funny you bring that up because a year prior, I thought he was the worst thing walking because I thought he just looked totally lost on the field. But ever since when they brought in Kolowicki, it's almost like a switch turned on in his brain, and he got more confident. The problem is that the way we run our offense, I mean, Tyler Warren's the best player we have on the team. He's about the only real NFL wideout we have. The problem is Kolowicki, too many times this season, he doesn't utilize him. It's like, you know, it's like when you were watching Ohio State play Michigan, how they didn't use Jermaine Smith or whatever his name was in the passing, and they just ran the football.
Yes.
That's us every week. The one time we actually decided to use Tyler Warren in a game was against Oregon, and we were killing it. We didn't win, but we were just slinging the ball all over the place. And the same thing happened against, you know, SMU and Boise State. You didn't see Tyler Warren do anything really.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice.
So
it was a nice
50-50. How the offenses ran.
He had the nice jump ball in the end zone, but no, I just had to ask a Penn State guy because again, I'm lectured by.
He's got potential, but I don't know if he can. It's obviously he's not Christian Hackenberg. He's way better than Christian Hackenberg, in my opinion.
All right, so he's Sean Clifford. I mean, what are we really dealing with here?
Very much. Right.
No. So, all right, go ahead. I'll let you get to the rest. I had to ask you that though. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I understand. So the whole college football playoff, I went into this playoff outside of my own team, thinking I was going to get to see, you know, I knew that Indiana and teams like SMU is not going to be good games, but I assumed, you know, hey, Clemson, maybe they can give Texas a game. Maybe who am I kidding? That Tennessee game, I knew in my heart that was going to be a loss, but I just didn't think it was going to be like that. But I've been pretty let down with most of the games that have gone on here. I mean, hell, perfect example, the Texas-Arizona State game, when it became 17-3, Mike, I checked out. I said, screw this. I didn't watch the last 8 minutes, which you say was the only good. When I read what the score was after, I was like, what, 31-7, what happened? Did Sark go full Sark again? And apparently, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the whole I did like your point, though, when you said, you know, you brought up the whole KenPom thing. Well, not KenPom, the quad system that the NCAA basketball uses. Because we don't know. I mean, we think we know, but we don't actually know how the NCAA or whoever decides the rankings decides who gets to go where. But I think that even if we use the quad system to determine who is the better team, I still think Ohio State gets put in that same seeding spot. I don't think that changes. So I really think when it comes to changing the whole bracket as entirely, I'm not willing to change it after this year. And, that meant, of course he's not because he got the easiest draw imaginable. I wouldn't either. But I think I need to see one more year. It's a small data pool. If it happens again where it's like this, then I'm be like, something's got to change, man, because this so far has been
awful.
Ohio State just looks like they're unstoppable. Nobody's going to beat that team. Am I wrong to say
No. The only person who's going to stop them is Ryan Day's ego.
Is Georgia.
No.
Georgia.
I think they would shred Georgia.
Kirby's smart, man. He's an elite head coach, man. He's got lots of. I know he doesn't have a quarterback, but
hold on. You can't just whistle by the graveyard there, Nick. Hold on.
No, I know.
I'm not busting your chops. We're up against it, but headline doesn't have quarterback. That's kind of a story. The only person who's going to stop Ohio State is Ryan Day. If he decides he wants to show everybody how big his penis is again and run the ball 50 times and start yelling about Lou Holtz. Play your game, cut it loose, throw it to your best players, win. End. 248-539-9797. Got a real barn burner in this Notre Dame game, by the way. If you need some melatonin, just turn this on. NFL playoffs are almost here. Thank God, because the college ones suck. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. Customers can get involved. $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone else. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. You join today. You'll be set for the biggest games of the year. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The injury reports out from Lions practice today. Alex Anzalone, Khalif Raymond, Amik Robertson, and Jack Campbell all participated. Detroit's a 2.5-point favorite over Minnesota with the NFC North and 1 seed on the line. A devastating 24 hours for the Pistons as the team confirms this afternoon that guard Jaden Ivey suffered a broken fibula against the Magic last night. He'll be off the court for an indefinite period of time. 22-year-old Ivey is enjoying a breakout year 3 in Detroit, averaging 17 points a game, shooting 40% from 3. Where do the Pistons go from here, head coach J.B. Bickerstaff? Pistons are not ruling out a return for Ivey this season. That time frame depends on maybe a potential postseason bid for Detroit. And the Wings, they look to make it 3 straight wins under new head coach Todd McClellan. They visit the Blue Jackets tonight. Puck drop at 7, pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. I did a little bit of CFP in the 4 o'clock. The rest has been Lions, and that's what we're going to get to now. I wanted to just provide some context, I guess. Obviously, I mean, if you're doing a radio show and you're coming on the air and you're going, well, it's a big game Sunday. I mean, no bleep. Water's wet, sky is blue, boobs are fun. So I wanted to do something a little better. And I wanted to give you some context. Now, obviously, there's never been a matchup between 2 teams with 14 wins. So I understand if you're telling me, all right, well, the rules don't apply. We think we're just that much better. But what I will counter with is a defensive statistic. So work with me. Lions-Vikings, the winner is the 1 seed. You get the bye week, you get 2 home games, and you get about a 50% shot at a Super Bowl. That's just the stats. The loser will be put on a path that only 5 teams in 40 years have survived, which is wild card, 3 road games, Super Bowl. The 5 teams are the 85 Patriots, the 05 Steelers, the 07 Giants, the 2010 Pack, and the COVID year Bucks. What's interesting is 4 of those teams had Hall of Fame QBs. All 5 of those teams had a good defense. A couple of them had great defenses. You do not. You don't have a good defense. You don't have a great defense. It's just a question of, is it below average, bad, or totally regrettable? And that's not your fault. It's not Aaron Glenn's fault. It's injuries. So there's a lot on the line. And when I've heard other shows, and I'm not targeting a host, or I'm saying in general, between callers, hosts, whatever, it's a bunch of people who continue to be like, well, it's okay. If we don't win, we're still getting in. We'll just score 75 a week and it'll be all good. No, it won't. It's like playing in a Super Bowl and saying, well, if we don't win, we still had a good year. No. There's a cost to this game Sunday. And the cost is a realistic shot at a Super Bowl, or you're back against the wall, 0-2 count. So that's one. So the defensive thing. The last 10 Super Bowl winners had an average points per game given up of about 16 a game. The last 5 weeks, injuries, schedule tightening up, the whole thing, the Lions have been giving up 32.6 a week. Well, where does that rank in the league? Second worst to the Carolina Panthers. There's no one on that list that's a playoff caliber team except you. Now, is that a compliment to your offense? Of course it is. Do I believe that through Dan Campbell's aggressiveness and your offense, you could buck the trend? Sure, it's possible. But if you want the real way to do it, you got to win Sunday. Now, Do I think you win Sunday? I do. I just can't tell you my reasons are any good. I admit bias. I really do try to just shoot you straight. I try to be honest with you, good and bad. And this isn't something I'm proud of. I just don't think Sam Darnold's beating you. I mean, I've watched the Vikings. I watch everything every week. I mean, it's football. I have no life. Like when football ends, my life begins. So it's just he holds the ball forever. He doesn't handle pressure well, and he has more turnover-worthy throws than anybody else. The other side of the coin is he's also made some of the most big-time throws. The thing that does scare me is the presence of T.J. Hockenson. Hockenson did not play in that first matchup. Why is it relevant? Well, the Lions can't cover a tight end to save their life. And B, this is the safety outlet. Yes, Jefferson's amazing, and Addison's explosive, and even Naylor is their deep shot guy. But the safety valve, the guy that really makes it hard to dedicate all your attention out wide if he's patrolling the middle, is T.J. Hockenson. And he's playing great football right now. But I have a hard time believing they'll come in here and do this. It'd be the same thing if it was you going there. I'd have a really hard time. But I do think you are going to play a major role in this. You are going to force them into a few penalties. You're going to make it very hard on them. And Ford Field is turned into Arrowhead, or it's turned into the 12th man with Seattle. Like, it is one of the best home field advantages in football. But I want to know if you're accepting of the terms. Because I do believe the team that loses this game Sunday probably loses the wild card round. That you're just not going to be able to have any toothpaste left in the tube. This, unless something goes way awry, like Sam Darnold has eye drops in his coffee and he doesn't play, or 7 turnovers. This is going to be a war. It's going to be an absolute damn street fight. And it's the loser of this game, their reward for winning 14 games will be no bye week, go on the road and face a Buccaneer team that could put 40 on you. Yeah, pardon me if I got doubts. So I think it's absolutely critical because the stats also tell you it's critical. Could the Lions be like some of those other teams? Sure. But you don't have Tampa Bay's pass rush from 20, and you don't have Tom Brady. You don't have Aaron Rodgers from 2010. You certainly don't have the Giants defense in 07 or the Steelers defense in 05. And candidly, the Patriots are one of the worst teams to ever make a Super Bowl. So I really don't want to use that. Plus, it's 40 years ago. That feels kind of dirty to use that. But factually, I had to offer it to you. So I would like to know where you're at with it. Because I do believe the playoffs start now. And for this team to do what we all hope they can do, 4-0, and it starts Sunday. A win there, 2 wins at home, and then the Super Bowl. Because if it doesn't go right Sunday and you lose, I really have a hard time believing that they even get there, much less win the thing. So that's where we're at. 248-539-9797. And if my bias is wrong, I am not upset. I try not to give you lazy garbage. I actually work and try to present things that are interesting. Normally I have great football stuff, but I was asked this question, and I said it earlier in the show. You could give me Sam Darnold with my Giants, and I'd be like, no, thank you. Hand it to the next person. I understand what he's done in this finite window. Kevin O'Connell is one of the 3 best quarterback coaches in the league. They've got elite weaponry, right? He's basically a poor man's Goff. I don't want to pay Sam Darnold $50 million a year because I watch the games and he's limited. I think Goff's a better version of him. I think Goff's more accurate. I don't think Goff puts the ball in harm's way as much. And when you really look at the 18-game sample size, that one nightmare game in Houston where every ball got deflected, everything went crazy, 5 interceptions. When you look at the other body of work, Goff's a level up. But I'm not mad if you go, Mike, that's lazy. But I'm admitting the bias, so you can't vilify me. I don't believe in Sam Darnold. I think Minnesota has lived for 3 years now. 3 years. 22, 23, and 24. They have lived in one-score games. You remember in 22 when Kirk Cousins, they won every one-score game? You know what happened in the first round of the playoffs at home?
To the Giants.
They lost to my Giants and that bum Daniel Jones. I just don't believe in teams like that. That's where I do give the Lions more credit in that more consistently, more often, they beat teams by more. They just do a better job. And the Minnesota defense, here's the one thing. If you want football, I give you football. I feel like Ben Johnson and Goff have figured Brian Flores out. There are two teams that really try to blitz the Lions, and it generally doesn't work. It's Bowles and Flores. If they turn you over, you're going to lose the game, guys. That's how the Vikings stop you. They're going to turn. No one's better in the league at forced turnovers than them. No one. You turn it over, yeah, you're gonna have a host of problems. But your offense doesn't really turn it over. In fact, the only people who stop you is you. So, look, I can't wait for the game. I think you'll be better for it. Obviously, I mean, I think you're going to win. It's tepid, but I think. But if you don't, I wanted to have the conversation about, are you willing to admit that a loss is crippling? Because the other shows and the callers I listen to and some hosts, I'm not going to make this some anti-coworker thing. Everyone's got a right to their opinion. I feel the fanboyism's getting a little strong here, and I just prefer to handle things as adults. Like, it's okay to say if they lose this game, they're in a lot of trouble. I don't think that makes you evil or bad or a hater or whatever other lazy nonsense there is. So that's what we're rapping about. 248-539-9797. David, did I miss anything? What would you like to add?
I just feel like it is, yes, the playoffs start now. Playoffs start now, and yes, technically, yes, they will be playing the next week as the 5th seed. But if you lose this game, I'm this close to saying you're going to lose the next week. You're going to lose to Tampa Bay, and if you somehow happen to go to LA, I think you will lose that game.
Are you doing the Rico Bogo thing?
In the opposite direction, yes.
In this the no-go.
Yes, the no-go. Yeah. You lose, you no-go more.
I'll tell you, if Minnesota loses, they're definitely losing the next
Oh, for sure. I think that's why I think it's either way. Either team that loses, I think you're losing in the wild card weekend. Yeah, so you need this game. You need this game for a lot of reasons. First, to have the 1 seed, to get the bye week, to get some players back, to recover a little bit. You need this for home field advantage for the playoff. You need this in a big way. And this crowd is going to be wild, and you cannot seem to get sacks right now. You're getting some pressures, but the crowd needs to be your sack. They need to get the penalties where you're getting 1st and 15 or second and 13.
Here's the good thing. David, the good thing is Darnold will hold on to that football all day.
That helps you. That does help you.
248-539-9797. We will get with the people next. 97.1. All right, listen, football season cruising along. Obviously, March Madness will be on the horizon shortly, but Hungry Howie's has got you covered. It is elite sports time. College football playoff, NFL playoff, college hoops. Well, they've got the mix and match. It's back for any big game, $6.99, any items on the menu, mix and match them. And yes, the Jim Costa Brookie is back on the menu. So whether it's Howie bread, the flatbread salads, the standard traditional pizzas, and anything in between, mix and match for your big game, including Sunday night against the Vikings. $6.99 each. Possibilities are truly endless. It's Hungry Howie's. Limited time only on that mix and match menu tonight. Straight to the people. Lions are the topic. We go to Nate. He bats leadoff. Nate, what's going on, buddy?
So, a couple things. First thing is regarding, if they don't get the number 1 seed, if they lose the game, you brought up that only 5 teams have ever done that. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you said, these 5 teams had defenses. 4 of them had Hall of Fame quarterbacks. But can I give you something the Lions have over all those 5 teams?
Sure.
This offense, I don't know the exact numbers, but they're historically on pace for, a top something offense, right? I mean, the points per game, the efficiency, the yards per game, it's up there, right?
Yep.
Right. So that's the first thing. Number 2 is, if you look at their schedule, right? Let's say the Bucs take the division. I mean, they basically beat the Bucs. You went over 5 in the red zone when you played them. You lost the game. You're not going over 5 in the red zone this time around. I mean, your offense is really hot right now. So to say that they're going to lose against the Bucs, I don't understand that.
Well, I explained it. You left out everything I explained. So that it would be hard to understand that when you left out everything I said. The whole idea is this is a Super Bowl kind of game, Nate. And you got screwed by not only injuries, but you had the early bye week. Your bye week was week 5. You play in a game of this magnitude and you lose it at home, or for the Vikings, you lose this game. You do not get the bye, and your job is to now go on the road, 0 rest, and you got to ratchet it up again in back-to-back weeks. That's the human element of the NFL. That's the hard part. It has less to do with the stats and your players. Look, your offense might just be the one. They might be a unicorn. Maybe you score 40 a week and you get it done. I'm just telling you, historically in the NFL, if you lose this game, you're in a lot of trouble next week. I'm not saying you're losing. I'm just telling you, that scenario is a nightmare. Very hard to ask that group of 53 men to go A+ back-to-back. And remember, Nate, I don't mind what Campbell did, playing everybody at San Francisco. But he had the ability. I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying factually. He had the ability to give you the bye week, get rested, and go play this damn thing. He didn't do it. So it's really hard if you lose this game. That's why.
Mike, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, I'll be here till 6. What's up?
No, listen, Mike. I mean, let's say they're in that 5 seed. The matchups, aren't much worse than they would be otherwise. Then, we take the Bucs. You take the Vikings again, right? You'd have the Vikings. If you beat the Bucs, you have the Vikings again, right?
Well, it would depend if the Vikings win their game. I have no idea.
The Vikings beat the Lions on the beating.
Oh, and then they would have the bye and the whole bit, and you'd have to go to Minnesota and the rest. No, I don't. I wouldn't be able to sit there and guarantee you win that game. Would you feel good about it?
You're right about that. I mean, but let's be honest. They're playing better on the road this year. I mean, they went 8-0 on the road. They didn't go 8-0 at home.
But that's the regular season stuff that I just don't value. Nate, bottom line is this. I'll meet you in the middle. If you win the damn game, have the bye week and 2 at Ford Field, I'll see you in New Orleans. That's the pathway you want. I don't want to do ifs and hopes and maybes. Look, Nate, I'm with you in this. This is the other thing I think you and I will agree on. I think it's absurd that these 2 teams have won 14 games and the loser will be the 5. That's a flaw in the system. It really is. Neither of these teams deserves that fate. But, and again, we talked about this earlier, by the way, just so you understand this time of year, there are concerns for most teams. I don't think Philly is perfect. Jalen Hurts got hurt 2 weeks ago. First quarter, concussion. Then he doesn't play last week, and he's not going to play this week. You're taking the better part of a month, and they got to go play next week. If I'm doing Philadelphia radio, there's my concern. Right there. You guys have got to get out of the headspace that concerns equal negativity. All because one dumb question got asked about doom and gloom. It's not doom and gloom to talk about losing all pro players and reassessing what you think about your team. It's not doom and gloom. That's not negativity. It's not being a hater. But this fan base has been poisoned by euphoria. So if you just want to be told you're pretty, hey, Costa will do it in the morning for you. Old Jimmy Cookies, he's baking every morning. He'll tell you how pretty you are. David, he exploded this morning. Oh, Kirby Joseph isn't in a Pro Bowl. It's ridiculous. I'm like, How can you generate anger for this? Your team's competing for a Super Bowl. Kirby's going to get an $80 million contract. Who cares? Everything in this town with this Lions team, even the slightest discussion of reality, it is, oh my God, we are aggrieved. Oh, I don't understand how I can say what? That going on the road in the playoffs when you're down some of your best players with no rest after an emotional loss for a team that came to your house and beat you, that I would be worried about that game. Come on, guys. You're better than this. That's not negativity. It's called reality. These games are winner take all for a reason. And the loser of this game has an exponentially more difficult pathway to getting to the Super Bowl. Win the damn game. Takes care of a lot of things, doesn't it? That bye week would feel pretty damn good.
It would help you. Coming off of a loss, and then you're basically leaving the stadium after 1 a.m., get back up. That's a lot to then play. That's a lot. I'm just
to go on the road.
That's a human being that is playing these games, guys.
Yeah, well, and presumably, by the way, this is the other reason on surface. I don't understand how you could be mad at me. Your defense is giving up 33 a week, and you're going to go face Baker Mayfield the way that offense is cooking on the road? I must have missed when Lawrence Taylor will be activated off the IR. And I'm not talking about cracked out LT. I'm talking about the good one.
You didn't know Charles Woodson was coming out of retirement
to
play for the Lions?
You exhume the body of Derek Brooks. He'll be coming off the edge for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just, I don't think that's bad or negative or scary. It's just reality. That's why this game is going to be so exciting and why it's so important. That's why you watch sports. Sunday night is truly, it's going to have a Super Bowl atmosphere. But with it comes a price. And if you don't get this done, yeah, I'm sorry. I got a hard time thinking you're going to go win 3 on the road. Hope I'm wrong. I want a parade. That's the other part, too. It's like if you just talk about things realistically, people are like, well, you don't want them to. There's no one in this town who doesn't want this team to win the Super Bowl. And no, I don't care about being right, but did I say in August, all season long, guys, we're in the Super Bowl? Only once Carlton Davis, Lee McNeil, and David Montgomery all died in the same week, and I go, I can't do the same way. And guess what? With the impact it's had on the defense, I think I got that one right. No? Have you forced a punt in 3 weeks?
I don't think the other team has a punter.
No,
what are you talking about?
I mean, you get my point. Go ahead. Give me some ticket.
The Bucs lost to Kirk Cousins twice and got punked by Frisco and Dallas. You're worried about those cats?
Yeah, they came into your house and beat you. They can put up 40 a week. Guys, I'll tell you what. You're right. You're going to win every game by 50. Call John and Jim in the morning. Get lost. Leave me alone.
Does Darnold have any big game experience? Goff has the edge in this one. The Lions will win on Sunday night.
I agree with that take. I just think Goff is a better version of Darnold. More pedigree, more big games. I just got such a hard time with Darnold walking in here. I know that's terrible. I know that's not even like serious football talk. I can't imagine Sam Darnold walking in here and beating you. You can't win a game of this magnitude with a redhead. That's really what it boils down to.
I think it's in the Cosmos, actually. You can't do that.
It's in the CBA. You can't win a game like this with a ginger. It's not possible.
Someone says, here's my thing, Mike, and welcome back, by the way.
Hello.
Sorry for your Giants, he says. Mm-hmm. But my thing is, where has Zadarius Smith been? The guy seems like he came shooting out of a rocket at first, but now we're lucky to get 8 pressure a game from him.
Look, this is what we talked about. You weren't trading for Max Crosby, right? You're not getting an all-pro guy. You're getting a complementary piece. What I would offer you is this. What has Zadarius played here? Has he played what? How many games?
For Thanksgiving, so what, 5-6 games?
I think he's got 4 sacks, right? He's a good football player. But think about how bad you'd be without him. Guys, he was the best realistic candidate. But no one would ever mistake him for Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or last year's Montez Sweat. Like, you weren't trading for that. This was about doing the bare minimum. And they did the bare minimum. And Zadarius is going to give you everything he's got. But he's in his 30s. It's towards the end. He's been banged up a little bit. But I'm sure as hell happy he's on my sideline and then not. I had to look up a guy who got a sack for you in San Francisco. Who's Bob Adams? Don't know. The last thing I'm going to do is go knocking Zadarius Smith.
Correct. And to be fair, at least on this show, because people kept saying, we got to get a replacement for Hutch. It was never a replacement for Hutch. You
Not
were always
unless
going to
you
get.
were. Well, if TJ would have done his job and gotten his Crosby,
Correct.
That's different.
This is a replacement for Davenport. This was the other side. This is what you needed. But you needed something.
And that's the point. He's giving you something. He's giving you more than whoever would be playing if it weren't him. But at this stage of his career, remember, he's not lining up next to Aleem McNeil. He's not lining up opposite Hutch. So if he is the only NFL caliber edge, the other team is going to, not easily, but they're going to neutralize him. Well, if you don't have him, think about what that would look like. I'm sorry, please continue.
I don't know anyone who thinks it's okay to lose on Sunday. We're screwed if the offense has to score 40 points on the road every week.
Listen to this station, both hosts and callers. Oh, believe me, they're out there. It's not okay to lose Sunday. No, it doesn't mean the season's over, but I've got a realistic lay of the land, and it's going to be exponentially more difficult.
Someone does want to point out, or Adam and Roy Logue wants to point out, there is an incentive in Zadarius Smith's contract that if he gets 2 more sacks, he gets some money. He's going to be hungry on Sunday, guys.
Yeah, go
Be
get
ready.
them both. Go get them both on Sunday. Get the porridge bowl out. Let's go. I mean, look, it's all hands on deck. It just is what it is. If you can force a couple of punts and you can get 1 turnover, you win the game. That's as low of a bar as it needs to be because offensively, look, you've primarily, I'll do the legwork tonight for Football Friday tomorrow, but like you figured Flores out. It's just about if you don't make mistakes, your offense is going to get into the high 20s, low 30s. They're too good not to. But again, Brian Flores, the more tape he gets on you, he's going to dial up some different stuff. I think the problem for me is it has never really worked against Jared Goff, this mugging the line of scrimmage thing. It just doesn't work. Ben Johnson and Goff have always found answers for it. So I do that. Okay, there's a football reason beyond Sam Darnold, Ginger, can't win here. 248-539-9797. Get back to the people in a moment. 97.1. All right, NFL playoffs around the corner. FanDuel's got you covered, America's #1 sports book. It's simple, $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel's got more betting markets than any other book, so maybe sides and totals don't do it for you. The SGPs is your game. FanDuel's where you need to be. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Your chance at $250 in bonus bets. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, tomorrow, Football Friday. Obviously, Lions-Vikings be the biggest damn thing. It's the biggest game of my lifetime here, and I can't wait to watch it. And I think you guys are going to play a huge role, but that's not breaking news. I think Ford Field's just become something crazy. The key will be if this defense doesn't show up early, yeah, it could turn into Buffalo real quick. Then people are going to get nervous. But that's not Josh Allen lineup for the Vikings. I don't care how dressed up it is. I don't care what analytics. I watch every game. It's Sam Darnold. It's a high wire act. I got a hard time believing he's coming here and beating you. But we'll cover it top to bottom tomorrow. One note, too, David, it's almost like when a kid hasn't started a game in 4 years, it's probably not a good idea with 27 seconds to go tempo before the half, Kirby. I don't care. Cookies has Georgia. I got Notre Dame. so I could sweep the board against him head-to-head. But Notre Dame converted it into a strip sack, fumble, and a touchdown. It's 13-3 Irish at the half. And I did hand out Irish plus 850 at the start of this whole damn thing to win the Natty.
Wow.
I'm just telling you, man, their defense, they don't let you run it.
They don't.
You're not running
They
the ball, which means you're one-dimensional with Gunnar Stockton. Kirby needs a haircut and his head examined at the half.
So here's what I'm going to do before we leave here, before we give it over to Jeff Rieger. He's going to show up in a second. I want to do this. Let's go to Rob in Brighton.
Okay.
That is Notre Dame Rob.
No,
Let's talk to him real
Rob,
quick.
what
Just
the
for a
hell
quick
are you
second.
doing calling this show when your team is on? What is going on here?
Halftime. It's halftime. What do you mean? We're getting drinks. What do you mean?
All right, fair enough. Listen, this is good for you. This looks good so far.
I mean, you just took the words out of my mouth. I mean, our defense has been, knock on wood, I'm knocking on wood as we speak, has been, they're stopping the run. By the way, Stockton has a heck of an arm. He's taking care of the football. He's got a cannon. Mike, 3 turnovers so far, one that you referenced that turned into 6 points. Like Georgia is, it's going to come down to turnovers, Mike.
Yep.
Time of possession, yards, first down efficiency, third down efficiency. It's all equal.
You know what's really
it's
interesting,
turnovers.
Rob? Just watching it. And again, I'm doing a radio show, so I'm not telling you I'm watching every
I know.
single play.
Yeah.
But, Rob, I swear to God, I don't think I'm hallucinating. You look more athletic. You're flying on defense. You look faster
Physical.
than Georgia's offense.
Physical. Yeah, their defense is pretty young, too. That Bolden, who's a freshman, I think he's 14 in red. Number 11, their outside edge rusher he's unbelievable. He's going up against our left tackle's a true freshman. Number 11, I don't know how old he is, Mike.
Mikal
He's
Williams?
a freak. I want him on the Lions or the Giants.
Yeah.
He's an animal.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure the Giants will have the ability to take him after we beat the Eagles and they're picking 10th. It'll be exciting. No, Rob, listen. So did you ever take on the CFP at large? Because I know you and I have battled on this a couple of times. You like this, don't you?
I do because teams like Arizona State, who I got screwed, or who I think they got screwed with that non-targeting, that non-call. And I couldn't agree more with you about Sark. Sark is I can agree with you all day. I like him, Mike, just because more teams, not that everybody needs a trophy or an award, right? But it's more teams that can make it. If Notre Dame does win this game, Mike, I hope we beat the brakes off of James Franklin. That's all
I'll be all aboard.
That would be fantastic.
I'll be all
That would
aboard.
be fantastic.
And you and I, listen.
Happy New Year.
Rob, same
Happy
to you,
New Year
brother.
to all of you guys, all right?
Absolutely.
Yep,
Go
appreciate it.
finish this damn
Go
game.
Irish.
Go get the dub, please. Get rid of Georgia. I've had enough of them. Rieger, how are you, sir?
Happy New Year there, Michael.
Hi, buddy.
What's going on?
Nothing. Just, another day in paradise.
So I must admit, I had a rough couple of days. I did a radio show with your partner, Mr. Rico Beard.
You trolled him.
No, I didn't troll him. I was legitimately realistic. I was serious. We did the topic, okay? After the Niners game, are you more or less confident about the fact the Lions can win a Super Bowl, right?
You know what my answer was?
What?
Unchanged.
Okay.
They can.
Wait a second. How did I troll? I said unchanged too.
No.
I said I was in the middle.
I heard you started to do what we're calling the Costa.
Okay, go
which
ahead.
is not a dance move.
Let me know.
It's that nothing matters. They'll score 80 every week, and it's all going to be fine. That's where you were leaning.
No, I was just trying to play devil's advocate. I thought Rico was just a tad bit doom and gloom. That's all.
See, that phrase, that's got to stop. That's such a lazy label. It's not doom and gloom to talk about a team giving up 33 points a game the last 5 weeks.
No, I agree with you. Listen, we're going to get into that. I actually picked a side, okay? I did a lot of research in what would normally be my time watching the Rose Bowl, but since that game sucked so bad.
That game was great.
I just don't, you bet on it, obviously.
I had Ohio State. What do you want?